When the black fog enveloped the globe, the world fell into a terrifying scene of rampant zombies. In order to survive, I had to venture out to search for supplies. However, on the way back, I was besieged by dozens of zombies. When the zombies' teeth dug deep into my neck, I thought my life was about to end. But a miracle happened. I crawled back from the brink of death and gained a mysterious ability. The ability to switch freely between zombie and human. This ability makes me a ghost in the apocalypse, both hunter and prey. With this unique power, I constantly seek ways to become stronger in the apocalypse, using the power of mutated crystal cores to become more powerful in this survival game. Blue Star, Dragon Country, New Taipei City. The day the black fog descended, the end of the world began and everything changed. Everyone who inhaled the black fog turned into zombies, communications were cut off, and the outside world turned into a nightmare. Several classmates and I have been trapped in a large classroom on the 4th floor of New Taipei No. 1 Middle School for 3 whole days. The constant roars of zombies and screams of humans coming from outside the window made us dare not leave the classroom. This morning, a few brave male classmates and I decided to venture out to find food. As a result, I was the only one who came back. When I ran to the classroom door with a bag of food on my back, I felt disappointed. My girlfriend Xiaolan and my classmates were unwilling to open the door for me, saying that there were 3 zombies following me. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. For everyone's safety, we can't take the risk of letting you in. Please forgive me, Xiaolan said righteously. Forgive me. I was furious. When I ventured out to find food, none of them said sorry. But now they abandoned me at the critical moment of life and death. The roars of the zombies were getting closer and closer. I didn't have time to think about it and turned around and ran to other rooms on the 4th floor. But the delay at the classroom door made me lose precious time, and 3 zombies rushed over. I threw out the food bag, temporarily blocking them. The food bag fell to the ground, and Xiaolan's favorite bear biscuits scattered out. I rushed into the next classroom, but when the door opened, a zombie rushed towards me. I didn't have time to think. I instinctively squatted down, hugged its waist, and threw it towards the 3 zombies behind me. Then I quickly closed the door and blocked it with my body. The zombies were banging on the glass door. Among the zombies outside the door, I recognized a biology teacher who used to be beautifully dressed. Now her hair was sparse, her eyes were pale, and mucus kept flowing out of her mouth. I almost vomited. There was no tape in the classroom and no one helped me seal the door, so I could only use my body to hold it open. Soon, 2 more zombies broke open the door, and I was knocked down by 5 zombies. One zombie tore a large piece of flesh from my neck. Blood spurted out, and I was filled with resentment. Before I lost consciousness, the faces of my parents and brother flashed through my mind. At night, I opened my eyes and an ancient voice sounded in my mind. Yin Yang Heaven has given you the power of change. I was startled and looked around, but there was no one in sight. I touched my neck and felt the torn muscles and shattered throat. It turned out that I was still alive, but I had turned into a zombie. I walked to the bathroom and saw myself in the mirror, with thinning hair, white eyes, and gray skin. Unable to accept the reality, I screamed in my heart, I want to become a human. Suddenly, my body began to change. My skin returned to its normal color and my pupils turned black. But in an instant, blood spurted out of my neck and I fell down again. In a fuzzy state, I thought it would be better to turn into a zombie. As soon as I thought of this, I turned back into a zombie, the pain disappeared, and the wounds on my body began to heal. The voice in my head sounded again. Kill the zombies and touch their bodies with your fingers. You can absorb their blood energy and evolutionary energy to become stronger. I touched the zombie corpse on the ground with my index finger, and a surge of energy flowed into my body. The wound on my neck healed quickly, the hunger disappeared, and my strength increased. I picked up the hammer on the ground, determined to go home to my family after I became stronger. Thinking of the girlfriend who killed me, I turned and walked towards their classroom. When I walked to the door of the classroom where my girlfriend was, I found that all the food I brought during the day was gone. Apparently, they had taken it inside. I was stunned to see that the door was open. When I walked in, I saw that all the classmates I used to know had turned into zombies, wandering around the classroom unconsciously. In the moonlight, I saw food scattered on the ground, as if there was a chaos caused by a scramble for food. I searched among the zombies for a while, and finally found Xiaolan, who had turned into a zombie. She killed me but still couldn't escape the fate of turning into a zombie. At this moment, the hatred in my heart disappeared. I reached out and lifted her sparse hair, and saw that she was still wearing the gold earrings I gave her. I saved 5 months of living expenses to buy them for her. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The zombie Xiaolan seemed a little dissatisfied with my actions and bared her teeth at me. In the past, when I lifted her hair, she would always snuggle into my arms. The end of the world has come, and all the beautiful things have become a dream bubble. I walked over to a fat zombie and poked him with my index finger, but there was no response. It seemed that only by killing zombies could I absorb energy. I went around behind the fat zombie, swung the hammer, and smashed the back of his head. He fell to the ground without a sound. I touched it with my index finger again, and a pleasant feeling came over me. The energy of the fat zombie was absorbed by me. The wound on my neck healed quickly and became as good as new. Click, click. I turned my neck and finally turned into a complete zombie with the speed and strength of an adult man. Afterwards, I was busy for a while, killing all the zombies in the classroom and absorbing their blood energy and original energy. Only the zombie Xiaolan was left. I walked behind her, knocked her down with a hammer, and absorbed her strength. Then, I began to sweep the entire floor. After absorbing the energy of 100 zombies, I felt that my speed and strength had doubled. My walking was no longer as stiff as when I first became a zombie, and my vision and sense of smell had also improved a lot. Every time I absorbed the energy of a zombie, my abilities would be enhanced. I mechanically repeated the actions of knocking down and absorbing, and soon cleared the entire floor. The hammer was too heavy, so I changed it to a handy fire axe, and also found a loose-fitting set of clothes, a mask, sunglasses, and gloves to cover myself tightly. This way, even if someone saw me, they would not associate me with a zombie. The horizon glowed red, the clouds were dyed rosy, and the sun was about to rise. A new day arrived, but the whole city was dead silent. I continued cleaning other floors and found that a classroom was also sealed with extracurricular exercises. It seemed that there were still smart survivors in the school. Be careful not to be killed by humans. I continued my journey of becoming stronger. Zombies do not attack their own kind, nor do they have the consciousness to guard against their own kind, but they will fight back. Several times I failed to kill them with one blow. The zombies turned their heads and roared, and I stepped back a few steps to find another opportunity to attack. After dealing with all the zombies on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, I absorbed the energy of 249 zombies, and my strength and speed increased by more than 2 times. Although I became stronger, I still felt uncomfortable. I decided to take a break and find a place to transform back into human form. I went downstairs and walked into the small supermarket on the 1st floor. I sealed the door and windows, and with a thought, I changed back to human form in a few seconds. After I became a human, my power disappeared, and I became an ordinary person again. Although I wasn't very hungry, I decided to eat something. I finished a bottle of milk and took a few bites of bread. I felt that my taste was still there, which made me more certain that the zombie form and the human form shared a core. While I was thinking, I heard a voice outside. All surviving teachers and students, please gather at the school flag-raising platform as soon as possible. We are the new Taipei City Temporary Rescue Team. I lifted a corner of the paper on the door and saw more than 20 people with guns walking in back to back. One of them was holding a loudspeaker and shouting. I understood that this was the only remaining armed force in the city, and they were mainly here to rescue the children in the school. Dad. A beautiful girl ran towards the rescue team, and a middle-aged man trembled and said, "Waywei, thank God you are still alive." The rescue team shot and killed several zombies, and more zombies came. The middle-aged man decisively ordered a retreat back to the safe zone. When I heard the word safe zone, I was moved. Maybe my family was there. I took off my sunglasses, opened the door of the supermarket and rushed out. "Take me with you." I rushed from the supermarket to the rescue team, but the distance of several dozen meters seemed like a long marathon. The gunshots became more and more frequent, and zombies fell one by one, but more zombies kept coming. Seeing this situation, my heart sank and I realized that I shouldn't have run out rashly. The rescue team's firepower was clearly insufficient, and the gunshots attracted more zombies. When we were running to the school gate with Waywei and several students, suddenly, the glass of 2 teaching buildings was smashed open by zombies. Zombies fell from the buildings like dumplings and smashed into the rescue team. Screams rang out one after another, and several members of the rescue team were bitten by zombies. Unfortunately, I was also scratched by broken glass, and a palm-sized piece of glass was stuck in my back. Li Weiwei's condition was even worse, as her right foot was pierced by sharp glass and she lost her ability to move, while her father was bitten on the ankle by a zombie. Li Weiwei's father decisively threw the automatic rifle and pistol to Li Weiwei and me respectively, and pulled out the pistol from his waist. "Quick, take my daughter away, I will cover you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was knocked down by another zombie and his neck was bitten off. Waywei broke down and cried. I knew that in this situation, being bitten meant death. I instinctively remembered the principle of not being a saint in the end times. But when I saw the automatic rifle in Weiwei's hand, I thought, maybe exchanging the pistol for her rifle would give me a better chance of winning. I walked towards Weiwei, and she pulled the bolt of the gun very professionally and pointed it at me. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet flew under my crotch and knocked down a zombie. Her accurate shooting made me understand that Weiwei's father gave her the automatic rifle for a reason. Come here, carry me away. Weiwei shouted. I gave up the idea of changing the gun, helped her up, followed her instructions, and let her ride on my neck. This way she had a wide field of vision and could shoot better. With Weiwei, I turned into a zombie, full of strength, and the other zombies stopped chasing us. She accurately shot the zombies that were chasing us, and we successfully arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. I threw Weiwei into the supermarket and prepared to leave, but she grabbed my sleeve. Aren't you coming in? Weiwei's action almost pulled off my gloves, revealing her zombie skin. I shook her hand off to prevent her from discovering my secret, fired a few shots at a distance, and pushed her into the supermarket. She understood that I was going to save someone, and told me to be careful. I looked at the battle situation in the distance, determined to save those who were willing to take the risk to rescue the trapped students, and asked them where the so-called safe zone was. The rescue team was still running desperately. I picked up the assault rifle and fired. Although I had run out of bullets, I continued to chop and kill with the fire axe. There were too many zombies, and the rescue team was caught in the middle. Someone pulled the grenade in desperation. With a loud bang, the explosion attracted more zombies, and the screams gradually subsided. I also stopped, realizing that there was no hope of rescue, and hid in the teaching building. The food, water, and medical supplies in the supermarket are enough for Weiwei to survive for a while. I decided to absorb the energy of the zombies outside at night to avoid being discovered by other survivors. Thinking of my parents, I became anxious and prepared to leave through the small door of the school. When I reached the small gate, I saw the old gatekeeper loitering at the door and I quickly dealt with him. After I left the small door, I ran home at the speed of a zombie. When I reached the gate of the community, I decided to go to the supermarket to get some food before going home. The supermarket was full of zombies, and it was like no one was around for me. I carried a bag of food, put on a windbreaker and gloves I found in the supermarket, and swaggered back to the neighborhood to avoid being seen by the survivors. Finally, I arrived at my doorstep. I stood in front of the apartment building, feeling anxious. I just hoped that my family was safe. My home is in Unit 6, Building 6, Room 602. It is a duplex on the top floor. There is no elevator, so it is difficult to go up and down the stairs, but none of this matters now. I took a deep breath and walked up the stairs, ready to face my unknown fate. Lin Feng had just opened the door of the apartment building when he almost bumped into a zombie. The zombie was none other than the second uncle on the first floor. Lin Feng swung the axe in his hand and split the second uncle's head in half without hesitation. Lin Feng's current strength and speed are close to the sum of 4 adults, which comes from the energy he has absorbed from more than 200 zombies. He also absorbed the power of the second uncle and continued to walk upstairs. Along the way, all the zombies Lin Feng encountered were killed by him by absorbing their energy. When Lin Feng reached the 6th floor, he saw that his security door was open, and his heart trembled. The building was full of zombies, and he didn't know whether his family had escaped or was trapped at home. After entering the house, Lin Feng found a zombie wandering around. It turned out to be his next-door neighbor, Uncle Wang. Lin Feng quickly dealt with Uncle Wang, absorbed his energy, then threw the body back to the opposite door and began to clean the living room. After locking the security door, Lin Feng changed back into human form, took off his sunglasses, and walked into his parents' bedroom. The familiar scene made Lin Feng feel as if he were in another world. He picked up the photo of his mother holding him on the bedside table and thought of a sentence. The person holding you is gone, and no one in this world will treat you well without asking for anything in return. Fortunately, he did not see his parents and brother turn into zombies. This was the only good news for Lin Feng. The fog descended at noon, when my parents should have been at home for lunch. My mother was a primary school teacher and my father was a porter, both of whom worked not far from home. My parents might have been at home or hiding in a store on their way to work. After searching the first floor, Lin Feng went up to the second floor. The second floor was his and his brother's bedroom. Fearing that there were zombies on the second floor, he put on sunglasses and turned into a zombie. The door was locked. Lin Feng knocked twice, but there was no response. He knocked twice more, but it was still quiet inside. indicating that there were no zombies. Changing back to human form, Lin Feng called out, "Mom and Dad, Xiaohu." "Brother." The younger brother Lin, whose voice came. The door was opened, and Lin, who rushed out and hugged Lin Feng tightly. The younger brother was half a head taller than Lin Feng, a sports student, and had a strong body. Mother Wang Feng choked up, "Xiaofeng, you're okay, that's great." Father patted her back to comfort her. Lin Feng explained that he was trapped in the school supermarket and was worried about his family who had to avoid zombies all the way back. Lin, who said enviously, "Brother, you are so lucky. You have food and drink in the supermarket. We have eaten all the snacks upstairs and have been hungry for 2 days." The family came to the first floor and saw a large bag of snacks that Lin Feng brought back. His younger brother drank the milk directly. His father was surprised and asked Lin Feng where the food came from. Lin Feng explained that he brought it back from the supermarket. Wang Feng began to organize the food and suggested eating vegetables and meat first. Lin Feng agreed and said that he would go out to find food later. While his mother was cooking, his father asked about the dangers on the road. Lin Feng picked up an axe and explained the weaknesses and dangers of the zombies. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying the long-lost warm moment. Suddenly, the radio sounded, and the communication signal was restored. The broadcast came, 90% of the world's population has turned into zombies. Stock up on food and wait for rescue. Another channel reported, the mutant crystal core in the zombie brain can enhance human fitness, but the side effects are unknown. Please use it with caution. Lin Feng became interested when he heard this. Doesn't this mean that his human body can also become stronger? Now, what he needs to do most urgently is to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he survive in this apocalypse and protect his family. After listening to the broadcast, Lin's father looked unhappy. The broadcast advised people to stock up as much food as possible, but did not mention the rescue time. It also lifted the gun ban and encouraged citizens to save themselves. Everything showed that the situation was not optimistic. Lin, who pulled Lin Feng's arm and asked anxiously, "Brother, did you get the mutant crystal cores when you killed the zombies? Eating them can make you stronger." Lin Feng shook his head. "Didn't we just find out about the mutant crystal core? They definitely haven't been taken. Besides, would you dare to eat it if you bring it back? The side effects are unknown. What if there are problems after eating it? Forget it. I'll be the one eating it." Lin, who insisted, "Brother, I'll eat it, and you carry on the family line." Father Lin suddenly interrupted, "You two little bastards, stop fighting. I'll eat first if there's any." Wang Feng slammed the table and shouted, "Stop arguing. We are eating. Why are you talking about whether this is disgusting or not? You haven't even started eating yet, but you are already thinking about how to eat it? How can an ordinary person get 1,000 mutant crystal cores? They are needed to kill 1,000 zombies." The dinner table suddenly became quiet, and the father and his 2 sons lowered their heads to eat. After dinner, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still early before dark. Lin Feng decided to go out and kill a few zombies to study the mutant crystal cores, and by the way, clean up the zombies in this building. It was difficult for others to get 1,000 mutant crystal cores, but it was nothing for him. Lin Feng put on his clothes, sunglasses, picked up the fire axe, and said to his family, "I'm going to the corridor to clean up the zombies. You guys stay at home." Lin, who ran to Lin Feng and said, "I'll go too." Wang Feng said worriedly, "Xiaofeng, it's too dangerous. Let's not go. Let's wait for rescue." Lin Feng walked to the door and said, "There's no rescue in the big cities. How long should we wait in this small city? I'm the only one in my family who has experience in killing zombies. I'll go. I'll try to find lone zombies so that Huzi can practice with me." After saying that, he put on his sunglasses, turned into zombie form, opened the door and walked out. Arriving at the 5th floor, he saw that the security door of room 502 was ajar. With a creak, he pushed the door open and entered. The 2 zombies in the room glanced at Lin Feng and then looked away. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He was so covered up, how could the zombies tell that he was one of their kind? With a puff, he chopped off a zombie's head with an axe. This time he didn't absorb it, but instead took the fire axe and scratched inside the zombie's head. Soon, Lin Feng found a transparent crystal the size of a bean. He took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The surface of the crystal was very regular, like a diamond, and it gave people a natural feeling. The only drawback was that this thing was not completely transparent, and there were a lot of blood-colored impurities inside. There is absolutely no such thing in the human brain. It seems that this is a mutated crystal core. The blood-colored impurities should be the cause of the side effects. Lin Feng put the mutant crystal core into his pocket, looked at the zombie on the ground without a crystal core, pressed his index finger on it, and tried to absorb it, and a familiar sense of comfort came. The zombie lost all its energy. A memory suddenly popped up in his mind. The power in the mutant crystal core is the evolutionary energy, and the power in the zombie's body is blood energy. Even without the mutant crystal core, I can still absorb the zombie's blood energy, but the energy is reduced by half. Knowing the difference between original energy and blood energy, an idea popped into Lin Feng's mind. He took out the mutant crystal core from his pocket, placed it in the palm of his hand, and activated his innate ability to absorb it, but controlled himself to only absorb blood energy. A magical scene appeared. The blood-colored impurities in the mutated crystal core actually began to move downwards and merged into the palm of his hand, and his strength was also slightly enhanced. Looking at the mutated crystal core without a trace of impurities, Lin Feng smiled. Now he and his family can absorb it with confidence. After keeping the mutant crystal core, Lin Feng pried off all the big teeth of the other zombie, and then threw the zombie into room 601 opposite. Then, he changed into human form and called out his brother Lin, who handed the fire axe to him and asked, "Do you dare to kill the zombies?" Lin Hu nodded excitedly and said firmly, "I dare." Lin Feng opened the door of room 601 and pushed Lin Hu in. "Brother, come on." Before Lin Hu could react, he saw a zombie with blood in its mouth rushing towards him. He was almost scared to death. Lin Feng closed the door and leaned against it, waiting outside. A zombie without teeth is no better than a dog, and he believed his brother could handle it. But for a moment, Lin Feng was still worried and listened attentively to the sounds inside. "Brother, help, help." Lin Feng ignored his younger brother's cry for help. There was a sound of things being smashed, and Lin Feng ignored his brothers running away. Then there was the sound of chopping meat, and Lin Feng felt relieved. "Knock, knock, my brother is knocking on the door." "It's over so quickly." Lin Feng hurriedly opened the door. Lin Hu, covered in blood, stood at the door and looked at Lin Feng with gritted teeth. "Brother, this zombie has no teeth." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Haha, I pulled out all the zombie's teeth. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare let a fool like you in." "Where's the mutant crystal core?" Lin Hu took out a mutant crystal core and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the mutant crystal core and said, "I'll keep it for now." The roars and running sounds of zombies could be heard downstairs. The activities of the two brothers attracted several zombies. Lin Feng took the fire axe from his brother and said, "You go back to the house first. I'll go back after I deal with these zombies." Lin Hu killed a zombie and realized how difficult zombies were to deal with. Knowing how powerful his brother was, he did not waste any time and opened the door to enter the house. Lin Feng put on sunglasses and turned into a zombie. He easily dealt with the 5 zombies that rushed up, took out the mutant crystal core, absorbed the zombies' blood energy, and purified the blood energy in the mutant crystal core before going home. At home, his mother was looking for clothes for Lin Hu, and the blood-stained clothes of Lin Hu had been thrown away by her. When the mother saw Lin Feng coming in covered in blood, she wanted to change his clothes. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Mom, stop busying yourself. I have to go out in the evening." At dinner time, the family sat around the dining table. Suddenly, the radio rang and the broadcast came. The International Biological Research Center has found that after eating 1,000 mutant crystal cores, the physical fitness will be greatly improved, and the strength can reach about 10,000 kilograms. Such humans are called first-order evolvers. Individuals who eat mutant crystal cores have no obvious side effects. People who are capable of killing zombies are encouraged to eat mutant crystal cores to improve their survival ability. After dinner, Lin Feng took out 7 mutant crystal cores and placed them on the table. "These are the mutant crystal cores I got from killing the zombies just now. Who wants to try them?" Wang Feng pulled Lin Hu and Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng and Hu Zi can't be eaten. You two have to continue the family line for our Lin family." Father Lin picked one up and threw it into his mouth. The mutated crystal core turned into energy and entered his body. Father Lin immediately felt refreshed. He had never felt this way since his function had deteriorated in the past few years. Father Lin couldn't help but groan and his old face turned red. "It melts in your mouth. I feel really good after eating it. My physical fitness has improved a lot. My ability in that area has not only not weakened, but seems to have even strengthened." Lin Hu was eager to try and wanted to eat one too. Father Lin glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Xiao Feng is going out to find food. Xiao Feng, eat it all. Every time you improve your strength, you have a better chance of survival. Xiao Hu, if you want to eat, wait until you get more." Wang Feng also agreed, "Yes, give them all to Xiao Feng. It's very dangerous outside. The more strength we have, the more protection we have." Lin Feng grabbed 5 mutant crystal cores and threw them into his mouth like eating peanuts. Huh, they really melt in your mouth. After eating it, I feel really good, but not as good as my dad. Maybe my dad hasn't felt good for a long time. I feel warm and my strength has increased slightly. I feel like eating one can increase my strength by 3 to 5 kilograms. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng put on his clothes, picked up the fire axe and went out. Before leaving, he said, "Don't open the door no matter who knocks. I have the key and can open the door myself." In room 402 downstairs in Lin Feng's house, 4 big men were sitting around a pot of thin porridge, so thin that you could count the grains of rice, and drinking it listlessly. The food is all gone and there's no more rice to cook. "What should we do tomorrow?" one of them asked. "Brother, what do you think we should do?" another person echoed. The burly man with a crew cut in the lead said angrily, "I have nothing to eat. What can I do? If you 3 gluttons don't come to my house, this food will be enough for me to eat for a month." The youngest, Wang Laosi, was stirring the pot with a spoon. "Damn, I'm so hungry that I'm hallucinating. I seem to smell the smell of stewed meat just now." Wang Laoer said in surprise, "I seem to smell it just now." Wang Laosen also raised his head. "Me too." Boss Wang walked to the kitchen range hood exhaust and sniffed. "Fuck, which restaurant in our building is stewing meat?" The 4 brothers looked at each other and drooled. Wang Laosi rolled his eyes and said, "Let's find out which family it is and go borrow some food." Although they said it was a loan, the 4 brothers knew in their hearts that in the end times, food is life and is more precious than gold. If they borrow and don't return it, they are actually robbing. "I just heard the sound and it seems like there is someone upstairs," Wang Lauer said. "If we don't go out, we'll starve to death just sitting there. Let's go upstairs and take a look. It'll be a profit if we can get some food," Wang Laosen also said. Boss Wang gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, grab your stuff and let's go upstairs and take a look." The 4 big men held sticks, opened the door and carefully moved upstairs. Lin Feng had basically cleared out the zombies in the corridor, and they didn't encounter any living zombies. However, they found a zombie corpse with its head split open in 502. Fuck, who was this ruthless person who killed all the zombies? Was it the guy upstairs who got to eat the meat? Wang Laosen asked. No one was found in 501 and 502. Several people continued to go upstairs and found the corpse of a zombie in 601. Only the door of 602 was locked. This house has a locked door, so there must be someone inside. It's probably the person who got the meat from that family. But how do we get food? Those 2 zombies might have been killed by this family, so it's not easy to deal with them, Wang Lauer said. Boss Wang shook his head. Room 602 is occupied by the old Lin family, an old man and an old lady. They wanted to be dinks early on, so they had children relatively late. Their 2 children are now in high school. Their family is full of old people and children, so they don't have the strength to kill zombies. But it's true that old people like to stock up on meat and vegetables, haha. The old lady of the Lin family is kind-hearted. She often brings food downstairs to feed stray cats and dogs, and she especially likes children. Maybe a few soft words can get them to open the door on their own initiative. The brothers began to drool again. Dong dong, Boss Wang knocked on the door twice and said in a somewhat flattering voice, "Sister-in-law brother, are you home? I'm Boss Wang downstairs. I've been hungry for 3 days. I want to borrow some food from you." The 3 people who were cleaning the dishes in the room were startled when they heard the knock on the door. Lin Feng went out with his key and didn't knock on the door. Could it be a zombie? But after hearing the rest of the words, they understood that it was Boss Wang downstairs. Knowing it was Boss Wang, the couple had no intention of opening the door. Boss Wang was idle and not doing his job, not a good person, so how could they dare to open the door for him? Outside the door, Wang Lauda heard no one answering, so he started to play the emotional card again. "Brother, sister-in-law, if I were alone, I wouldn't have the nerve to come to you to borrow food. But it happens that a few children came to your house, and the adults are hungry, and we can't let the children go hungry, so I beg you 2 elders to be kind and give me some food." Then, Boss Wang gave Boss Wang a wink. Wang Laosi immediately understood and began to compete with his eldest brother in acting. He was the youngest among the 4 brothers and had the tenderest voice. He pinched his throat and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, please give me some food. I'm starving." Mother Lin felt a little soft-hearted when she heard the child's voice. "Why don't we lend them some food? Don't let the child starve." Lin, who whispered, "Mom, my brother said when he left that you can't open the door no matter who knocks." Mother Lin felt a little soft-hearted. "Don't be afraid. What can an adult with a few children do to us?" Boss Wang said at the door again. "Sister-in-law, please open the door a crack and pass us some food. We won't go into the house." We can just take the food and leave. Father Lin also opposed opening the door. Let's wait until Xiaofeng comes back. They won't starve to death even if they starve for a long time. Mother Lin became stubborn and said, when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. For the sake of the child, please lend him some food. As she said that, she went to prepare it. Lin's mother took some compressed biscuits, candies, and milk, all of which are children's favorite foods, put them in a bag, walked to the door, and was about to open it. Father Lin grabbed Mother Lin and said with a serious face, Wife, I usually do my best to follow your wishes at home, but today you want to open the door? Absolutely not. It is the end of the world now. People's hearts are unpredictable. What if there are a few people ambushing behind the door? Once you open the door, our family will be finished. Whenever there is a disaster, living people are food, and they are even hung in the market with a fixed price. As soon as Lin's father called her wife, Lin's mother knew that Lin's father was angry. At this time, he was no longer the old partner who allowed her to bully him, but the head of the family. Lin's mother immediately backed down. Then I'll listen to you too. Father Lin took the bag of food from Mother Lin and hugged her in his arms. Baby, it's the end of the world. Let's put away our compassion. Daddy was so corny that Lin who got goosebumps all over his body. He raised his right hand and looked at the calluses on the palm of his hand, feeling mixed emotions. If I had Daddy's corny energy, I wouldn't have to work so hard for you. While the three Lins were discussing in the house, the four Wang brothers were not idle either. The third brother looked at the eldest brother and said, Brother, this trick of yours won't work. Even a fool wouldn't open the door at this time. Wang Laosin looked down at the door lock and said, Look at mine. He took out 2 pieces of wire, inserted them into the keyhole, and fiddled with them. The door opened with a click. Wang Laoda led his 3 brothers and rushed in. The faces of the 3 members of the Lin family changed. What a joke. An adult brought several children, all of them strong and sturdy young men. They were here to rob. Father Lin's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately smiled again and handed the food over. The food is ready for you. I was just about to open the door when you came in. Wang Laosi directly snatched the food from Lin's father's hand, looked through it, and his face was full of joy. Brother, look, there is milk and compressed biscuits. It is much better than what we brothers eat. The 4 Wang brothers were not satisfied after getting the food and continued to break into the house. Mother Lin said timidly, What are you doing, Boss Wang? Didn't you say you would leave after getting the food? Wang Laoda looked at the bag of food in Wang Laoxi's hand and said, This little bit of food is not enough for the 4 of us brothers to fill our stomachs. Wang Laosin walked into the kitchen, looked at the pork stewed with beans which was still in the pot and said, Brother, look, there is meat. He grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing it hard. It smells so good. Several brothers rushed over and started eating. They ate all the meat in the pot in a few bites, and they still felt a little unsatisfied. Wang Lauer opened the kitchen cabinets and refrigerator. Look, brothers, there are a lot of food, including vegetables and raw meat. This is enough for us brothers to eat for a few days. Lin Hu rushed over and pulled Wang Lauer. This is my family's food. Put it down. Wang Lauer hit Lin Hu's right arm with a stick, causing him to stagger and grimace in pain. What do you mean by yours, you little bastard? Is the one we like yours? Several big men took the food to the living room and prepared to take it away. Seeing this, Lin's father stopped his son and daughter-in-law. The 3 of them were obviously no match for the 4 strong men. He just hoped that they would take the food and leave without touching his wife and children. Killing a few people in this chaotic world was nothing. Now he could only swallow his anger and wait for Lin Feng to come back. A few strong men were about to go out with the food when Wang Lauer suddenly said, Brother, we don't know how to stew raw meat, so let this old lady stew it for us and eat it directly. I just ate the meat she stewed and it tasted good. The 3 brothers all gave Wang Lauer a thumbs up and said, Good idea. Lauer is really smart. Lin, who was full of blood and anger, how could he hold back? He rushed over and kicked Wang Lauer on the buttocks. You are going too far. Wang Lauer hit the door with a thud, feeling ashamed, and his eyes turned red. You little bastard, you're looking for death. He turned around and hit Lin Hu's head with a stick. Lin Hu raised his right arm to block it. With a snap, his right arm was broken directly. Ah! Lin Hu screamed and fell to the ground, covering his right arm. The Wang brothers still did not give up and surrounded him and kicked him in the head. Father Lin quickly squeezed over and threw himself on Lin Hu. Don't hit my son. Father Lin was kicked several times on the back and hit twice with a stick. Stop hitting me, Wu Wu. Lin's mother cried and rushed over to pull the men away. Boss Wang slapped her to the ground. Mother Lin watched her husband and son being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. and she sat on the ground and cried loudly, "Woo woo, stop beating them. I'll go stew meat for you. Is that not okay?" The Wong brothers stopped. Blood gushed out of Lin's father's mouth and nose, staining Lin, whose clothes red. The father and son knew that forcing their way through would do no good, so they could only hope that these scumbags would leave as soon as possible. The father and son supported each other and went upstairs to find a medical kit to treat the wound. The Wong brothers went upstairs to look for food, but when they didn't find any food, they returned to the sofa on the first floor to rest. Woo woo. Mother Lin started stewing meat for the Wong brothers while crying. Wang Lauer yelled at her, "Stop crying and wailing. Old lady, hold it back. If you keep crying, I will beat your husband and son to death." Mother Lin immediately shut up, tears streaming down her face, and dared not make a sound. She stewed the remaining meat and also cooked a large pot of rice. The Wong brothers drank milk and ate stewed meat at the Lin family's dining table. After they were full, they took all the food and left, leaving behind a mess. After Lin Feng went out, he felt that running to school was too slow, so he found a bicycle. "My movements were a little stiff at first, but I rode faster and faster. I felt a sense of accomplishment thinking that I might be the only zombie who can ride a bicycle. In fact, you can kill zombies and get crystal cores anywhere in the city. There is no need to go to school." But because of a big battle between the rescue team and zombies, hundreds of zombies died in the school. If we go there and absorb them directly, we can save a lot of time. Moreover, Lin Feng also wanted to get some weapons for himself and his family to defend themselves, as the rescue team had left behind a lot of guns and ammunition. At the same time, he also wanted to see how Waywei, who was locked up in the supermarket by him, was doing. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the #1 middle school in the small town. The campus was filled with zombies, and it was eerily quiet. Lin Feng squeezed past and walked to the door of the supermarket where Li Weiwei was hiding. He felt relieved when he saw that the door of the supermarket was intact. Li Weiwei was fine, so Lin Feng didn't care. Surrounded by so many zombies, he couldn't take Li Weiwei away, so it was safest for her to stay in the supermarket, where she would have no worries about food and drink. Then, Lin Feng walked to the place where the rescue team fought the zombies during the day and absorbed the zombies lying on the ground one by one. He did not take the mutant crystal core, but absorbed the mutant crystal core and blood energy of the zombies together. This was because it took too much time to obtain the mutant crystal core, and Lin Feng wanted to let his zombie form complete its evolution first. He had a hunch that after his zombie form absorbed enough evolutionary energy and blood energy, it would also experience a qualitative improvement like humans absorbing mutant crystal cores. After absorbing more than 100 zombies lying on the ground, Lin Feng pulled out the fire axe behind him. He smashed a zombie's skull with his left hand, and without waiting for the zombie to fall, he pressed the zombie's body with his right index finger, absorbing energy instantly with amazing efficiency. Coupled with the high density of zombies and Lin Feng's tireless nature, the sound of skulls shattering continued to ring out on campus. By 4 or 5 in the morning, Lin Feng had absorbed the energy of nearly 1,000 zombies. When he had absorbed the energy of the 1,000th zombie, the zombie's body actually felt severe pain. Lin Feng lay on the ground, howling uncontrollably. All the cells in his body were breaking, reorganizing, and regenerating. After about 5 minutes, the heart-wrenching pain slowly disappeared. Lin Feng stood up, and suddenly he felt that the whole world was different. His 5 senses became extremely sharp, and the faint smell of gunpowder left by the rescue team's shooting yesterday penetrated into his nose, greatly enhancing his vision, and the colors in his eyes became richer. Lin Feng looked up. He actually saw a gecko crawling on the teaching building in the distance. He could also hear the sound of dripping water in the bathroom on the 2nd floor of the teaching building next to him. 100 times more external information than before the evolution flooded into Lin Feng's mind, making him a little dizzy. After adapting for a while, he felt comfortable again. He felt that his body was full of explosive power. After mutating once, he was now a first-level zombie. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up, crushing the floor tiles under his feet. His body shot out like a cannonball and hit the wall on the 3rd floor of the opposite teaching building with a bang. His sharp fingers penetrated into the wall and hung on the wall. Lin Feng continued to climb up, stabbing his fingers into the concrete wall with each climb, until he finally reached the top floor and climbed onto the roof. Standing on the roof and watching the sun slowly rising in the distance, Lin Feng clenched his fists, felt the surging power in his body, and was full of expectations for his future life. Lin Feng was even more motivated now, and he jumped down from the roof. He landed on the ground with a bang, creating a big hole and making a huge noise, which attracted a large group of zombies. When these zombies came over, they didn't find any humans. Some of them stood there in a daze, while others wandered around blindly. Before daybreak, Lin Feng prepared to get some more mutant crystal cores back. He smashed the skulls of a group of zombies with a fire axe, then took out the mutant crystal cores of these zombies and put them in his pocket, and then extracted the blood energy of the zombies. The efficiency was several times faster than before the advancement. Maybe it was because of the advancement, the comfort brought by the extraction of blood energy was minimal. Lin Feng had a hunch that if he wanted to mutate again, he would have to absorb the mutant crystal cores and blood energy of at least 100,000 zombies. If he only absorbed blood energy, he might need 200,000 zombies. Although there are many of them, it is only a matter of time. The zombies will not attack themselves, and the mutant crystal cores and blood of low-level zombies are easy to obtain, just like picking them up for free. They can always be obtained by spending more time. After taking away the mutant crystal cores of the 100 or so zombies, Lin Feng decided not to continue. He was afraid that his parents would worry, so he wanted to go back and see them as soon as possible. Lin Feng found the guns and ammunition dropped by the rescue team yesterday. Most of the rescue team members had turned into zombies. Lin Feng looted a lot of ammunition from them and piled it on the ground. More than 20 guns, magazines, and bullets on the ground were not easy for one person to carry. Lin Feng wanted to take all these weapons back and planned to set up a survivor camp here in the future. After all, Lin Feng couldn't do everything himself, so he had to recruit some younger brothers to do the work for him. With more people, it would be easier to divide the work, and only then could we hope to ensure the normal operation of water, electricity, and other living systems, so that he and his family could live better. He didn't want to dominate a place for the time being, and survival and becoming stronger were the top priorities now. After looking around, Lin Feng saw a tricycle converted from a bicycle parked next to a supermarket. It seemed to be used to purchase goods for the supermarket. Lin Feng pushed the tricycle over, put the guns and ammunition on it, and rode away. After leaving the school, Lin Feng saw a supermarket. He took some food from the supermarket and piled it on the tricycle to cover the guns and ammunition. A survivor on the road saw him. The woman in the family pointed at Lin Feng on the road downstairs through the window and shouted, "Look, that man dares to ride a tricycle on the road. Isn't he afraid of being bitten by zombies?" The man in the family came over to take a look and said, "This guy is too fierce. He is really skilled and brave." The woman said dissatisfiedly, "You useless thing. I asked you to go out to find some food, but you didn't dare to go out. The family is almost out of food. Look at this guy who dares to ride a tricycle outside to find food. Look at the food in his tricycle. It's enough for us to eat for a month." After Lin Feng's mutation, he became more sensitive and heard the noise upstairs. He glanced at the family upstairs, ignored them, and continued riding his tricycle until he reached an intersection where there were no zombies. Young man, young man." In a small self-built house on the side of the road, a white-haired old lady called him softly through the iron window. The old man saw Lin Feng turned around and said kindly, "Young man, I want to exchange some food with you. My grandson is too young and likes to drink milk. I see you have a lot of milk on your tricycle, so I want to exchange frozen meat for your milk. My old man is in charge of the cold storage, which is right behind my house. It's full of frozen pork and frozen beef, dozens of tons. Our family can't eat it all. Take as much as you can. We just want a few bottles of milk." When Lin Feng heard that there were dozens of tons of frozen meat, he became interested. He put the tricycle aside, took some milk from the tricycle, and walked to the door. The white-haired old lady swiftly opened the door for him, and after he came in, she immediately closed and locked the door, fearing that zombies would come. After Lin Feng came in, he immediately changed back to human form and handed the milk to the old lady. The old lady took the milk and smiled. "This time my eldest grandson finally has milk to drink." The old lady shouted to the back of the house, "Old man, come out quickly. I promised this young man to exchange the frozen meat in the cold storage for milk. Come over and open the cold storage for him and help him move the frozen meat." A skinny old man came out and was also happy to see the milk his wife was carrying. He asked, "Old lady, how much frozen meat do you agree to exchange for the milk?" "Give the young man as much as he can carry. There's no point in keeping all that frozen meat in a large cold storage. If the power goes out in a couple of days, it will go bad. What's the point of keeping it?" The skinny old man nodded and said, "Yes, young man, you are lucky. Follow me." Lin Feng followed the old man to the back of the house. The old man said, "I have a small cart here. Go in and bring out some more meat. We can push the meat out together." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, sir." The old man waved his hand and said, "We two old people can't eat this meat. It will go bad sooner or later. There's no point in keeping it. But you're really amazing. There are zombies everywhere outside, and you dare to run outside. You must be quite capable, right? We heard gunshots and explosions coming from number 1 middle school yesterday. You're a middle school student at your age, so do you know what's going on? Lin Feng didn't want to get involved, so he lied. I don't know. I stayed at home yesterday. The old man answered and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, the two walked to the door of a cold storage. The old man opened the door of the cold storage, and a gust of cold air hit him in the face. Lin Feng shuddered, and goosebumps appeared on his arms under his clothes. He looked into the cold storage, and the walls of the cold storage were covered with white frost. About 10 meters away from the door of the cold storage, there was a pile of frozen meat, from the ground to the roof. The old man said, "You go in and move the meat. Bring it to the door, and I'll get the cart." Lin Feng didn't think much and walked into the cold storage. He was about to put on his sunglasses and turn into a zombie. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the cold storage was closed from the outside by the old man. With a click, the door was locked again, and the cold storage was suddenly plunged into darkness. It was bad. I was deceived. These two old people actually wanted to harm me. If the door was accidentally closed, it would be excusable, but being locked was definitely intentional. Lin Feng felt his way to the door of the cold storage and pushed it. The cold metal door was locked and felt icy cold to the touch. There was no response when he pushed it. His zombie form had a strength of more than 10,000 pounds, so he was not afraid of not being able to break the metal door. After groping around in the cold storage for a while, Lin Feng was shivering from the cold. He quickly transformed into a zombie, and the coldness on his body subsided. Zombies can see in the dark, and the darkness before their eyes dissipated like daylight. Lin Feng walked to the door of the cold storage and wanted to smash it open. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he found that his movements were stiff and slow. Oops, he didn't expect that the zombies' strength and speed would be reduced so much when they were cold. They felt not much different from his own human form. Before the joy of advancement faded, I was hit in the face by reality. If I were still that ordinary middle school student, I would definitely die this time. I have to be more careful in the future and don't let myself get into trouble. However, the zombie form is not afraid of the cold. At least it will not be frozen to death, but Lin Feng himself can't go out. I don't know how long these two old bastards will lock me up. I don't know how worried my family will be about me. If I stay in the house for a few more days, the family will run out of food. Lin Feng thought about it, curled up at the door, and pretended to be frozen to death. The old man outside locked the door of the cold storage and smiled grimly. This young man is still too naive. The old lady also came out of the house. Her face was no longer kind, and she smiled wickedly and said, "Now our grandson has something to eat." The old man said, "Let's go and give our grandson some milk first and see if he wants to drink it." The two walked to a nearby doorway with paper doors and windows, opened the small window on the door, and threw a bottle of children's milk in. "My dear grandson, go drink some milk. This is the baby milk you love the most." A little boy of 4 or 5 years old who was standing with his back to the door in the room suddenly turned around and rushed towards the small window. His eyes were all white. This child turned out to be a zombie. The old man sighed. "My dear grandson has turned into a zombie. He doesn't like to drink milk anymore. He likes to eat people. We have to catch a few people for him to eat." The old lady narrowed one eye, her old face twisted into a ball, and said sinisterly, "After a while, when the kid in the cold storage can't move, drag him out and throw him into the house for our grandson to play with." The old man shook his head. The boy is only 17 or 18 years old, and he is very energetic. A little freezing won't do him any harm. We have to wait until night, then drag him out and feed him to our grandson. Old man, take it easy. You froze that little girl to death last time. Our grandson doesn't even like to eat anymore. Not this time. The two old men showed evil smiles at the same time. The old lady seemed to suddenly remember something. This young man came here on a tricycle. I saw there was a lot of food on his tricycle. It's not good to always eat meat. Let's go get all the food in. The two men walked to the door and looked at the tricycle outside. At the same time, they also discovered 2 zombies that had wandered over at some point in time. What bad luck. The old man complained and didn't dare to go out. The day passed quickly and night was about to fall. Lin family. Cough cough. Lin Feng's father, Lin Dailyi, coughed up blood. "I have internal bleeding. I may not live long." Without medical treatment, he no longer had any hope of survival, and his only hope was that his wife and children could survive. Lin Feng's mother Wang Fong held her husband's hand and cried. Father Lin patted his wife's hand gently and said, "Alas, in the end times, people's hearts are all evil. Without the constraints of law and morality, bad people have become demons. After I am gone, you must learn from this lesson. Be careful and live well. Father Lin turned his head and looked out the window. His life was about to disappear, just like the setting sun pressing on the horizon outside the window. He had done his best in this life and had no regrets. He was just an ordinary person with little education. He had used all his abilities to make his family live a well-off life. Ahem. When Xiaofeng left, he said he would be back in the morning. Why hasn't he come back yet? Did something happen to him? Thinking of her husband who was seriously injured and her son who had not returned, Lin's mother began to sob softly again. Mom and Dad, don't worry. My brother is very strong. He will definitely come back. Lin, who was lying on the bed next to him with his arms fixed with a wooden board, said weakly. Mother Lin wiped her tears and nodded. Yes, Xiaofeng will definitely come back. As the sun was about to set, the white-haired old lady urged the old man. Hurry up and drag the man out of the cold storage. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything all day and can't stand the cold. He might freeze to death in a while. If he freezes to death, what will our grandson eat? The skinny old man nodded, went to the back of the house and opened the door of the cold storage, and saw Lin Feng curled up on the ground at the door of the cold storage. The old man smiled, pulled Lin Feng's collar, and dragged him out of the cold storage like a dead dog. Lin Feng did not move, waiting to be dragged out. After leaving the cold storage for a few seconds, the coldness on Lin Feng's body dissipated, and his physical strength recovered quickly. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up, hugged the skinny old man, covered his mouth, strangled him unconscious, and went into the house to find the white-haired old lady. The white-haired old lady wanted to shout when she saw Lin Feng, but was knocked unconscious by Lin Feng's punch. After finding a rope to tie up the two old guys, Lin Feng searched the entire courtyard and found the room that was covered tightly with paper. He tore open a piece of paper and saw the little boy who had turned into a zombie, with the body of a little girl next to him. With some guesses in mind, Lin Feng poured a basin of cold water on them to wake them up. The white-haired old lady burst into tears as soon as she woke up. Wow, young man, this is all a misunderstanding. Didn't I ask the old man to let you out? The skinny old man rolled his eyes and said, Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. I saw you were carrying an axe and thought you were a bad guy who wanted to steal the meat. So I locked you up in the cold storage. Later, the old woman tried to dissuade us, saying that you didn't look like a bad guy, so we decided to let you out. Lin Feng asked expressionlessly, Really? The two old men kept nodding their heads. That's right. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Feng asked again, Does your grandson like the milk I brought? The two old men looked at each other and nodded with a smile at the same time. My grandson said it's really delicious. He also wants to play with the kind uncle who delivers milk. Why don't you come into the house and take a look at our grandson? He's a good boy, and you'll definitely like playing with him. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't like playing with naughty kids, so you two elders should play with him. As he said that, Lin Feng picked up the two of them and threw them into the zombie boy's room. Ah! The zombies roared excitedly in the room. The zombie boy pounced on them and bit them. He hadn't eaten for a long time, so he feasted on the two old men. The two old men struggled and screamed for a while, and then there was no sound. Soon the two old men turned into zombies. After the two people inside turned into zombies, Lin Feng went in and knocked them all down with a fire axe, took out the crystal core, and absorbed their blood energy. This place has a cold storage with dozens of tons of frozen meat. Lin Feng would make good use of this place in the future, so he prepared to clean it up. He carried the bodies of two zombies and went out to throw them away. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a boy of about 12 or 13 pointing a gun at me. The little boy had a bloody bayonet stuck in his waist. Lin Feng glanced at the two zombies on the ground that had just been stabbed to death and thought to himself that this little boy was quite powerful. The little boy pointed at his gun and trembled a little. Did you kill these two old thieves? Lin Feng was in zombie form and unable to speak. The little boy pointed a gun at him, posing a threat to him. He had no intention of transforming into a human form, so he could only nod silently. The little boy asked again, Have you seen my sister? Lin Feng thought about it and thought that he might be talking about the murdered little girl inside. So Lin Feng pointed inside the house. The little boy walked around Lin Feng and ran into the house. After throwing away the two zombie corpses, Lin Feng returned to the house. Woo woo! The little boy found his sister's broken body and squatted on the ground crying loudly. After crying twice, he fell to the ground. Lin Feng went over, picked up the little boy and felt his breath. He was not dead, but just fainted. He put the bayonet on the little boy aside, picked up the pistol on the ground and checked it. The gun is indeed a real gun, but there are no bullets. Lin Feng then felt relieved to transform into human form. It seemed that the evolution level of his human body also needed to be improved. Switching from his powerful zombie form to his human form without his superpowers made him feel insecure. I pinched the little boy's philtrum to wake him up and fed him some water. The little boy gradually woke up. Lin Feng opened another box of 8 treasure porridge for him. When the little boy smelled the fragrance of the porridge, his stomach growled twice. He took the porridge and swallowed it in big gulps. It seemed that he had not eaten for a long time. Lin Feng opened 2 more bags of bread and handed them to him. As the little boy was eating, he started crying again. Wow, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of my sister. How did my sister die? Lin Feng stated his own speculation. The grandsons of these 2 old men turned into zombies, and they looked for living people to feed the zombies. I was also tricked by them, and was almost frozen to death in the cold storage. Your sister must have been tricked by them, but she didn't turn into a zombie. She was probably locked in a cold storage and froze to death. Don't be too sad. I killed them all, and your sister's revenge has been avenged. When the little boy heard that his sister had frozen to death, he thought that such a well-behaved girl like his sister could have been killed in such a cruel way. His tears couldn't stop flowing. Woo woo, I have no relatives anymore. Lin Feng let him cry for a while to vent his emotions, then patted his shoulder and said to him, Don't cry, live well. Your relatives must want you to live well. Lin Feng left some food for him and was about to leave with the remaining food. When the little boy saw him leaving, he immediately stood up and grabbed his hand. Where are you going? Lin Feng looked back at him and said, I want to go home. I have family members to protect. The little boy stared at him and asked weakly, Can you take me with you? Lin Feng thought about it and shook his head. My home is quite far from here. I can still go back alone, but I can't go back if I take you with me. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the little boy still did not let go, just staring at Lin Feng. I am very capable, and I will never be a burden to you. Lin Feng said to him helplessly, You stay here for a few days. After I clean up the zombies at my house, I will come to pick you up. Afraid that he would not believe him, Lin Feng kept all the remaining food. The little boy's eyes lit up. Brother, will you come to see me tomorrow? Lin Feng touched his head and nodded. I will definitely come to see you tomorrow. Lin Feng helped him bury his sister and told him to lock the door before riding away on his tricycle. It was already night, with only a few street lights lit sporadically along the road. Lin Feng was afraid that his family would worry too much, so he pedaled very hard and did not search for food anymore. 20 minutes later, he went downstairs, took out 3 pistols and several magazines from the car, hid the tricycle, and hurried upstairs. With a click, Lin Feng opened the door and entered the house, just in time to see his mother cleaning up the messy living room. The shocking pool of blood on the ground gave him a bad feeling. When Wang Feng saw her son coming back, she rushed over and hugged him. Woo woo, Xiaofeng, you're finally back. Your dad is dying. The bad guys broke in and beat up your father and brother and took away all the food. Woo woo. Lin Feng's heart trembled, but he pretended to be calm, patted his mother's back and said, I'm back. Everything is fine. Take me to see my father and brother. Mother took Lin Feng upstairs. Father Lin Dalai and younger brother Lin, who were lying on the duplex bed on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, Lin, who was fast asleep, but his arm was broken, which would recover over time. My father Lin Dalai was not so well. He suffered internal injuries and kept vomiting blood all day. If he continued like this, he wouldn't live long. Father Lin was no longer able to speak. When he saw Lin Feng coming back, a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. A relieved smile appeared on his face. He blinked at Lin Feng, then closed his eyes tiredly. Lin Feng immediately took out the mutant crystal core and wanted to give it to his father. But after thinking about it, he put the mutated crystal core away again. The broadcast only said that eating the mutated crystal core could make one stronger, but it did not say that eating the mutated crystal core could heal injuries. As the saying goes, a weak body cannot be nourished. His father is too weak now, and he dare not try it on him. Lin Feng immediately went downstairs to find medicine for his father, but it was useless even if he found the medicine. My father's condition may require surgery, and we need to find a doctor who can perform the surgery. For Lin Feng, it is easy to find medicine, but it is difficult to find a doctor because the hospital is a place with a lot of people. The more densely populated a place is, the more serious the zombie disaster will be, the fewer survivors will be, and there may not be any living doctors. Cough cough. Just at this moment, a violent coughing sound came from upstairs. Lin Feng and his mother ran upstairs again. Father Lin coughed up a lot of blood, staining his bedding red. Father Lin's face turned rosy as if he had regained his consciousness, and he was able to speak again. Don't worry about me. After I leave, everything in the family will be decided by Xiaofeng. He held Lin Feng's hand. You must live well with your mother and brother. Wow, Dad, you can't die. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have kicked the bad guy. Lin, who also woke up and threw himself on his father, crying. Lin Feng's tears flowed uncontrollably, and he was so heartbroken that he couldn't speak. Scenes from the past came to my mind. My family was poor when I was a child, and my father did all kinds of hard work to support my brother and me in school. During the dog days of summer, he rode his bicycle out to sell popsicles. He was reluctant to eat just one himself, but when he came back, he remembered to leave one for each of his two brothers. In the hot summer, I went out to move bricks, and my hands were rubbed with blisters by the hot bricks, but I was unwilling to spend money to buy a pair of better gloves. Chapter 10: Crystal Core Effect. My father's injury can't be delayed any longer. Lin Feng took the scissors next to him and cut his brother's arm. Lin, who felt pain, and asked, Ouch, brother. What are you doing? Lin Feng took out a few mutant crystal cores and handed them to Lin, who, Take them and try to see if the mutant crystal cores can heal your injuries. Lin, who understood immediately that his brother was testing the medicine on himself. He swallowed the mutant crystal core directly into his mouth. The wound on his hand began to heal visibly. There was hope. Lin Feng quickly took out 10 mutant crystal cores from his pocket and stuffed them into his father's mouth, saying anxiously, Dad, eat these mutant crystal cores quickly. They can save your life. When Father Lin heard about the mutated crystal core, he recalled the comfortable feeling and his eyes lit up. The entrance of the mutated crystal core turned into a stream of energy, flowing into Lin's father's limbs and bones, repairing his damaged internal organs. Father Lin felt so good that he immediately felt full of strength, and the severe pain in his abdomen was also relieved a lot. There was no longer that feeling of being about to die, and the energy in my body seemed to disappear after entering my abdomen. Father Lin realized that he might not have eaten enough, and his body had not fully recovered. He perked up and asked immediately, It works. Xiaofeng, any more? Give me some more. And more. Lin Feng took out 10 more mutant crystal cores from his pocket and put them into his father's mouth. Another refreshing energy enters the body. Well, Father Lin started moaning again. After groaning, he lay on the bed, gasping violently. Another minute later, Father Lin sat up and felt that all his injuries were healed. He walked around the room twice, his steps noticeably lighter, and he seemed several years younger. This mutant crystal core is truly amazing. It healed so quickly. Mother Lin rushed forward with tears in her eyes and hugged Father Lin. Wow, old man, you scared me to death. If you die, how can I live? Father Lin pushed her down to sit on the bed and said, all right, I'm fine now. Don't curse me anymore. Mother Lin laughed and punched Father Lin twice. You old fool. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his father was fine. Lin, who looked at his father, who was jumping around in life, and then looked at his own arm, which was clamped by the wooden board. Brother, do you have any more mutant crystal cores? Give me a few more. The wound on my arm hasn't healed yet. Lin Feng took out 10 mutant crystal cores and handed them to his brother. This time, Lin's father and mother didn't say anything. Lin, who threw 10 mutant crystal cores into his mouth. The mutated crystal core entered his mouth and turned into a refreshing energy, which traveled throughout his body and finally merged into his injured arm, causing waves of tingling in his arm. Lin, who removed the wooden board from his arm and moved his arm. It's amazing. The injury is almost healed. I just don't dare to use too much force. Brother, give me a few more. This time, Lin Feng gave him 40 mutant crystal cores at once. Take 10 at a time. Don't take too much at once. Lin Feng took out another 30 pills and handed them to his father. Dad, consolidate them again. Father Lin was a little surprised, thinking, how many zombies did Xiaofeng kill in one night? He got so many mutant crystal cores. He didn't ask any more questions and started eating the mutant crystal core again. When he got to the 5th batch, he took out the 2 undigested mutant crystal cores in his mouth and said, I can't seem to eat any more after eating 48. I can't digest them anymore. Looking at my younger brother, he ate 50 mutant crystal cores without any indigestion. Lin Feng took out another 50 mutant crystal cores and handed them to his brother. Keep eating, and see how much you eat before you become indigestible. Lin, who did not refuse, and ate 10 pills at a time. When he had eaten the 102nd pill, he also had indigestion. I can't eat anymore. I feel like my body is full of energy and I can't digest it for a while. Eating this is like eating a stone. At this time, Lin Hu and Lin's father both felt hot and wanted to vent. The two men got on the ground and started doing push-ups and various other exercises to vent their excess energy. Lin Feng took out another 50 mutant crystal cores and handed them to his mother. Mom, you can eat them too. Don't worry about any side effects. Eating them can improve your physical fitness. If our whole family eats 1,000 of them and all become first-level evolvers, will we still have to worry about being bullied? Mother Lin hesitated for a moment, then ate 10 pills as well. She also felt the long-lost sense of comfort and the feeling of her body becoming younger. When she had taken 41 pills, her body was saturated and could not absorb any more. Then he also started doing push-ups on the ground like Lin's father. After exercising for a while, Lin's father and mother looked at each other, and sparks seemed to fly in their eyes. Mother Lin got up and took Father Lin back to the bedroom to exercise. Lin Feng took out 3 pistols and several magazines and placed them on the table on the second floor. Click, click. Remove the magazine and fill it with bullets. Pistol? Where did you get it, brother? It happened at number 1 middle school. Yesterday, a rescue team with guns went there, but unfortunately they were unable to defeat the zombies and were completely wiped out. Huzi, do you know where the group of people who injured you and your father today live? Hearing this, Lin Hu jumped up and said, they don't live far away. They live in room 402 downstairs. Wang's family is from that building, but they have more people, including 4 big men. We 2 brothers may not be able to defeat them. Click. Lin Feng loaded the pistol magazine. What are you afraid of? We have guns. He handed the pistol to his brother. Let's go downstairs later. You kill all 4 of them with your gun, and I'll deal with the zombies attracted by the gunfire. Do you dare? Lin Hu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I dare you. I have seen through it. Some people deserve to die more than zombies. If it weren't for the mutant crystal core you brought back this time, my dad would have died. Okay, I'll go downstairs and smash the door lock with a fire axe, and you open the door and shoot inside. You may not be able to shoot accurately the first time you use a gun. There are 12 bullets in the gun. When they are all used up, don't worry about whether you hit the target or not. Just run home and leave the rest to me. Do you hear me? Remember, run away when you run out of bullets, and don't cause me any trouble. Lin Hu nodded. He now trusted Lin Feng very much. Lin Feng was not as strong as him before, but somehow he became stronger. Just by looking at the number of mutant crystal cores he took out just now, one could tell how many zombies he had killed on this trip. Lin Feng also wanted to train his younger brother. In this last days, if you are not ruthless, you will be bullied by others. The 2 brothers went downstairs to tell their parents and reached the door of their parents' bedroom. I heard some snapping sounds coming from inside. The 2 brothers looked at each other. Their parents were exercising vigorously, so the 2 brothers did not disturb them. After all, it would probably take less than a minute for them to go downstairs and fire a few shots before coming back up. Lin Feng put on sunglasses, opened the door and walked out. Lin Hu held the gun tightly and followed him carefully. Arrived downstairs at room 402. Lin Feng put his ear to the door and heard several people chatting in the living room. The old lady upstairs stews really delicious meat. I'm craving it again. I think you are so hungry that you want to eat the meat of that old lady. Hearing this, Lin Feng almost exploded with anger. What a bunch of people whose deaths are not worth it. Lin Feng nodded to his brother behind him. Don't beat them to death later, just hit their legs. Don't let these scum die so easily. Then, Lin Feng turned into a zombie and swung the fire axe at the door lock. With a clang, the door lock was smashed into pieces by an axe. When the door was pulled, it opened with a loud noise, leaving only a palm-wide gap. It turned out there was a chain inside. Lin Feng exerted force suddenly, and with a snap, the chain was broken. The 4 people in the room all looked towards the door. Lin Hu's eyes were red. He raised his hand and pointed the gun at the 4 people. Chapter 11. It's all here. When Boss Wang saw that Lin Hu had a gun, he turned pale with fright. Don't be impulsive, little brother. Firing a gun will attract zombies. It was our fault during the day, and we were just planning to return all the food to you. As he said this, he took out a bag of food and said, Look, the food is all packed. While he was speaking, Wang Lauer and his men reached out secretly for their weapons. After what happened during the day, Lin Hu no longer believed their lies and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. 8 shots fired in succession. The 4 brothers of the Wang family were shot once in each of their 8 thighs, leaving 8 bloody holes, and fell to the ground wailing. Ouch, that hurts so much. My bones are broken, little bastard. I will fight you to the death. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't realize Xiaohu had a talent for shooting. He could shoot so accurately on his first try. It was the first time that Lin Hu shot someone, and his face turned pale. After shooting, he stood there motionless, wanting to help his brother fight off the zombies. Lin Feng turned into a zombie, unable to speak, and pushed Lin Hu hard. Lin Hu understood and didn't want to disrupt his brother's plan, so he hurried back home. After opening the door and entering the house, I saw that my parents were already wearing pajamas and came to the living room. I guess they were awakened by the gunshots downstairs. Lin Hu was a little nervous and wanted to find someone to talk to, so he spoke first. "Mom and Dad, are you done with your exercise?" Father Lin blushed, and Mother Lin smoothed her hair. "Your father is very close now after the exercise. Where is your brother? What were you doing?" Lin Hu turned off the safety of his pistol. "My brother got the gun and took me downstairs to seek revenge. The 4 brothers of the Wang family all had their legs broken by my gun. My brother is outside fending off the zombies attracted by the gunshots. You have a gun. Why don't you come downstairs and help your brother? My brother told me to come up after the fight. Besides, we can't shoot anymore. The sound of gunfire will attract more zombies." Father Lin hugged Mother Lin and said, "Let's just wait at home. Xiaofeng knows what to do." Outside, Lin Feng allowed a group of zombies to rush in. "Fuck. Zombies. Run." The 4 brothers of the Wang family could no longer run. They dragged their injured legs and crawled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood. At the critical moment of life and death, the 4 brothers of the Wang family began to fight among themselves, and the eldest brother Wang pulled the 4th brother Wang, who was crawling in front, behind him. "Ah, brother you." Wang Laosi was overwhelmed by zombies, and Wang Laodao didn't live for many seconds either. Soon the 4 brothers were eaten by zombies and turned into 4 ugly, broken zombies. Kill the zombies in 402, and then chop down all the zombies that rush up, all the way to the 1st floor. With the dim light, one could see a large number of zombies rushing towards them, at least 200 or 300 of them. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the building and killed all the zombies that wanted to rush in. The fire axe in my hand, which had been used for several days, had become blunt. For Lin Feng, it doesn't matter whether he has a fire axe or not. Now he could easily smash the zombies' heads with his hands. But if I use my hands, I won't be able to keep the clothes that cover my whole body. We still need to get some handy tools, preferably the kind that can be inserted into the zombie's head and then pulled out to bring out the mutant crystal core. He already had an idea in his mind, an iron pestle with a grooved tip. If you have this tool, it will be much faster than killing all the zombies yourself and then digging out the crystal cores one by one. This time, my father was injured and all the family members ate the mutant crystal core. Having personally experienced the benefits of mutant crystal cores, he now urgently needs to improve his efficiency and obtain more mutant crystal cores. He wants to upgrade all his family members to 1st level evolvers. Now that my family members have the ability to protect themselves, they can feel more at ease when they go out. But for now, he still had to use a fire axe to kill the zombies. In fact, using a fire axe to kill zombies was not slow. In the past, he used one axe at a time, but now, he chopped down a piece at a time. All I could hear was the continuous sound of puff, puff, puff. None of the large number of zombies that rushed over could walk into the unit door behind them. After a while, the corpses of the zombies around him had piled up into a small hill, and all the zombies attracted by the gunfire were killed by him. The next step is to take the mutated crystal core and absorb blood energy. The harvest tonight was good, and a total of 312 mutant crystal cores were obtained. Throw the zombie bodies into the community flower beds. After purifying the harvested mutant crystal cores and carrying the guns and ammunition on the tricycle, Lin Feng went upstairs and went home. When I pushed the door open and entered the house, I saw my father, mother, and younger brother sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for me. Lin Feng piled the guns and ammunition he brought with him on the ground. Mother Lin asked, "Where are the 4 brothers of the Wang family?" Lin Feng took out 4 mutant crystal cores, spread out his hands and said, "They are all neatly arranged here." Mother Lin remained silent. Elder Lin was very relieved. It's a good kill. If this scum doesn't die sooner, it will harm more people. Lin Feng took off his coat stained with corpse blood again. Hu Zi, you should organize and put away these weapons and ammunition on the ground. You shot well today. It seems that you are quite talented in this area. Think about it when you have nothing to do. I will find someone who can use a gun to teach you in a few days. Lin's mother said, he has liked guns since he was a child. I don't know how many water guns and plastic bullet guns he bought. I felt bad at the time, but now I think the money was well spent. Seeing Lin Feng's energetic appearance, Father Lin showed a worried look on his face. Xiao Feng, you are busy all day and night and have no time to sleep. This can't go on. Look at those people who died suddenly on the internet. They are more energetic the busier they are, which is similar to your current state. Lin Feng then realized that he had not rested for 2 days and 3 nights, but he did not feel tired at all. It might be because zombies were tireless and he was in zombie form most of the time. But it's hard to tell my parents about this. Lin Feng looked at the clock on the wall. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Then let's rest now. I have cleaned up the inside and outside of the building. It should be quiet tonight. Mother Lin said, yes. My mood has been so up and down today that my heart almost couldn't take it. Let's all go to bed early. After that, Lin Feng took a hot bath. Looking at the hot water spraying from the shower head, Lin Feng was in a trance and thought that everything was just a dream. He still had to go to school tomorrow morning and eat the little bear biscuits bought by his girlfriend. I don't want to think about these unnecessary things. After taking a shower, Lin Feng lay on the bed and began to plan for the future. The days of water and power outages are not far away, so you should prepare yourself early. New Taipei City is a city with a population of 1 million. If we can find 10,000 survivors from all walks of life, then all systems of the city can function normally. The normal operation of the hydropower system is the guarantee of human life. It is autumn now and winter is not far away. If there are too many people, the food in the city will not be enough for a few days, and we will have to harvest the mid-autumn festival food in the fields. In winter, we still have to find ways to keep the heating system running. Ultimately, I just want my family to live well, and preferably live the life before the end of the world. The prerequisite for doing these things is that you have the strength to crush all zombies and human survivors in the city. The next goal is to upgrade one's human body to a first-level evolver and one's zombie body to a second-level zombie as quickly as possible. Chapter 12 Titan Crawlers. Thinking of becoming stronger, Lin Feng took out the 312 mutant crystal cores he had harvested tonight. He counted 50 and threw them into his mouth. The entrance of the mutated crystal core turned into energy and rushed into his body, improving his physical fitness in all aspects. The restless power made him feel excited, and now Lin Feng couldn't sleep even more. He lifted up the quilt, stood up, and practiced boxing in the bedroom. The boxing technique he practiced was the basic one that the instructor taught him during military training. This is a style of boxing popularized by all the people of Dragon Country, used to replace radio gymnastics, but most people forget it after learning it. Lin Feng had a dream of becoming a martial artist since he was a child. Before the end of the world, he practiced basic boxing techniques every day, so he always remembered it. He punched very fast, and the energy he consumed was no less than doing push-ups. After practicing for a while, he felt much better and took another 50 mutant crystal cores and threw them into his mouth. This time it is still all digested. After relieving himself for a while, he took out another 50 mutant crystal cores and threw them into his mouth, still digesting them all. My younger brother Lin, who could not digest more than 102 pills, while my father could only digest 48 pills. Lin Feng feels that the number of mutant crystal cores a person can absorb in a day determines his or her potential. The more he or she absorbs, the greater his or her potential will be, and his or her future achievements will be higher. I have absorbed 150 mutant crystal cores and still haven't reached the upper limit. It seems that my potential is greater than my brother's. This could also be the mysterious yin-yang fish pendant, the result of body modification on oneself, making oneself unique. This time, Lin Feng held the remaining 162 mutant crystal cores in his hand and threw them all into his mouth, just like eating peanuts. All the mutated crystal cores were gone, and they all turned into energy and entered his body. Lin Feng was a little surprised. After absorbing 312 mutant crystal cores, he still hadn't reached his limit. However, absorbing so much at one time still had an impact on his body. 2 streams of white air spurted out of his nose, and he felt extremely hot inside, as if he was about to explode. I looked at the clock on the wall, and it was already 1 in the morning. Lin Feng put on his clothes and turned into a zombie. The restlessness in his body was alleviated a lot, but still did not disappear. He opened the window, jumped out, closed it again, and then climbed to the roof. He ran a few steps on the roof and jumped up, jumping onto an adjacent residential building 10 meters away. When he landed, he rolled forward, ran a few steps, and jumped onto another building, and soon he was out of the community. After running on the road for a while, he arrived at another residential area and started jumping around on the buildings again. The wind whistled in his ears, blowing up the few strands of his hair. He felt extremely happy and roared, "Ah!" He wondered how many survivors would have sleepless night. It took only 10 minutes to run in a straight line to the number 1 middle school in the small town. Even though it had been grabbed by Lin Feng many times, The #1 middle school campus was still the place with the highest density of zombies nearby. Lin Feng found a new fire axe and a musical instrument, a gong, in the school's logistics department. This is good stuff. He walked to the center of the school playground with the gong, holding the gong in his left hand and the gong hammer in his right hand, and started beating it clang clang clang. The clanging sound of gongs could be heard from far away in the quiet night. Zombies from all over the school ran towards the center of the playground. The sound of glass shattering was heard, and countless zombies broke through the glass and jumped down from the upper floor and rushed towards Lin Feng. When the dense zombie group rushed to Lin Feng, they were squeezed to the ground. The zombies that arrived first were stepped on by other zombies, and the pile of zombies became higher and higher. Lin Feng simply jumped onto the pile of zombies and continued to beat the gong. After knocking for about 2 minutes, Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw that no zombies were rushing towards him. He put away the gong and took out the fire axe behind him. At this moment, the playground was filled with densely packed zombies, and the zombies under his feet were piled up to 5 or 6 meters high. It was initially estimated that there were at least 4,000 zombies on the playground. Lin Feng was shocked. When the school held sports meets in the past, the playground was not so lively. Time was short and the task was heavy, and he wanted to go back without realizing it in the morning. Without hesitation, he swung the fire axe and started working. On the playground, the sound of fire axes smashing heads continued for 3 hours until around 4 o'clock in the morning, when it stopped when it got light. At this moment, the playground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Lin Feng changed his strategy this time and did not kill while digging out crystal cores to absorb blood energy. Instead, he killed all the zombies first, then dug out the mutant crystal cores to absorb blood energy. So far, he has only completed the first step, killing all the zombies on the playground. Then he began to dig out the mutant crystal cores one by one to absorb blood energy. An hour later, Lin Feng touched his bulging bag, and a ferocious smile appeared on the pale zombie's face. Half of the work was done. 2,000 mutant crystal cores were obtained, and the blood of 2,000 zombies could be absorbed. This time the harvest was fruitful. Just when Lin Feng was feeling proud, he suddenly felt a palpitation and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the roof of the teaching building, where a huge monster over 2 meters tall was lying. This is a powerful zombie, although there are not many traces of humanity on his body. His hands had mutated to be as thick as his legs, with sickle-like bone spurs on them. Even when he was on all fours, he was more than 2 meters tall. Somehow, a word popped up in Lin Feng's mind: Titan Crawler. It has the defense and strength of a Titan, with the speed of a crawler. With a whoosh, the Titan Crawler jumped up from the teaching building. Bang! A big hole with a radius of 5 meters was smashed on the flat ground of the playground. Lin Feng, who was 100 meters away, could feel the ground shaking beneath his feet. After the Titan Crawler landed, all 4 of its limbs moved, and it arrived in front of Lin Feng in a few seconds. Lin Feng was on guard carefully, wondering if the unspoken rule of the zombie world of not killing one's own kind was still effective on this Titan Crawler. The Titan Crawler walked up to Lin Feng, stared at him with eyes as big as fists, and communicated with Lin Feng mentally through his eyes. Lin Feng seemed to understand the meaning in his eyes, and he was questioning himself why he killed so many of his own kind. Lin Feng didn't know how to answer. He didn't master this communication skill. When the Titan Crawler saw that Lin Feng did not respond to him, he seemed even more angry, and he used one of his front paws to spring towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly blocked it with a fire axe. Bang! Lin Feng was flung 4 or 5 meters away and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Feng was not injured. He felt that the Titan Crawler had no intention of killing him. It just wanted to teach him a lesson. Lin Feng could feel that this Titan Crawler was a second-level one, and its combat power was much stronger than his own. It's only been a few days since the end of the world, and no one knows how it evolved to the second level. Although it can communicate with itself, its IQ seems to be very low, like that of a 2-year-old child. The Titan Crawler took a step forward to Lin Feng and continued to communicate with him through his eyes. Don't kill your own kind anymore. Only by eating those flesh and blood can we become stronger. This time, the Titan Crawler accepted the fact that Lin Feng could not communicate and treated him as one of those low-level zombies. It hooked its front paw at Lin Feng and turned away. Lin Feng immediately understood that it wanted to take him as its younger brother and let him follow it. Lin Feng was also very curious about where this somewhat intelligent Titan Crawler would take him, so he followed it. Titan Crawlers took a few steps and saw Lin Feng catching up. He nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 13: Sneak Attack. The Titan Crawlers sped up, with Lin Feng following closely behind it. 2 minutes later, They entered a rather solemn and imposing building complex. Lin Feng was stunned. Isn't this the City Lord's mansion? At the front of the building complex is the service hall of the City Lord's mansion. There were 3 big words spray-painted on the wall of the service hall: Safe Zone. Seeing these 3 words, Lin Feng immediately thought of the rescue team that was destroyed in the school. They had mentioned the safe zone. Could it be here? Titan crawlers took Lin Feng into the service hall. Seeing the scene in the service hall, even though he was in zombie form, Lin Feng still felt a ball of anger rising in his chest and an uncontrollable surge of blood. He clenched his fists unconsciously. In the service hall, the walls were filled with human skulls, including those of children, the elderly, and mostly young men and women. Fear and despair were written all over the lifeless faces. Titan crawler sensed the change in Lin Feng's mood and felt a little proud. He continued to communicate with his eyes. This is my collection. I ate their bodies and left their heads as a souvenir. Only by eating them can I become stronger. There are at least 5 or 6,000 human heads in the hall, which shows how ferocious this Titan crawler is. Lin Feng had never eaten a human before, so he didn't know how much a zombie's strength would increase after eating a person. The oppressive feeling coming from the second-level zombies made him dare not act rashly. The only thing that makes him stronger than this Titan crawler is probably his brains. Lin Feng decided to hold back a little longer and see what the Titan crawlers would do next. After showing Lin Feng his collection, Titan crawlers led Lin Feng back to school and walked step by step towards the supermarket where Li Weiwei was hiding. With every step he took, Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he had a bad feeling. Approaching the supermarket, Titan crawler smashed the glass door covered with pages of exercise books with one claw. With a crack, the door of the supermarket shattered into pieces. Li Weiwei, who was sitting in the supermarket, screamed and covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Seeing the monster outside the door, she couldn't help but tremble, and tears rolled down her eyes. Every day she hoped that person would push open the door of the supermarket and rescue him. Unexpectedly, the one that broke into the door was a monster. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that this monster is much stronger than ordinary zombies. After hiding for so many days, he was still eaten by zombies in the end. These days she forced herself not to think about all the sad things. What appeared most in her memory was the back of him standing at the entrance of the supermarket, holding an automatic rifle to resist the zombies. The thought of that figure gave her a sense of security. She knew that the person who saved her that day was Lin Feng, a classmate of the same grade, but she never waited for Lin Feng to take her away. Lin Feng stared blankly at Li Weiwei in the supermarket. After so many days, Li Weiwei still kept herself clean and tidy, with her injured right foot wrapped in gauze. The supermarket was also cleaned up, and the garbage was sealed and neatly placed aside. From these details, Lin Feng felt how much she wanted to survive. Perhaps she had been waiting for him to rescue her. Lin Feng kept reminding himself in his heart that he could not be a saint in the last days. Li Weiwei had saved him, and he had brought her into this supermarket, so he had also saved her. They were even now. This time, he had no obligation and no need to take the risk to save her. He brainwashed himself over and over again, but he felt more and more depressed. The Titan crawler communicated with Lin Feng through his eyes. You, go bite it to death and drag it over here. It's delicious. I think highly of you, and will leave half for you. Lin Feng trembled all over and looked at Li Weiwei, who was in tears. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked towards Li Weiwei. When Li Weiwei saw the zombies next to the monster walking towards her, she instinctively stepped back, but the supermarket was so small that there was nowhere to hide. Li Weiwei's face gradually turned pale. Lin Feng walked to the entrance of the supermarket, gave Li Weiwei a smile that he thought was very charming, pulled out the fire axe from his waist, and pretended to chop Li Weiwei. The Titan crawler dug the ground twice with its front paws. It thought that Lin Feng's actions were unnecessary, so it would just rush up and bite him, which would be much easier. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng turned around and chopped the Titan crawler's neck with an axe. Phew! The Titan crawlers were caught off guard, and Lin Feng once again gave it his all. A foot-long cut was made on the Titan crawler's neck, and black blood mixed with the broken larynx sprayed all over Lin Feng's body and face. Li Weiwei was shocked by this scene and was at a loss. This zombie did not attack her. Was he protecting herself? Why was he protecting himself? Li Weiwei looked at the zombie carefully and found a yin-yang fish pattern on the zombie's chest. "Oh, Lin Feng howled, and felt his thoughts become clear, and he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Damn it, I was so impulsive. I'm only a teenager, at the age of full blood, and I was really impulsive today. Ayo. The Titan crawler let out an earth-shaking roar and slapped Lin Feng with one claw. Lin Feng blocked it with his fire axe. With a bang, he was knocked flying more than 10 meters away, hit the wall of the teaching building, and slid down. The Titan crawler rushed towards Lin Feng again without waiting for Lin Feng to land, and scratched Lin Feng's head with the bone spurs on its front claws. Lin Feng used his hands to gain leverage from the wall and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. The Titan crawler followed closely behind and bit Lin Feng's head again. Lin Feng turned his head to avoid it, and his shoulder and neck were bitten by the Titan crawler. It made a sharp sound and tore off a large piece of flesh and blood. Lin Feng took the opportunity to rush into the teaching building. Gulp! The Titan crawler swallowed Lin Feng's flesh and blood in 2 mouthfuls and stretched out its 1-meter-long tongue to lick the corner of its mouth. He's delicious too. Titan crawler's eyes lit up, and he rushed into the teaching building. As soon as the Titan crawler entered the door, Lin Feng jumped down from the roof where he was hiding and chopped the Titan crawler on the forehead with an axe. The Titan crawler roared and slammed into the wall before Lin Feng could pull out the axe. Crack! Lin Feng felt that all his ribs on the left were broken, and his entire left chest collapsed completely. But this time, the axe was inserted deeper, and the Titan crawler shook its big head hard, trying to shake off the axe. Lin Feng took the opportunity to rush to the door and ran upstairs. The Titan crawlers hated Lin Feng so much that they did not get rid of the axe on their heads and continued to chase Lin Feng. Lin Feng ran around in the classroom, and the Titan crawler was rampaging. Boom, boom. The walls of the teaching building collapsed one by one. After running to the end of this floor, Lin Feng started running upstairs again. As the chase went on, the Titan crawler thought that Lin Feng always rushed in from the front door of the classroom and out from the back door, and then ran to another classroom, which had become a habit. When Lin Feng rushed out of the third classroom, he did not run into the next classroom immediately, but hid behind the door. When the Titan crawler came out, he reached out and pierced the Titan crawler's right eye with his sharp nails. With a puff, a white translucent liquid flowed out. The Titan crawler's right eye was directly blinded. This monster has thick skin, flesh, and hard bones. I will never be its opponent if I fight it head-on. I have to use dirty tactics and slowly wear it down. 2 zombies rushed to the roof, and Lin Feng jumped to the ground again and ran into another teaching building. Although the Titan crawler has thick skin and flesh, it is not as flexible as Lin Feng. Its huge body makes it inconvenient to move in the teaching building, and it has to knock down a wall every time it passes through a door. After a few rounds, he was covered in scars. One of his eyes was blind, and the other eye was scratched by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also seriously injured, and as the blood flowed, he felt himself becoming weaker. The Titan crawler was in even worse condition, with Lin Feng's fire axe on his head. Due to the continuous high-intensity exercise, the wound on his neck had not healed and black blood was still flowing. Lin Feng has a chance of winning, and he will surely win if he runs a few more laps like this. After climbing 2 teaching buildings, Lin Feng ran into the school storage room. When he looked back, he found that the Titan crawler did not come in with him. Lin Feng looked outside and saw the Titan crawler crawling towards the small supermarket where Waywei was. Lin Feng thought to himself, oh no, the Titan crawler wanted to eat Waywei to restore its strength. Waywei had been hiding in the supermarket and dared not move. She didn't know why the other zombie attacked the monster, but she could see that the zombie wanted to save herself. I couldn't help but start to worry about the zombie's safety. She waited anxiously in the supermarket for 10 minutes. Hearing the fighting stop, she carefully walked to the entrance of the supermarket, looked around, and saw the Titan crawler walking towards her. At this moment, the Titan crawler was covered in wounds. There was a big cut on his neck with black sticky blood flowing out. One of his eyes was blind, and he had one eye squinting. There was also a fire axe on his head. He looked quite miserable. But no matter how miserable it is, it can still eat itself. Waywei thought of her father, Lin Feng, and the zombie that had just saved her for some reason. They could all fight, so why couldn't she? Can't you fight zombies without a gun? Chapter 14 Kill. The Titan crawler approached Waywei step by step. Waywei's eyes became firm and her legs stopped shaking. She slowly stood up and pulled out a tang sword from the shelf next to her. This tang sword has been sharpened and should be used by the supermarket owner for self-defense when he watches the store at night. Waywei tightly grasped the tang sword in both hands. Even if she was eaten by the monster, she had to leave a wound on it. This was the only thought in her mind at the moment. When the Titan crawler walked in front of her, a bang sound was heard in the distance, and the Titan crawler turned his head to look. Waywei took the opportunity to rush towards the Titan crawlers. The scene of practicing sword skills with my grandfather when I was a child flashed through my mind. When she was 6 years old, Waywei's grandfather asked her to pierce a can hanging from a rope with a knife. Young Waywei held the knife, and her grandfather held her hand. Waywei, you have to treat the knife as a part of your body, as an extension of your hands and feet. You have to believe that you can do it. Grandpa, I don't have enough strength. I can't pierce the can. It's okay, just keep stabbing, Grandpa will give you strength. As soon as Waywei exerted force, her grandfather followed suit, and with a stabbing sound, the knife pierced the can. Titan Crawler heard footsteps and turned his big head around. Waywei felt that everything around her disappeared, leaving only the scarlet eye of the Titan Crawler. She raised the knife with both hands and stabbed it towards the Titan Crawler's eyes. She felt as if her grandfather's big hand was holding her own hand, and she was extremely confident that she could stab it. With a puff, the Tang sword pierced into the Titan Crawler's eyes. Most of the handle was inserted, and black blood sprayed all over Waywei's body. Ouch! The Titan Crawler felt severe pain and shook its head violently. Waywei was thrown more than 10 meters away, fell on the flower bed and fainted. The moment before she fainted, she was complaining in her heart. Damn, if I had known this day would come, I would have practiced swordplay with my grandfather. Why the hell would I learn the piano? Linfeng, who was eating the mutated crystal core on the roof of the teaching building, was also shocked by Waywei's actions. I didn't realize this girl was so fierce, but I like her. The Titan Crawler was blinded and madly attacked the surrounding ground, venting its anger. The Titan Crawler sniffed and seemed to smell the scent of Waywei, so it moved towards Waywei. Seeing that Waywei was in danger, Linfeng didn't wait for any more chances. He stuffed a handful of mutant crystal cores into his mouth, raised the big hammer he had just found, and jumped down from the roof of the teaching building. The Titan Crawler couldn't see anything, so he listened carefully, then subconsciously raised his head and raised a claw. With a bang, Linfeng smashed the axe on the Titan Crawler's head with a heavy hammer, and the axe was smashed into the Titan Crawler's brain. The Titan Crawler's body trembled violently, and without even a grunt, it fell to the ground and lay motionless. Linfeng was not much better off. The bone spurs on the Titan Crawler's front claws pierced Linfeng's abdomen, and the toxins on the bone spurs corroded his body. His consciousness began to become blurred, but fortunately he had just eaten a handful of mutant crystal cores, so he managed to survive and did not lose consciousness. Linfeng grabbed the bone spur with both hands and pulled himself off it. Damn, it's a good thing that the Titan Crawler is blind. Otherwise this attack would have resulted in both of them dying. After the wound stopped bleeding, he stood up and checked the Titan Crawler lying on the ground. Linfeng followed the axes split open the Titan Crawler's skull and took out a cherry-sized mutant crystal core from it. It's surprisingly big. The mutant crystal core of an ordinary zombie is only the size of a grain of rice. This cherry-sized one should be kept for one's own human body. He was just about to put his hand on the Titan Crawler's body to absorb its energy. After thinking about it, he withdrew his hand and decided to save Waywei first. He carried Waywei to the 4th floor of the teaching building and got gauze and medical supplies from the supermarket and the school's infirmary. He gave Waywei a quick physical check. Well, every bone is in good condition. I just don't know if there are any internal injuries. However, internal injuries are easy to treat. Just eat some mutated crystal cores, and you will be fine. He took out iodine and treated the scratch on Waywei's arm first. At this time, Waywei woke up in a daze and said vaguely, Zombie brother, did you save me? Zombie brother? Could he be referring to his own zombie form? After 2 seconds, Waywei woke up completely, saw Linfeng clearly in front of her, and hugged Linfeng. Woo, why did you come just now? Linfeng began to talk nonsense. I come here every day to look at the supermarket from a distance, looking for opportunities to kill a few zombies. I just wanted to kill all the zombies in the school as soon as possible and rescue you. But there were too many zombies. I only found the opportunity today and went in to rescue you. I found you lying in the flower bed, so I took you upstairs. After saying that, Linfeng grabbed Waywei's hand and carefully applied iodine to her wound. Waywei felt particularly warm in her heart when she thought that Linfeng risked his life to come and see her every day. Which girl doesn't like to be treated gently? Waywei said sweetly with a bright smile on her pale face. Thank you for saving me today. It's okay. You saved me too. I'll get you some water. Waywei also felt thirsty, so she nodded. Linfeng left the classroom and saw Waywei treating her wounds herself without looking in his direction. He flashed into the classroom and slashed Waywei's neck with a knife. Bang! Before Li Weiwei could say much, she fainted in Lin Feng's arms. When Lin Feng was treating her wound, he was thinking about how to deal with the matter afterwards. The door of the supermarket was broken, and Li Weiwei could no longer stay in school. She had to take him home today. I can't let Li Weiwei see more of my secrets. Knocking her out is the safest way. He tied Li Weiwei to his back with gauze, carried Li Weiwei out of the teaching building, and walked to the side of the Titan crawlers. Then Lin Feng pressed his index finger on the Titan crawler's body, and an electric feeling filled his whole body. In addition to the energy, some memory fragments also entered Lin Feng's mind. In the first memory fragment, a worker was working outside the building, hanging on a rope. Lin Feng recognized the tall building. It was the brilliant office building, the tallest building in the city. The worker was working hard to dismantle a billboard. We must finish the work today, otherwise our wages will be deducted. My children are waiting for money to save their lives. At this time, black fog had begun to fall. A worker on the roof shouted, "Old Wu, let's go. The weather is a little strange." Looking at the frighteningly dark sky, he hesitated for a moment and decided to stay and finish the work. "Brothers, go back first. I'll work on it for a while. It will be finished soon. I'll go back after I finish it." Everyone else left, leaving him alone busy. It wasn't bright enough, so he turned on the light on his helmet. After a while, the black fog descended to where he was. He sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to leave. After inhaling the black mist, he felt the changes in his body, and he seemed to know that death was approaching. Thinking of his wife and children waiting for him at home, he felt a strong sense of unwillingness and regret, and his spirit collapsed instantly. Ha 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 ha, he laughed wildly, opened his mouth and madly swallowed the black mist in front of him, and then he lost consciousness. This memory is his only memory of his human identity. After he turned into a zombie, he had no idea what this memory was and just felt confused. The second memory was that after he woke up, he found himself turned into a powerful Titan crawler. After being confused for a while, driven by hunger and bloodthirsty instincts, he went hunting humans to strengthen himself. The third part is his memory of destroying the safe zone. No more memory fragments emerged after that. A minute later, the energy absorption continued. Chapter 15: Extracting Talent Abilities. Lin Feng felt that while he was absorbing energy and capturing memory fragments, he was also extracting some innate abilities from the Titan crawlers.
Awo.
Lin Feng howled with pleasure. After a while, the energy absorption stopped, and Lin Feng felt that he had the ability to control the growth of bone spurs. The Titan crawler's front claws are bone spurs and cannot be retracted. One's own bone spurs can grow when needed and retract when not needed, and can also change shape according to one's own wishes. He stretched out his hand to control the bone spur growing on his arm, imagining what the bone spur looked like. As a result, a bone spur more than 1 meter long with sharp edges and a pointed tip that flashed blue light quickly grew on the back of his hand in the direction of his fingers. It looked like a knife was tied to his arm. The dazzling blue light at the tip of the bone spur proves that the bone spur contains a deadly poison that can even paralyze zombies. The bone spurs of the Titan crawler contain this deadly poison. Lin Feng looked down at the Titan crawler on the ground, which had turned into a pile of ashes. A gust of wind blew, and it was blown away by the wind. The benefits of absorbing a high-level zombie are unmatched by absorbing any number of ordinary zombies. The increase in strength and speed is secondary, and acquiring memories is also very useful. However, the function of extracting innate abilities is simply amazing. With this ability in hand, you can walk sideways in the zombie circle. Lin Feng ran all the way to the vicinity of his neighborhood, gently put Li Weiwei down, threw away all the bandages and tattered clothes on her body, and found a new set of clothes to change into. The main purpose of doing this is to prevent Li Weiwei from associating herself with the zombie. Then he carried Li Weiwei on his back and walked to the door of his house, changed back into human form, took out the key, opened the door and went in. It was just after 7 in the morning, and my parents and younger brother were preparing to eat in the living room. When the family saw Lin Feng carrying someone in, they all stood up and came to check. Mother Lin's eyes lit up. "Isn't this Li Weiwei, the top student in your school? Why did you bring her here? Where are her family members?" Lin Feng carefully placed Li Weiwei on the sofa. Her family members all passed away in the rescue team destruction incident I mentioned last time. After that, I let her hide in a supermarket and was unable to rescue her. I ate the mutant crystal core last night and felt a little stronger. I felt more confident and brought her back early this morning. Mother Lin looked at Li Weiwei's delicate little face without a trace of blood and the bandages wrapped around her arm and asked with some concern, "Is this girl not hungry? Her face is so pale. Is the wound on her hand okay?" It's okay. It wasn't a zombie bite. Maybe she got hurt accidentally. Xiaofeng, do you have any mutant crystal cores? Give her 2 to heal her wounds. Then we can have breakfast together, and it's just a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. Lin Feng took out 10 mutant crystal cores and handed them to his mother. Mother Lin sat on the sofa, let Li Weiwei rest her head on her arms, and gently put the mutant crystal core into her mouth. Under the stimulation of the mutated crystal core energy, Li Weiwei slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the people in front of her in confusion, and finally fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why am I here? Is this your home? She clearly remembered that Lin Feng went out to get water for her, and then she was knocked unconscious. It definitely wasn't Lin Feng who knocked me out. Could it be that the zombie brother knocked me out? Why? Lin Feng smiled and said, I went out to get you some water, and when I came back I found you fainted, so I carried you back. Mother Lin took Li Weiwei's hand and said, Girl, go wash your hands first and get ready for dinner. Now that you're at our house, we're a family. Smelling the delicious aroma of the food on the table, Li Weiwei's stomach growled twice. She blushed and whispered, Thank you, Auntie. After washing up, the 5 of them sat around the table to eat. Chiz, chiz, the radio has signal again. Emergency report, emergency report. A large number of advanced mutant zombies have appeared in the Demon City. The military is preparing to launch a nuclear strike on the Magic City in 10 days, that is, on July 15th. Please evacuate the Magic City and surrounding survivors as soon as possible. The Changha military region in the north of Magic City will send special forces to assist the survivors in evacuating. In the past, Lin Feng had only encountered ordinary zombies, which he harvested one by one like cutting melons and vegetables. He thought that this was what zombies were like, and wondered why the Dragon Kingdom had not quelled the zombie rebellion for so long. It was not until today when he encountered the Titan crawlers that Lin Feng realized the horror of zombies. Lin Hu said excitedly, The country has finally taken action. I wonder if a nuclear strike can kill all the zombies in the Magic City. Father Lin sighed, The Demon City is so big. I don't know how many survivors didn't have time to evacuate. Not many survivors were as lucky as our family, who had hot meals and a radio. Most of the survivors were living a precarious life, and many were unable to receive the news, let alone evacuate. Besides, even with the assistance of the army, evacuation would still be extremely difficult. There must be extremely powerful zombies in the Demon City, otherwise the country would not have launched a nuclear strike against it. Li Weiwei nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment. Mother Lin complained, You old man, you know a lot, but the Demon City is far away from us. You should take care of yourself first. Why worry so much? Don't just stand there. Eat. After dinner, Li Weiwei helped Lin's mother clear the table. Lin's mother did not agree and pushed her into her room to rest. Li Weiwei had been in the school supermarket for such a long time in fear, and today she experienced a life-and-death crisis again, and she was very tired. Here Lin Feng saved her, and the Lin family was very kind to her. She let down all her guard, lay on Lin's mother's bed and fell asleep after a while. In her dream, she also dreamed that the zombie brother came to her bed to visit her. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng took up all the weapons and ammunition from the tricycle downstairs. Huzi, organize these weapons and ammunition and teach parents and Li Weiwei how to use guns. After saying that, Lin Feng walked out. Lin Feng returned safely every time he went out, and he gained a lot, so his family no longer cared about him. He first went to a nearby supermarket and collected a bag of food. Carrying the bag of food to the roof of the cold storage, Lin Feng turned into a human form and looked down. The child is practicing with a sword, and he is doing it very well. Lin Feng watched for a while, and the child seemed to realize something. He looked up and saw Lin Feng on the roof. He immediately smiled from ear to ear and jumped to wave at him. Brother, come down quickly. I knew you would come. Lin Feng jumped down from the roof directly. I still don't know your name? The little boy rushed over and grabbed his hand. My name is Wang Zhiyu. You can just call me Little Wolf. What's your name, brother? Little Wolf, Little Wolf. Lin Feng repeated twice. What a good name. In this end times, I must be as fierce as a wolf. My name is Lin Feng. Little Wolf nodded. I remember the name. It turns out that Big Brother's name is Lin Feng. I still like to call you Big Brother. Lin Feng smiled and patted his head. I have a younger brother who is older than you. You two will definitely be able to play together. I'll take you back to meet him in a few days. Oh, that's great. Lin Feng put the food down and handed him a pistol loaded with bullets. I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself in the next 2 days. Chapter 16: The Miserable Life of Fatty Lu. After leaving the cold storage, Lin Feng came to school. He controlled the bone spurs on his arm, causing them to grow into barbed shapes. With a whoosh, it pierced into the skull of a zombie, pulled it out, and directly brought out the mutant crystal core. He reached out to catch it and put it in his pocket. I didn't expect that the high-efficiency crystal core extraction tool I envisioned would be available so soon. This time, the speed of digging out mutant crystal cores doubled, and all the zombies on the playground were quickly eliminated. Lin Feng counted his harvest and found a total of 4,500 mutant crystal cores. He only needed more than 600 mutant crystal cores to upgrade to a first-level human evolver. He had already saved enough, so he had to find a place to complete the upgrade first. A city with a population of 1 million is neither big nor small. Lin Feng's range of activities has always been from home to school, and he has hardly been to other places. The small town is divided into 4 urban areas, and Lin Feng's home and school belong to the East City district. Lin Feng planned to search the entire Dongqing district with his home and school as the center. After all, he would establish a safe zone here in the future, so he must understand the situation first. Looking around, he set his sights on a 30-story office building 2 kilometers away from the school. He ran at a speed of 30 meters per second and arrived downstairs of the office building in just over a minute. The elevator in the office building was no longer usable as it was filled with zombies, and the buttons were all broken. We had no choice but to take the stairs. We walked up the stairs, and when we reached the 10th floor, we found that the stairs were blocked by a lot of debris. It looks like it was man-made, and it is very likely that the survivors in the office building did it intentionally to stop the zombies. He simply opened the window and climbed outside the building, inserting his fingers into the wall and climbing up. When we climbed to the 11th floor, we heard voices from inside. There's not much food left. We have to think of a way. Lin Feng took a look inside and saw that this floor was a small supermarket with more than a dozen people hiding inside. Without alarming these people, Lin Feng continued to climb up. The corridor leading to the 12th floor was also blocked. It seemed that these people sealed all the upstairs and downstairs corridors to ensure their own safety. Lin Feng climbed to the 12th floor and entered the corridor through the window. Sure enough, there are zombies on every floor. Logically speaking, the higher the position, the more black fog is absorbed and the stronger the zombies become. However, after climbing up several floors, Lin Feng did not find any zombies that were very powerful. It might be because the office building was well enclosed, or the powerful zombies had already left. It was not until Lin Feng climbed to the 30th floor that he discovered a zombie close to the first level. Lin Feng locked the door of the corridor on the 30th floor, killed all the zombies on the 30th floor, collected mutant crystal cores, and absorbed blood energy. Then Lin Feng found a room with better ceiling, closed the doors and windows, and transformed into human form. He took out the mutated crystal core that he had purified and started taking it. After taking 300 mutant crystal cores, the energy in Lin Feng's body began to become restless. Logically speaking, at this time, Lin Feng must do a lot of exercise to consume the excess energy. But this time, Lin Feng thought of a better and more time-saving way. He directly transformed into zombie form and then into human form. After changing back and forth several times, the restlessness in the body disappeared because the transformation of form requires a lot of energy, which is faster than any exercise. Then he ate another 300 mutant crystal cores and continued to transform after that. Finally, he took out 100 mutant crystal cores and swallowed them in one gulp. The energy in his body seemed to have reached a critical point. The genes undergo subtle changes, and the cells in the body die, regenerate, and divide rapidly. With the experience of advancing to the zombie form last time, he was prepared for the advancement to the human form this time. He was not knocked down by the pain, but just lay there calmly for 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a golden light flashing in them. I feel that the improvement in my physical fitness in all aspects is similar to the improvement when I advanced to the first level in zombie form. However, in terms of combat power, it is definitely not comparable to the zombie form that is insensitive to pain, has extremely strong recovery ability, and has bone spurs. However, after advancing to human form, the mind becomes clearer and the thinking becomes more active. Lin Feng took out another 1,000 mutant crystal cores and ate them directly. He did not feel restless, but his body was slightly strengthened, about 1%. 1,000 mutant crystal cores can create a first-level evolver, but a first-level evolver who eats 1,000 mutant crystal cores will only improve a little bit. Lin Feng estimated that he would need to eat 100,000 of these ordinary mutant crystal cores before he could advance to a second-level evolver. If you eat the mutant crystal cores of a first-level zombie, 1,000 of them will allow you to evolve. If you eat the mutated crystal core of a second-level zombie, that is, a zombie one level higher than yourself. You only need 10 of them to evolve to the second level. Now it is hard to find first level and second level zombies, and ordinary zombies are everywhere. The mutant crystal cores of 100,000 ordinary zombies are much easier to obtain than the mutant crystal cores of 1,000 first level zombies. Lin Feng took out the second level mutant crystal core of the Titan Evolver and threw it into his mouth. The mutant crystal core turned into an extremely pure energy and instantly filled his whole body, as if he had eaten 10,000 mutant crystal cores of ordinary zombies at the same time. A strong sense of restless energy instantly filled his whole body, and Lin Feng felt as if he was about to explode. He immediately began to transform his form, and after transforming more than 10 times he felt better. He continued to transform a few more times before the feeling of restlessness completely disappeared. After absorbing the second-order mutant crystal core, the strength only increased by about 1,000 kilograms. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his progress today. At the same time, it also verified that the number of mutant crystal cores that he could absorb was indeed not limited like that of his father and brother. After turning into a zombie again and climbing to the first floor, Lin Feng was just about to leave and go somewhere else. Suddenly his ears moved and he heard a noise upstairs, coming from the group of survivors on the 11th floor. 11th floor of the office building. Fatty Lu, wrapped in a plastic bag and lying in the bathroom, was filled with regret. Before the end of the world, I was the owner of this small supermarket. When the end of the world came, I hid in a small supermarket, had no worries about food and drink, and waited for rescue. I lived a comfortable life. It's all my fault for letting this group of scum in. At that time, this group of people were chased by zombies to the entrance of the supermarket. They cried and begged me to let them in. With the idea that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, I opened the security door and let them in. Unexpectedly, after they came in, they immediately changed their attitude, not only stole my bed and bedding, but also drove me into this abandoned bathroom. He also snatched his own food and only had a few biscuits for himself every day. Now he had to suffer from hunger and cold every day and had to endure the insults of this group of people. He had obviously lost weight after a few days. Fatty, come and take out the trash. Hey, here I come. Outside the house, a stylishly dressed young lady pointed at a bag of trash on the ground and said, "Hurry up, this is the bag of trash. Take it away and throw it out of the window in the corridor." This young lady is the daughter of a big boss among the 13 people. She has a good figure and looks, and everyone else calls her Miss Zhang. Fatty Lu hated this woman the most, simply because she was a vicious person at heart and bullied him the most cruelly on a daily basis. He bent over to pick up the trash. Poof! Miss Zhang kicked Fatty Lu hard on the butt while he was bending over. Fatty Lu lost his balance and dove headfirst into the garbage bag, getting his head and face covered in garbage, looking extremely disgusting. Fatty Lu said casually, "Fuck." His face changed as soon as he said this. Miss Zhang frowned, picked up a clothes hanger from the shelf, and started beating the fat man. "Who are you scolding, fat man?" Seeing this, several young men nearby also took up clothes hangers and started beating the fat man. "You fat man, you dare to scold Miss Zhang? I think you don't want to be here anymore. If you don't want to stay, get out." Ouch, ouch. Fatty Lu stretched out his arms to block a few times, but then retracted them in pain. He was hit on the head a few times and could only stretch out his hands to block. He was beaten so hard that his teeth were bared. His hands and face were covered with red marks, and blood was flowing from many places. "Stop hitting her. Stop hitting her. I didn't scold her. How dare I scold Miss Zhang? It's unfair. It's unfair. Ouch, I was wrong. I let that slip. Forgive me." The other side had more people and more power, so Fatty Lu could only swallow his suffering and was beaten for no reason. After they have had enough of the fight, Fatty Lu still has to take out the trash. A few young men gathered around Miss Zhang and started chatting. It feels good to beat up the fat guy every day. It's entertainment. Yeah, otherwise this day would be pretty boring. Ha ha ha. Chapter 17 Fatty's Awakening. After throwing away the garbage, Fatty Lu quietly returned to the bathroom where he lived and found a half-used bottle of iodine. Take off your clothes and wipe the wound in front of the mirror. Looking at the red, yellow, and white patches of his skin in the mirror, he couldn't stop crying. How did a guy weighing more than 200 pounds end up like this? Now he is covered with wounds. The old wounds have not healed yet, and new wounds have been added today. Physical wounds are easy to heal, but emotional wounds are hard to heal. He hated his own cowardice and incompetence, and hated his own weakness and gullibility. Before the end of the world, he ran this small supermarket and lived a good life. He also donated 1% of his net income to charity. He always felt that the world was beautiful and people were kind. But everything changed when the end of the world came, and people's hearts at the end of the world shattered his outlook on life and the world. He also understood that he could barely survive here. If there is no rescue team in 2 days, there will not be enough food here. He can't even get a biscuit every day. Fortunately, the tap water has not been cut off. Otherwise, he will not even have water to drink. He doesn't care about this anymore. He just wants to keep living and see what the world will become in the end. Outside the restroom, a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and sunglasses was counting supplies. He is the leader of this gang and also their former boss. This group of young men are all his henchmen. After counting the supplies, the middle-aged man frowned and said, "There's not much food left. We have to eat sparingly. Go over there and tie up the fat pig in the bathroom and throw it out of the window. We can't let him waste any more food." Even though the young men had done a lot of bad things, they were still shocked by these words. "Boss, what did you say? Throwing that guy out of the window is not a good idea." The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously. "It's already this time. The end of the world has arrived, and you still think that there are laws, morals, and rescue in this world. Survival is the only thing that matters now, so hurry up and do it." The young men gritted their teeth, looked at each other, discussed something, and turned and left. Fatty Lou was wiping his wound in the bathroom when the door was pushed open with a bang. He quickly wiped away his tears. Several young men came in holding ropes. One of them smiled and said to him, "Well, Fatty, Sister Zhang said she's afraid you might do something bad to her, so she wants to tie you up tonight. You better surrender, or your iodine won't be enough." The fat man instinctively felt that something was wrong, but his cowardly and submissive nature prevented him from refusing. He made excuses for himself in his mind. "Just tie me up. They'll let me go when they've had enough fun and vented their anger. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough." In this way, he allowed a few young men to tie him up. A few young men tied him up tightly, strangling him so hard that it hurt, but he didn't dare to say a word. After they tied him up, the young men laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Fatty Lou also laughed along. With a slap, one of them slapped Fatty Lou in the face. "Ha ha ha, you're about to die. And you're still laughing, you idiot." "I'm really laughing to death. What is going on?" Fatty Lou is completely confused. Then several young men dragged him out like a dead pig. When a few young men dragged him to the window and opened it, the cold wind from outside rushed in. Fatty Lou then realized what they wanted to do. They wanted to throw him down. He shouted in panic, "What do you want to do? How dare you kill people? Is there still law?" Miss Zhang walked over and kicked Fatty Lou and said, "Fatty, just accept your fate. We don't have much food left, so we can only feed you to the zombies." Upon hearing this answer, Fatty Lou was horrified. "Do you still have any conscience? Who let you in when you were chased by the zombies? Whose food and drink did you get after you came in?" Miss Zhang took a ballpoint pen from the shelf and walked over to Fatty Lou. "You mean we should thank you and treat you as our great benefactor?" "Phew." She squatted down, inserted the ballpoint pen into Fatty Lou's thigh, and twisted it twice. "What's the point of saying this? It only proves that you are stupid. If you are stupid, you deserve to be fed to zombies." "Ah," Fatty Lou screamed in pain. He had completely lost hope of survival. He let go of all his cowardice and started to curse, "You bunch of beasts, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You are so stupid, but you are getting even more stupid. You can't be a ghost. You can only be a zombie, and you are only fit to be a zombie. Bah, you stinky bitch, you cheap bastard. You're not going to have a good ending. You'll be a plaything for these people from now on." Hearing this, Miss Fang's eyes flashed with panic. She looked at her godfather and felt relieved. She was angry and shouted, "Come here and beat him up. Don't let him die so easily." A few young men picked up any tools near them and started beating Fatty Lou so badly that his face and nose were bruised and he was unable to breathe. He weakly muttered, "I regret it. I shouldn't have let you in. Even if I turn into a zombie, I won't let you go." After their commotion, a lot of zombies gathered downstairs. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Okay, throw him down quickly." Several people worked together to push him out of the window. Fatty Lou's head was the first to appear out of the window. The cool autumn wind blew across his big bald head, and he shuddered all over. Looking at the zombies gathered downstairs, he felt his lower body tighten and his crotch get hot. "Fuck." A young man let go of his hand and shook it. "This fat guy was so scared that he peed all over my hand." "Ha ha ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter again. The other young man kicked Fatty Lou in the crotch and said, "Get off me." "Aw." Fatty Lou fell down. When he was in the air, he suddenly realized the truth. Strong and weak are the true essence of existence in the end times, and good and evil are often just wishful thinking of the weak. He suddenly hoped that those time travel novels were true and that he could travel through time and live another life. If I were given another chance to live, I would never live in such a wronged way, and I would never die in such a cowardly way. Live a wonderful life and die gloriously. But he knew it was all over. He looked at the zombies on the ground with their hands stretched out and their bloody mouths wide open, ready to enjoy a delicious meal, and fear disappeared from his heart. Only resentment remained. Bang! Suddenly, he was knocked sideways by someone. With a loud crash, the man carried him and smashed the glass on the third floor, knocked him into the third floor, and then carried him on his back and ran upstairs. The man held a fire axe and chopped down all the zombies he encountered one by one like chopping melons and vegetables. When they ran to the blocked staircase on the 10th floor, the man actually carried him on his back and climbed up from outside the building, directly climbing to the 12th floor, and found a clean room to put Fatty Lou down. He turned around, took off his sunglasses, and gave Fatty Lou a look Fatty Lou would never forget. Chapter 18, Give Me an Axe. Lin Feng helped him untie the ropes that bound him. Fatty Lou had escaped death, but he was still in shock. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He looked down at his wet crotch, and his face felt a little hot. He suddenly remembered a sentence he had read before, and he no longer felt embarrassed. When fate gives you a lot of embarrassment, it doesn't necessarily mean it's because it's trying to make things difficult for you. It may just be a reminder that you should become stronger. The man in front of him took off his sunglasses and looked like a teenager of only 17 or 18 years old, not even as old as himself, but incredibly strong. His body, weighing more than 200 pounds, fell from the 11th floor and could have crushed a car if it hit it, but he was actually knocked into the building by this teenager. It looked like he was playing as he slashed zombies on the road, which really subverted his understanding of human physical fitness. He suddenly remembered what was on the radio and blurted out, "Are you an evolver?" Lin Feng nodded. He saw what happened upstairs just now, and he felt a little sympathy for the fat man. The fat man was a good man, but such a good man was not suitable to survive in the end times. Fatty Lou swallowed and asked, "Why did you save me?" Lin Feng pretended to be profound and said, "I just want to give the souls who are unwilling to accept their fate a chance to be reborn." These words pierced Fatty Lou's soul and made him remember them for the rest of his life. Isn't that soul who is unwilling to accept his fate himself? He felt that Lin Feng's figure was extremely tall. He thought about the abuse he had suffered in the past few days and the scene in which he was thrown down the stairs like garbage by those scumbags. He thought of the truth he realized between life and death. Strength and weakness are the true essence of existence in the end times, and good and evil are often just wishful thinking of the weak. Am I weak? I am a big guy weighing more than 200 pounds, more than 1.80 meters tall, and much stronger than those young people upstairs, but I was still bullied so badly. What is really weak is one's own thoughts. If you cannot break the shackles in your heart, even if you become an evolver, you are still a weak person. The young man in front of him was a real strong man. He said to Lin Feng, "Thank you for saving me." After saying that, I felt that simply saying thank you for saving my life was far from enough. He continued, "Can I follow you in the future?" After saying this, he felt ashamed again. A waste like him was just a burden to others. Lin Feng did not answer. He really did not want to bring a useless person with him. This guy looked very time-consuming, and he had a lot of strength, but did not dare to pick up a weapon to protect himself. Fatty Lou made up his mind that everything he had suffered could only be washed away with blood. He endured the pain and stood up to stretch his body, then walked up to Lin Feng and said, "Can you lend me your fire axe?" Lin Feng was stunned. Could it be that this fat guy had realized his mistake and wanted to go downstairs to take revenge? Lin Feng pulled out a fire axe from his waist and handed it to Fatty Lou. Fatty Lou took the fire axe and said, "I'll return it to you when you're done using it." He limped to the stairwell with a fire axe and cleared out the debris blocking the stairwell. Looking at Fatty Lou trying hard to clean up the debris and panting with exhaustion, Lin Feng was speechless. Given his physical condition, he would probably have to carry his own fire axe with him after going downstairs. Lin Feng took out 100 mutant crystal cores. "Fatty, come here." Fatty Lou walked up to Lin Feng obediently. Lin Feng placed the mutant crystal core in his hand and said, "Eat it all." Fatty Lin looked at the rice-sized, translucent crystal in his hand and suddenly thought of something. Could this be a mutant crystal core? Lin Feng nodded. Fatty Lou stuffed the mutant crystal core into his mouth without hesitation, and the mutant crystal core turned into energy and entered his body. "Oh," Fatty Lou groaned. He had never felt such a pleasure before. His body felt numb and itchy, and the wounds inside and outside healed quickly. After digesting all 100 mutant crystal cores, Lin Feng took out another 20 mutant crystal cores and handed them to him. The fat man stuffed the mutant crystal core into his mouth and spit out 10 mutant crystal cores. Lin Feng didn't want these 10 mutant crystal cores, so he let him keep them for himself. This fat guy has great potential. He actually digested 110 mutant crystal cores at one time. He is even better than his younger brother. It is said that 110 mutant crystal cores were absorbed, but in fact not that many. The mutant crystal cores used to treat injuries cannot be counted. However, the fat man only had superficial injuries, which could be cured by consuming 3 to 5 mutant crystal cores. So, by this calculation, the number of mutant crystal cores he absorbed every day was still more than 100. 100 mutant crystal cores can double an adult's physical strength. Fatty Lu felt like he had endless energy. He quickly cleared the obstacles in the corridor and arrived at the security door on the 10th floor. Fatty Lu didn't see the person inside through the small glass window of the security door, and he couldn't get in even if such a small glass window was broken. The heavy metal security door was locked from the inside, and Fatty Lu couldn't open it. He simply knocked on the door. Seeing this, Lin Feng threw a bag of food to him and then hid in the corridor. He did not intend to interfere in this matter. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door. I'm back. Soon several people turned over here and were a little surprised to see Fatty Lu. Miss Zhang asked curiously, Fatty, weren't you thrown down? How did you get up? Fatty Lu started to make up a lie. The rope got caught on the balcony and threw me into the building. I broke free and climbed up. For some reason, there were no zombies in the building, and I also found a large bag of food. As he spoke, he picked up a bag of food that was on the ground. When several people saw the ham and canned beef in the food, their mouths immediately watered. I've been eating cookies these past few days, and there's nothing sweet in my mouth. The middle-aged man with slicked back hair also came over to take a look and was tempted by the bag of food. No one thought that Fatty Lu was here for revenge. Fatty Lu's urine on the balcony had not yet dried due to being scared. Several people felt contemptuous. Why didn't he hide away to eat the food? He actually came back. How cowardly was he? A young man hurriedly opened the door, only to be greeted by an axe from Fatty Lu. Puff! The red and white stuff splashed all over Fatty Lu's body and face. Fatty Lu felt like his heart was about to jump out. It was such a refreshing experience. The others were frightened and ran away in all directions, with the middle-aged leader running the fastest. Fatty Lu caught up with Miss Zhang at the back and pushed her to the ground. Miss Zhang was also decisive. She opened her clothes and revealed her white chest. Am I pretty? Do you like me? As long as you don't kill me, you can do anything to me. These days, this woman bullied him the most severely, and Fatty Lu had no interest in her at all. With a single blow of the axe, her head was chopped off. Fatty Lu killed the 12 people without encountering any resistance, leaving only the middle-aged leader, who was hiding somewhere unknown. It turns out that they are just a group of ugly paper tigers. I have been bullied by them for so long. If you are afraid of them, they are real tigers. If you are not afraid of them, they are paper tigers. Finally, Fatty Lu searched around and found a locked office. The middle-aged man must be hiding here. Crack, crack. The door lock was broken by a few axes and the wooden door was kicked open. I saw the middle-aged man inside, pointing a revolver at himself, with a cigarette in his mouth. You are quite good. Let's forget about the past. Those bastards are dead. Just follow me from now on. The two of us will need less food and have a greater chance of survival. What do you think? Fatty Lu had cold sweat on his forehead. He stared at the middle-aged man's fingers, ready to dodge as soon as he pulled the trigger. I have someone to follow, and you are not worthy of me following you. Bang! The middle-aged man fired decisively. When Fatty Lu saw the middle-aged man's fingers move, he dodged to the right and swung the fire axe in his hand, which stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest. The bullet from the revolver flew past Fatty Lu's neck. A flower of blood also burst out from the left carotid artery of Fatty Lu's neck, and a stream of hot blood rushed to the ceiling, dyeing the chandelier on the ceiling red. Hearing the gunshots, Lin Feng was startled and quickly ran to the office where the fat man was. The office was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and a strong smell of blood. Fatty Lu fell to the ground, covering his carotid artery with his hands, but blood still spurted out from between his fingers. He saw a smile on Lin Feng's face. Brother, I have taken revenge. Although you are younger than me, I still want to call you brother. Brother, I will hang out with you in the next life. Lin Feng was somewhat touched. This fat guy was really a real person. He accepted him as his younger brother. He took out a hemostatic gauze from his pocket and pressed it on Fatty Lou's wound, then took out a handful of mutant crystal cores and stuffed them into Fatty Lou's mouth. The mutated crystal core turned into a pure energy, helping Fatty Lou repair the wound on his neck. After a while, the bleeding from the wound stopped. Fatty Lou felt like he was reborn again. Chapter 19 Excited Fat Man. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, Lin Feng released his hand that was pressing on the fat man's carotid artery. Fatty Lou touched his neck in disbelief. The blood on his hand had not dried yet, but the gunshot wound had already scabbed over. The mutated crystal core actually had such a magical effect. Fatty Lou stood up and took 2 steps, then looked at the sun outside the window and felt that today's sun was brighter than usual. He turned around, knelt on one leg and said, "Brother, my life, Lu Qiming, will be yours from now on." Lin Feng was speechless. What era is it now, and you are still being so polite? If someone sees it, they would think you are proposing to me. Lin Feng lifted it up and said, "Your life is still yours. I just need you to survive with me in this apocalypse. I want to build a survivor camp in New Taipei City. Do you have any relatives here?" Fatty Lou shook his head sadly. "I'm single. My parents and sister are all in the countryside. I don't know how they're doing now." Lin Feng picked up the revolver on the ground, checked it, and found that there were only 3 bullets in it. He handed the revolver to the fat man. "Take the gun. Use it sparingly. There are only 3 bullets left in it. Pack up your things and let's go." "Brother, where are we going?" "A few days ago, we found a cold storage for frozen meat. There's a little brother guarding it. I'll take you there to keep him company." When he heard the word meat, Fatty Lou's eyes lit up and he was obviously a foodie. There were not many things to eat in the supermarket, so Fatty Lou found a big backpack and put all the food and water in it. He also put the food that Lin Feng gave him into the backpack. This group of people were afraid that the zombies would rush up, so the corridor leading downstairs was blocked tightly. It would probably take a lot of time to clear the corridor. Lin Feng put on sunglasses and transformed into a zombie. He carried the fat man on his back, kicked the window to pieces, and climbed directly to the 10th floor. The fat man's heart was beating wildly. Big Brother is really awesome. He can climb outside the building while carrying a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds on his back. Lin Feng had cleared out all the zombies in the building, and he didn't encounter a single zombie until he reached the 1st floor. When he was about to go out, Lin Feng saw the 8-piece security set placed next to the security room, and his eyes lit up. This thing is so useful in the apocalypse. The explosion-proof steel fork can pierce the zombies to prevent them from getting close to you. The anti-cut gloves can prevent your hands from being bitten. The explosion-proof shield, high-intensity flashlight, stab-proof vest, tear gas sprayer, and walkie-talkie are all good things. If you are only dealing with zombies, the 8-piece security set is more useful than guns. Guns are too loud and have limited bullets. Fatty, put on everything you can wear and put the rest in your backpack. If there's not enough space, you can throw away some of the food. Yeah. Fatty Lou also understood the importance of these things. He quickly put down his full backpack, took out some food from it, and threw everything he didn't need temporarily into the backpack. He put on cut-resistant gloves, a stab-proof vest, and carried an explosion-proof shield and an explosion-proof steel fork. The stab-proof vest is a little small to wear, but it's better to wear it than to hold it in your hands. Fatty Lou felt a little sad when he saw the bread and biscuits he had just thrown on the ground. He was really scared of being hungry these days. After thinking about it, he squatted on the ground, tore open the food packaging, and stuffed it all into his mouth in no time. Lin Feng, who was watching in front, turned around when he heard the sound. Damn, there is a reason why this fat guy got fat. The way he eats is so fucking fierce. He doesn't even chew his food. Fatty, are you done packing? Hurry up. Fatty Lou was choking so badly that he drank some water to smooth his throat. He hurried over and said, I'm coming. Lin Feng pointed outside the door and said, there are 3 zombies outside. I will lead them in later, and you kill them. Fatty Lou was a little excited and took out his revolver. Idiot, you can't use guns. The sound of gunfire will attract more zombies. Use a fire axe. As he said that, he took the explosion-proof steel fork from the fat man and handed him a fire axe. Fatty Lou holds an explosion-proof shield in his left hand and a fire axe in his right hand, which looks quite realistic. Knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door twice with a riot fork. 3 zombies heard the sound, took paralyzed steps, and rushed over howling. It only takes 1 second for Lin Feng to kill 3 zombies, but he can't always do this job by himself. He has to train his younger brothers. Lin Feng used a riot steel fork to pin a zombie against the wall, making it unable to move. Fatty, hurry up. The other 2 are up to you. Having seen blood today, Fatty Lou is no longer the coward he used to be. He rushed over and used his blast-proof shield to hit a zombie hard, knocking it flying. He swung the fire axe in his right hand and chopped it on the shoulder of another zombie, splashing a large amount of black blood, and then kicked the zombie away. Cut off the head. You can't kill zombies by cutting anywhere else. Fatty Lou immediately understood what was going on. He used a bulletproof shield to hold down a zombie, swung the fire axe, and chopped off the zombie's head with one blow, killing it. Another zombie rushed over, and Fatty Lou knocked him down with his explosion-proof shield. Just as the zombie was about to stand up, the fire axe chopped across the zombie's crown, chopping off half of the zombie's skull. Fatty Lou also knew that this was a test from his elder brother, so he performed extremely hard. Lin Feng also praised, "Good job, Fatty. Just do it. This one is for you too. Remember, don't get bitten by a zombie. If you get bitten, there's no hope." After saying that, Lin Feng let go of the riot fork and hid aside. Fatty Lou rushed over and kicked the zombie against the wall, then used the fire axe to split the zombie's head at an angle. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This fat guy was incredibly strong. He had eaten 100 mutant crystal cores today. His body functions had doubled and his strength was even more exaggerated. He was bullied in the past simply because he was too cowardly. Pry open the zombie's skull and take out the mutant crystal core. Fatty Lou suppressed his nausea and searched for the mutant crystal core in the zombie's smelly skull. After searching for a while, he pulled out 3 rice-sized crystals with red threads inside. Looking at the 3 mutant crystal cores, Fatty Lou felt a little proud. He was finally able to kill a zombie alone and obtain a mutant crystal core. He would have as many of these as he wanted in the future. He raised his hand and wanted to throw the mutant crystal core into his mouth. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him. "Don't be afraid of anything happening. Just eat." Fatty Lou was stunned. He thought his elder brother shouldn't be such a stingy person. He had just given him more than 100 mutant crystal cores. It was no big deal if he ate 3 of them now. Lin Feng continued, "You can't eat the mutant crystal core directly. It contains zombie blood poison. Remember, you can only eat the mutant crystal core I give you in the future. You must give me the mutant crystal cores you get yourself first. I will process them and distribute them uniformly. This matter must be kept confidential." Fatty Lou also remembered and nodded. The radio seemed to say that eating this thing might have side effects. Does Big Brother have a way to purify it? Big Brother is awesome. Lin Feng and Fatty Lou fought their way to the cold storage. When they encountered a large group of zombies, Lin Feng took Fatty up to the roof and took a detour. If you encounter a lone zombie or a group of 3 or 5 zombies, let the fat guy go out to exercise. The fat man's bulletproof shield was dyed black and red by the zombie's blood. He was tired and panting, but his eyes were bright. I, Fatty Lou, can also become so strong that killing zombies is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. But all this is thanks to my eldest brother, otherwise I would have become a zombie long ago. I have to thank my eldest brother and his ancestors for 8 generations. Chapter 20: Li Waywei's Emotional Entanglement. The journey was safe and sound. In the evening, Lin Feng took Fatty Lou to the cold storage. Seeing Lin Feng again, Little Wolf was a little excited. "Brother, are you here to take me away?" Lin Feng touched his head and said with a smile, "Why? Is it boring to be alone? I brought you a brother to keep you company. Just bear with it for a few more days." Lin Feng pointed at Fatty Lou and said, "This is the new member of our big family. His name is Lu Qiming. You have to call him Brother Lu." He pointed at the little wolf and said, "His name is Wang Jiyu, our little brother." Little Wolf turned around and said, "Brother Lu, don't call me Wang Jiyu. Just call me Little Wolf." Big Brother said that only by being as fierce as a wolf can we survive in this apocalypse. Little Wolf, only by being as fierce as a wolf can you survive in this apocalypse. Fatty Lou muttered to himself, "Then don't call me Brother Lou anymore. Call me Big Bear. The big bears in the mountains of our hometown are the most powerful." The little wolf gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Big Bear, that's a good name." Big Bear touched his bald head and grinned. "Haha, it doesn't matter whether it sounds good or not. This name can always remind us that to survive in this apocalypse, we must be as fierce as wild beasts." Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with their approach in his heart, but he did not give himself such a nickname. He is the one chosen by Yin Yang Tian. Although no one knows what Yin Yang Tian does or why he chose him, it sounds very awesome. You have to give yourself an awesome nickname, and don't be impatient. Leaving some food for the two of them, Lin Feng left the cold storage and headed towards home. Along the way, I searched for a large bag of food and brought it back home. His family had prepared the meal and was waiting for him. Li Weiwei had also woken up and was sitting on the sofa chatting with Lin's mother. Lin Feng looked at the almost cold food on the table and said, "Mom, you don't have to wait for me anymore. I don't know when I'll be home." Mother Lin pulled Li Weiwei to sit at the dinner table and said, "You little heartless thing. If you don't come back, everyone will be worried and have no mood to eat." Lin Feng sat down, took his mother's other hand and said with a smile, "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to worry about me." He looked at the people in the room and said, "Don't worry about me. I have become a first-level evolver as shown on the radio. As long as you are careful, the zombies outside will not pose a threat to me." Lin, who was a little surprised. "So fast? Doesn't it mean that you need to absorb 1,000 mutant crystal cores to evolve into a first-level evolver? How many mutant crystal cores can you absorb in a day, brother? You calculate it yourself?" Lin Feng did not tell the truth. The fact that he could absorb mutant crystal cores infinitely must not be spread out. Father Lin also spoke up and said, "Xiaofeng, you shouldn't be the only one to bear the burden of going out to find food. As the head of the family, I have the responsibility to support the family. I will also go out to find food starting tomorrow." Before Lin Feng could say anything, Lin Hu directly retorted, "Dad, how old are you? Why are you going out? If anyone is going to go out, it should be me." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Xiao Hu is right. Dad, you don't have to go out. If anyone wants to go out, it should be Xiao Hu. But he has to wait until he becomes a first-level evolver and has a certain strength before he can go out. I have 2 friends outside. I will bring them back in a few days. It will be safer for you to go out together. I will also find more reliable people to join us one of these days. I plan to set up a survivor camp in New Taipei City. I already have the basic idea in mind. Let's talk about it when everyone is gathered in a couple of days. Only by gathering more reliable people can we survive better." Clap, clap, clap. Mother Lin clapped her hands. "That's a good idea. My son is promising. He can accomplish something even in this apocalypse." Others also expressed their agreement. Lin Feng didn't care about career or not. He just wanted the people around him to live well. You can also think about the development direction of the survivor camp and the organizational rules. Management will be a problem when there are too many people in the future. Everyone at the table started chatting animatedly and began to offer their opinions. Li Weiwei took out a pen and paper and wrote down everyone's opinions. After finishing the meal and clearing the table, Lin Feng distributed mutant crystal cores to his family in the living room. After seeing this, Li Weiwei went into Lin's mother's bedroom on her own accord. She felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what role she played in this family. Food is so precious in this apocalypse, she always feels a little embarrassed to eat and drink for free at other people's places. She could see through Lin's mother's thoughts at a glance. She and Lin Feng experienced life and death together. She liked Lin Feng's unique temperament that combined integrity, bravery, and wisdom, and was deeply attracted to him. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she felt her cheeks getting hot when she thought of the scene that day at school when she was riding on Lin Feng's neck and shooting. But in this world, she really has no intention of having a boyfriend or girlfriend. "I don't want to rely on my status as a girlfriend to eat and drink for free at the Lin family." She felt that she was no worse than anyone else, especially in this era. The mutated crystal core will narrow the power gap between men and women. Women can also become evolvers and can also shoulder half of the apocalypse. And that zombie brother also saved me that day, so he might be interested in me too. Li Weiwei felt that before becoming Lin Feng's girlfriend, she should have clearly rejected the zombie brother and told him to stop thinking about her and find a female zombie to marry. Knock, knock. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. She hurriedly said, "Come in." Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in, smiling and saying to her, "Why don't you go out? Treat this as your own home and be more casual." Li Weiwei lowered her head and rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands. "My uncle, aunt, and brother are all very kind to me. I am very grateful that you saved me, but I am an outsider after all. How can I do whatever I want? It's the end of the world. There are no such things as outsiders or not. Everyone treats you as a family member." Li Weiwei raised her head and looked directly at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. "Lin Feng, I like you very much, but can we talk about boyfriend and girlfriend in the future? I don't want to be a vase here relying on the identity of a girlfriend. You know how powerful I am. I can do anything. You can think of me as a fighting partner. Also, before I can become your girlfriend, I must clearly reject the other person." Lin Feng was stunned. He had never heard of such a person. Could it be that the brother and sister acted too late? Li Weiwei fell into memories, her eyes a little blurry. "That day, a monster appeared outside the supermarket where I was hiding, wanting to eat me. That man appeared, he smiled at me. Then he chopped the monster's neck with an axe and led the monster away. By the way, the axe he holds is similar to the one you have. Lin Feng opened his mouth into an O shape, speechless. It was basically the same axe. Li Weiwei continued. He was badly injured in the battle with the monster. I wonder how he became in the end. I'm sure he likes me, but I like you more. I have to find a chance to reject him in person, so please give me some time. Lin Feng's head was full of black lines. Isn't this all me? Who are you rejecting? This girl has quite a strong taste. She actually likes my zombie form. The key is that I can't tell her that the zombie is me. Otherwise, he would expose the secret that he could turn into a zombie. However, Lin Feng was not jealous at all. The two people he liked were both himself, which meant he was liked twice as much by her. Besides, there was no need to create villains these days. But this matter is really contradictory and embarrassing. There was no need for sentimentality at this time. Then you can be my sister first. I will call you Waywei at ordinary times. Lin Feng handed her 100 mutant crystal cores and said, eat these mutant crystal cores and become stronger as soon as possible. Don't think about your feelings anymore. Let's build the survivor camp together first. She lowered her head and whispered, well, listen to Brother Feng. After going through so much, she was no longer an ignorant little girl and ate the mutant crystal core. 100 mutant crystal cores were directly absorbed, without leaving a single one. Lin Feng took a look and took out another 50 and handed them to her. She put 20 into her mouth and absorbed them, then spat out 30. Lin Feng nodded. What a good talent. He guided Li Weiwei to do some exercises in the bedroom for a while, and then Lin Feng left the bedroom. After going out, Lin Feng told his family that he recognized Li Weiwei as his sister. Everyone else was fine, except Lin's mother, who was a little upset. Lin Feng whispered in her ear, this way it's easy to get close and cultivate feelings. When Lin's mother heard this, a smile appeared on her face. My eldest son is really smart. He is the most thoughtful one. Chapter 21. The Scum of the End of the World. In the next few days, Lin Feng wandered around, killed more than 20,000 zombies, and observed several groups of survivors. I never met anyone who interested me again. That morning, the sky was gloomy and it was drizzling. The rain is like silk, light and fine, like a wet smoke, without shape or sound, but it can create ripples in people's hearts. This kind of gentle rain rarely falls in the north. It is said that sunny days are suitable for meeting each other, and rainy days are suitable for missing each other. Isn't it time to meet each other if you miss each other? So, Lin Feng carried a big bag of food and prepared to go home to see his little Waywei. During this time, the two of them called each other brother and sister, became familiar with each other, and their relationship improved rapidly. When Lin Feng walked to the door of a supermarket, suddenly, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old with 2 pigtails was seen secretly crawling out from under the feet of the zombies. The little girl wrapped herself up in a plastic bag. The zombies couldn't smell the human scent on her, and couldn't see her unless they lowered their heads, so they naturally wouldn't attack her. But this is too dangerous. If she accidentally scratches the plastic bag on her body, she will become food for these zombies. Why would a little girl of this age dare to do this? Lin Feng felt both sympathy and curiosity, and followed the little girl to the rooftop to protect her. The little girl was small and had little strength, so she could not carry much. She only carried a small school bag with not much food in it, just a sausage and a bag of milk. The little girl was very careful along the way. She looked left and right with her little head and her big eyes moving back and forth. Looking at her hair soaked with sweat, her chest heaving violently, and her frequent wiping of tears, you could tell that she was very scared. In the end, the little girl escaped from the zombie group safely and crawled through a culvert into a courtyard surrounded by high walls and locked iron gates. Looking at this courtyard, you can tell that this family must have been very rich before the end of the world. Lin Feng jumped onto the roof, hooked his feet on the eaves, and observed the situation inside. The 4 women and 5 men were all adults with pale faces. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a Mediterranean hairstyle and was putting a baby on the table. Wah-wah, the sound of a baby crying was heard. Hearing the baby crying, the little girl's face showed obvious anxiety. She quickly took off the plastic bag on her body and ran into the house with her backpack. When the little girl saw the baby being placed on the table by the Mediterranean uncle with a kitchen knife next to it, the little girl burst into tears in a hurry and rushed to the middle-aged man desperately. Woo! Put my sister down quickly. You said that as long as I go out to find food for you, you will not eat my sister. A middle-aged woman in a low-cut dress stopped the little girl, took off her backpack, and threw it to a young man behind her. The middle-aged woman squatted on the ground and hugged her, and said hypocritically, Yuan, give up your sister. In this end times, adults can't even get enough food to feed a baby. Why not let everyone eat it? Sacrificing her and saving 10 of us, isn't it meaningful? The little girl struggled. I don't want it. I don't want it. She is my sister. She is my only relative. I can't eat her. The middle-aged woman squeezed out 2 tears, hugged the little girl tightly and said, Yuan, Yuan, we are all your relatives. The little girl struggled desperately. You are not. You are a demon who wants to eat people. You are not trustworthy. We agreed that I would find food for you, but you didn't eat my sister. You are not keeping your word, woo-woo. The Mediterranean uncle was a little impatient. Don't bother with this little girl. This matter doesn't require her consent. If she can't find food for us, we will eat her too. Behind the Mediterranean uncle, the young man sitting against the wall poured out the food from the little girl's backpack and said indifferently, These days, the food she can bring back is getting less and less. Apparently, all the food nearby has been plundered. This little girl is useless. Don't spoil her anymore. I think we should eat her together. The middle-aged woman who was holding the little girl back showed impatience on her face because of the little girl's struggle. When she heard these words, her eyes gleamed with ferocity, and she threw the little girl to the ground. You little bastard. I've been putting up with you for so many days. You better behave yourself. This time, the little girl's leg was broken. The little girl rubbed her legs twice, grimacing in pain, then struggled to her feet and rushed over to save her sister. Let my sister go. The middle-aged woman kicked her to the ground. The little girl fell to the ground, thinking of her parents who would never come back, and burst into tears. Woo-woo, please don't eat my sister. Eat me. I'm bigger than my sister. I have more meat. In the corner next to him, a middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat felt a little bit reluctant but didn't say anything, even though he also had a daughter of similar age. He was the owner of a nearby company and ran into the courtyard when the black fog descended. Although he did not do anything but chose not to help the little girl, he was able to get some food to sustain his life. He comforted himself in his heart, and after eating the meat, he left, opened the door of the yard, and went to look for his daughter. He didn't know whether he had the courage. Never mind, let's finish eating the meat first. Lin Feng, who was hanging upside down on the eaves and seeing this scene, was almost furious. A group of adults were too timid to go out and kill zombies for food, and instead they bullied a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. She even threatened her infant sister. It's hard to imagine how a little girl of this age managed to get through these days. She goes out alone every day, looking for food in a world full of zombies, and has to worry that those people will eat her sister when she is not at home. Her sister was in the hands of others, so she dared not go out to find food for these people. These people are simply scum among scum. Why didn't we discover it before the end of the world? Why are there so many scum in New Taipei City? When he saw the Mediterranean uncle, he raised his kitchen knife. Lin Feng jumped down from the eaves and shouted, Stop! Everyone in the house was frightened. After the second day after the apocalypse, no one knocked on the iron gate of the yard anymore. They thought that everyone outside had turned into zombies. When the Mediterranean uncle saw that Lin Feng had a fire axe on his waist, he knew at first glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. The Mediterranean uncle didn't dare to move. He forced a smile and said, I don't know where this friend came from. What can I do for you? Lin Feng was unwilling to pay attention to him, so he threw a bag of food on the ground and said, Use this bag of food in exchange for these 2 children. He pulled out the fire axe from his waist and looked at the little girl Yuan again. Go over and get your sister. The little girl quickly got up, walked around the table, looked at the Mediterranean uncle with some fear, then picked up her sister, turned around and ran to Lin Feng. The baby stopped crying when she held him and looked at Lin Feng secretly with tearful eyes. Everyone in the room stared at the big bag of food that Lin Feng threw down, their eyes full of greed. The Mediterranean uncle signaled the middle-aged woman with his eyes to take the bag of food that Lin Feng threw down. Lin Feng did not stop her and let the middle-aged woman take the food away. It was just a bag of food and it was nothing to him. He took the little girl and her sisters and turned around to leave. At this time, the Mediterranean uncle took out a shotgun from under the table, pointed at Lin Feng and said, Stop! If you move again, I will shoot. Chapter 22, Can I Cry for a While? Lin Feng stopped and felt contempt in his heart. Even with a gun, he didn't dare to go out and face the zombies, but could only hide and bully the children. The Mediterranean uncle glanced at the food on the ground and asked, Where did you get this bag of food? Lin Feng showed a mocking smile on his face. There are plenty of supermarkets outside. They don't cost money. As long as you dare to go out and kill zombies, you can take as much food as you want in the supermarket. Don't try to trick us. There are zombies everywhere outside. It's not that easy to get food. Your little food can't be exchanged for 2 children. 10 times the amount is fine. These 2 children can stay here, and you continue to go out to find food. When you have collected 10 times the amount of food, we will release the 2 children. Since food is so easy to find, go out and find food. Lin Feng thought. These people are going to use the same old tricks again, using the same rhetoric they used on little girls to deceive me. They really think I am a child. Even if I found 10 times as much food for them, they would either ask for more or kill me, leaving the little girl Yuan and her sister as backup food. The little girl Yuan pulled at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, as if she had something to say to him. Lin Feng squatted down and wanted to listen to what she had to say. The little girl Yuan's eyes were full of reluctance. Tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hands and whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "Brother, don't come back after you leave. They are man-eating demons and bad people who don't keep their word. They will definitely not let you go in the end. You will pretend to agree with them and leave the yard first. Don't worry about us." Lin Feng nodded and whispered to her, "Then cooperate with Big Brother for a while. After I turn around and take 2 steps, you have to shout, 'Big Brother, come back early,' to confuse them, okay?" She forced a smile and nodded. Lin Feng touched her little head. What a smart, sensible, and kind child. Lin Feng stood up and said, "I agree. I'll go out to find food now." Then he turned and left. The little girl Yuan looked at Lin Feng's back, her eyes revealing the despair she felt after her hopes were dashed. The Mediterranean uncle signaled the middle-aged woman with his eyes to hug the Yuan sisters. The middle-aged woman was a little afraid of Lin Feng and walked towards Yuan carefully. After Lin Feng took 2 steps, Xiao Yuan called out as promised, "Big Brother." She shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice filled with reluctance. Just 3 words attracted everyone's attention. Lin Feng turned around and swung out the fire axe. With a hum, the fire axe spun in circles and chopped towards the Mediterranean uncle's neck. The Mediterranean uncle's attention was attracted by the little girl for a moment, but when he reacted it was too late. With a puff, the Mediterranean uncle's head flew up and blood splashed onto the roof. Lin Feng also rushed out and snatched the shotgun from the Mediterranean uncle's hand before he fell to the ground. Without stopping, he ran forward a few steps and pulled out the fire axe that was stuck in the wall. Xiao Yuan. The middle-aged woman wanted to run over and hug Xiao Yuan to threaten Lin Feng. As a result, his speed was not as fast as Lin Feng's. Lin Feng ran back and chopped off the middle-aged woman's arm that was reaching out to the little girls and sisters with an axe. "Ah, my hand." The middle-aged woman fell to the ground, covering her broken arm and struggling in pain. The other people in the room were also stunned by this scene. Lin Feng glanced at them, and no one dared to move. Lin Feng picked up the little girl's sister with one arm and walked towards the door. With a few clangs, he smashed the door lock, pushed open the door, and disappeared at the door. As soon as they disappeared, a large group of zombies rushed into the courtyard, and the people in the courtyard began to panic and look for places to hide. The middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat sat there without moving, with the hat on his face, feeling a sense of relief. Ow. A few minutes later, Lin Feng took Xiao Yuan and her sister to the safe house he had set up on the rooftop of the office building. Let Yuan feed her sister some milk. Her sister had been starving these days, and finally she had a good drink of milk. Yuan watched her sister drink milk with a smile on her face, feeling extremely satisfied. Looking back on her life these days, it was like a nightmare, and she was still frightened. She stretched out her hands, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Big brother, can you hug me?" Lin Feng gently picked her up. She kissed Lin Feng and whispered, "Thank you, big brother. Big brother, can I cry for a while?" Lin Feng let her lean on his shoulder, patted her back gently and said, "Cry. Cry out all your grievances. You don't have to be afraid of anything with your big brother here." Xiao Yuan could no longer hold back and burst into tears, all the grievances in her heart bursting out like a flood. After crying for a while, Xiao Yuan became tired and fell asleep on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng packed her and her sister up, flew out of the office building, and returned home. When he returned home, the 2 sisters were still asleep. Lin Feng told his family about their experience. The family was outraged. Father Lin said angrily, "There are actually people like this in this world. Xiaofeng, if you meet such people outside, kill them as soon as you see them." After saying this, Father Lin was stunned. Since when did he start talking about killing people? No matter how much you don't want to admit it, the world has really changed, and people have changed too. Everyone felt sympathy and distress for the little girl's sisters. Mother Lin took the 2 children and carefully placed them on the sofa. "These 2 little girls are great. I will raise them as daughters from now on. I wanted a daughter in the beginning, but ended up giving birth to that stinky boy Huzi. Lin Hu, I was caught in the crossfire for no reason. I am redundant. After leaving Lin Feng's arms, Yuan gradually woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar environment and the people in the room, she was a little scared at first, like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing the sincere and kind smiles on everyone's faces, she felt relieved. Children are sometimes very sensitive and can sense whether you have good intentions or not. After she saw Lin Feng, she was completely relieved. Lin Feng said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. This is Big Brother's home, and these people are all Big Brother's family members." He pointed at everyone and said, "This is Uncle, this is Auntie, this is Sister Waywei, and this is Brother Huzi. They are all good people, and they like you very much." Little Yuan was very sensible. She greeted everyone one by one, and quickly became familiar with everyone. Mother Lin prepared a lot of delicious food for her. Yuan's sister is called Xiao Xiao, and she is only 5 months old. Mother Lin washed them thoroughly and dressed them up like porcelain dolls. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Lin Feng turned around and went back to the house, ready to rest for 2 hours. He would go out again at night to clean up the zombies around the community and upgrade his human form to a second-level evolver as soon as possible. At this time, except for the military and some large organizations, few people in the civilian world can become first-level evolvers. After advancing to the second-level evolver, he can walk around New North City, a sparsely populated northern city. We will go out to search for supplies again tomorrow, and bring back Big Bear and Little Wolf the day after tomorrow to exercise them. After bringing them out, they began to gather the survivors and formally established a survivor camp. Then I can be a hands-off boss, let them do it, and explore further afield. My abilities are still suitable for working alone. Chapter 23. The Black Mist Returns. With a puff, the bone spur on Lin Feng's hand pierced through the head of a zombie. When the bone spur was pulled out, a mutant crystal core was brought out. Lin Feng has repeated this method of using bone spurs to extract crystal cores tens of thousands of times, and the success rate has reached 100%. As soon as he saw the shape of the zombie's head, he knew from which angle it would be safest to stab it. In the darkness of night, Lin Feng's figure quickly shuttled through the residential area near his home. He was clearing out the zombies in this area, making the number of zombies in this area thinner, so that it would be safer for his friends to come here for training in the future. He felt like an old father paving the way for his children, but there was nothing he could do. Ordinary people were too fragile and would be doomed if bitten by a zombie. He just wants the people around him to grow up safely. When cleaning up the zombies, he was also selective. For example, he did not clean up the zombies in the supermarket. The main reason is that I don't want to make things difficult for other survivors. If I kill all the zombies in the supermarket, the food will be taken away by others. What will my family eat? He wandered around Dongqing district these days and found many survivors. The data in the broadcast is still very pertinent. There are indeed 10% survivors in this world. Lin Feng walked to a pond and looked at the moon reflected in the pond. The black craters on the moon reminded him of the black fog. He absolutely did not believe that the appearance of the black fog was caused by the melting of the Earth's glaciers or other reasons. The fact that the black fog could sweep across the entire world at the same time so evenly was a big problem, and even the yin-yang day that chose itself could not explain it. He felt that the appearance of the black fog was more likely the result of some powerful forces countless times more powerful than humans causing trouble on Earth. Yin-yang Tian gave him the ability to transform, so he must have had some ulterior motive. I will find out the reason later. Suddenly, a frog jumped into the water, causing ripples on the water surface. The reflection of the moon twisted a few times in the water and suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes fixed, and he quickly looked up at the sky. The sky, which was originally bright with a moon and sparse stars, became pitch black, so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Lin Feng also felt something abnormal. He felt that the cold corpse blood in his body began to stir. Ah! All the zombies in the city roared excitedly towards the sky. The silence of the city was broken, and countless survivors woke up from their sleep, trembling with fear. Lin Feng immediately realized something. The black fog descended again. He turned and hurried home at full speed. All the family members woke up, not knowing what had happened, and were terrified. Mother Lin held the crying Xiao Xiao in her arms and walked back and forth. Oh, baby, don't cry. Mommy is here. Yuan held Li Weiwei's hand tightly and looked at the boundless darkness outside the window, as if a monster would pounce over from there at any time. Father Lin and Li Hu each held a submachine gun, ready to deal with any sudden abnormalities at any time. Bang! The door was pushed open with great force. Father Lin and Li Hu hurriedly raised their guns and pointed them at the door, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was Lin Feng who came in. Lin Feng said anxiously, "The black fog has descended again. Close all doors and windows, seal all the gaps in the doors and windows with tape, and seal all exhaust ducts, including the range hood and air conditioner." When the family heard that the black fog that caused the zombie disaster was coming again, they immediately began to prepare. Lin's mother handed Xiao Xiao to Xiao Yuan and freed her hands to help. Xiao Yuan and put Xiao Xiao into the bed in the bedroom and came to help. "I'm going to inform Little Wolf and Big Bear that I won't be back. You guys should seal the door gap after I leave," Lin Feng said and turned to leave. Jumping from one building to another, Lin Feng ran in a straight line all the way to the cold storage. He sensed that the black fog was less than 100 meters away from the ground. The little wolf was awakened by the zombie's roar, and he picked up his pistol and stood on guard. Big Bear was still snoring, and the zombie's roar didn't wake him up. Lin Feng went up and kicked him awake. "Hurry up, the black fog has descended again." When the little wolf heard that the black fog was coming again, his face changed. When Big Bear heard this, he no longer felt sleepy. "Take some more bedding to the cold storage." Lin Feng picked up a pile of bedding and brought them to the door of the cold storage. He opened the door and said, "Go in quickly, don't dawdle." The two shuddered and looked around, but it was too late to seal the room. They looked at each other and dived into the cold storage. "Stay inside and I'll open the door for you after the black fog passes." After saying that, Lin Feng slammed the door of the cold storage and locked it with a click. Then, he changed into his zombie form and ran towards the tallest building in the city, a magnificent 30-story office building. It only took a few tens of seconds to reach the downstairs of the office building. He used his hands and feet to climb up directly from outside the building. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash. The cement and glass behind him were torn into pieces by his scratches and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had reached the top of the building. He stood on the roof, feeling extremely restless, and his blood seemed to be boiling. He couldn't suppress the instinctive impulse from his soul. He roared wildly and tore his clothes to pieces. Ever since he saw the memory fragment of the Titan crawlers swallowing the black mist, he guessed that the black mist was an energy similar to blood energy, or even purer than blood energy. At this moment, in all the cities around the world, zombies of level 1 and above climbed onto the roofs driven by instinct. All the zombies were roaring to the sky, and for a moment it was like the end of the world. In the Northern Military Region Command Room near the Ice City in the north of Dragon Country, Admiral Wang Jinlong shouted, "Immediately broadcast and notify all teams that are out on missions to hide on the spot. General, the communication is interrupted and we cannot get in touch." Admiral Wang Jinlong slumped down on the stool. "They are finished. I didn't expect the black fog to descend a second time." In the southern part of Dragon Country, at the control center of the Hidden Dragon Underground Research Institute, Director Jia Xiaojia asked, "How many people have gone out and haven't returned yet?" Reporting to the director, there are still 2,531 people who have not returned, including 330 internal personnel of the Institute, 150 zombie hunters, and the rest are survivors who are out searching for supplies. At the temporary command center in Anding City, near the Dragon Kingdom's capital, the country's highest command organization is holding an emergency meeting. The black fog has descended again, but luckily we made arrangements in advance, so there won't be too many casualties. The zombies' power will increase significantly again. The situation is unclear. I propose to postpone the nuclear strike on the Magic City and decide the time later. Seconded. 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 The black fog descended upon Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng raised his head and opened his mouth to inhale. A large mouthful of black mist entered his stomach. The energy he gained was as if he had absorbed a dozen mutant crystal cores. At this moment, Lin Feng only hated that his lung capacity was too small, and he breathed too slowly. Why do zombies have lung capacity if they don't even need to breathe? Looking at the black fog all over the sky but only being able to absorb a little bit of it, he was unwilling to waste this opportunity as he didn't know if there would be a next time. Alas, it's better not to happen next time. A man has to be harder on himself. He gritted his teeth and pointed his finger at the right side of his chest. Puff! The finger pierced into the chest. Black blood spurted out. A piercing pain came over him, and his lungs were pierced. When he was a first-level zombie, he began to feel pain after absorbing the blood energy of tens of thousands of zombies. He did not pull out his finger, but endured the severe pain and held up the wound to prevent it from healing. Chapter 24, Crazy Sucking, Advanced. I made an incision in my lungs with my fingers, so there is no limit on lung capacity. Lin Feng opened his mouth and inhaled the black mist wildly. The black mist that entered his body had not yet flowed out of the wound on his chest, but had already transformed into energy and entered his flesh and blood. Lin Feng's lungs seemed to have become two turbines. Black mist entered from his mouth, and after the energy was absorbed, the remaining airflow spewed out from the wound on his chest. He inhaled the black mist faster and faster, and a vortex of black mist gradually formed above his head, stirring the surrounding black mist to gather towards him. After Lin Feng swallowed for 5 minutes, he felt that the energy in his body had reached a critical point, and he seemed to be about to advance again. Before this, he was still short of the blood energy of hundreds of thousands of zombies to advance. Absorbing the black fog for 5 minutes is equivalent to absorbing hundreds of thousands of zombies. The energy madly rushing into his body seemed to temporarily suppress his realm advancement, and he continued to devour the black mist. 10 minutes later, the black fog gradually disappeared and the moonlight once again spread over the earth. In the moonlight, he seemed to see the black fog vortex on the distant mountain top gradually disappearing. Is there another zombie out there who is as smart as me? Lin Feng pulled out the finger that was stuck in his chest, and the wound on his chest began to heal slowly. After the black fog completely disappeared, he could no longer suppress the urge to advance, and the cells in his body died, regenerated, and reorganized. His body was twisting, stretching, and shortening, with hideous and terrifying blood vessels all over his body. About 10 minutes later, his body returned to normal, and scaly bone armor grew on his chest, abdomen, wrists, and ankles. After the advancement, the black mist energy he had just absorbed was not completely consumed, prompting him to continue evolving and mutating. At the same time, a large number of memories emerged in my mind. This is the inherited memory that only advanced civilizations in the universe have. He lay on the ground holding his head, enduring the exploding feeling brought by the huge amount of information impacting his brain. The corpse demon clan, born from death, transform all life into the same kind. It turns out that zombies belong to the corpse demon clan, but what are the corpse demon clan? A large amount of memories about the corpse demon clan flooded into my mind. These memories are all about one's own evolution, strengthening, and combat skills, and they need to be digested bit by bit. Immediately afterwards, the voice belonging to Yin Yang Tian also sounded in his mind. When Yin and Yang are balanced, the universe will last forever. This is a nonsensical sentence. Is the signal that Yin Yang Tian is sending to me not very good? Every time he managed to utter a sentence with great effort, his memory was far from being as clear as that of the corpse demon clan. It turns out that zombies are also a race. To be precise, only zombies that advance to the second stage are recognized as corpse demons and have inherited memories. After accepting the inherited memories of the corpse demon clan, Lin Feng realized that this zombie crisis was more terrifying than anyone had imagined. It turned out that zombies were a powerful race that could pass on memories. A major limitation to the development of human civilization is that every individual must learn knowledge from scratch and acquire the knowledge of their predecessors. The best years of their life are over before they can continue to move forward in their research. It's different with inherited memory. It's like learning all the knowledge of your predecessors from birth. The power of the corpse demon clan can be seen from the inherited memory. Knowing how powerful the corpse demon clan was, he felt that he had a long way to go. But as long as I keep getting stronger, nothing will be a problem. Lin Feng scanned the entire Dongqing district and saw 2 tall zombies over 2 meters tall with bat-like wings, circling around the roof of another tall building. Flying zombies. In Lin Feng's inherited memory, this kind of zombie is called a flying zombie, a zombie that can gain the ability to fly at a low level. It seems that these 2 flying zombies have just evolved to the second level. This kind of flying zombie is simply a nightmare for ordinary people. Lin Feng exerted force with his legs, and the broken bricks under his feet flew everywhere. He crossed a distance of dozens of meters in one step and landed on the roof of a 10-story building next to him. He continued to jump forward, stepped on the roof of another tall building, and rushed straight towards the 2 flying zombies. He wanted to kill these 2 second-level flying zombies while they were just advancing. Because he had swallowed a large amount of black fog, his strength increased further after he advanced to the second level, reaching the intermediate level of the second level. The 2 flying zombies were only at the beginner level of the second level. With the sneak attack, I was confident that I could kill one first. Lin Feng rushed over and climbed onto the roof of the tall building. 2 flying zombies circled around Lin Feng with some curiosity. They are all at level 2, and they can fly, so they are not afraid of Lin Feng. Apart from fighting for food, zombies basically do not attack each other. Lin Feng remained calm and slowly allowed two sharp bone spurs to grow out from his right arm. He took advantage of a flying zombie's inattention, jumped up suddenly, and stabbed the flying zombie's head with the bone spur on his arm. The flying zombie also reacted very quickly, spreading its wings and flying upwards. Puff! Lin Feng stabbed the flying zombie in the chest. He hugged the flying zombie's body with his left hand and turned his right hand. The bone spurs stirred in the flying zombie's body and black blood flowed along Lin Feng's arm. The flying zombie let out a sharp scream that was extremely piercing. He kicked his feet hard and flapped his wings fiercely. Lin Feng's head buzzed, and he lost his balance and was slapped down by his wings, crashing diagonally from a height of 100 meters towards the tall building below. Boom! Lin Feng crashed through the building and flew out from the other side. Lin Feng hurriedly hugged his head and shrank his body to protect his vital parts and crashed into the road with a bang. Thanks to the newly grown scales on his body, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. The sneak attack failed, but it did inflict heavy damage to the flying zombie. He wanted to try again to see if there was any chance. After all, as long as he kills a flying zombie and extracts his innate ability, he will have the ability to fly. Flying under one's own power is exciting just to think about. It has been the dream of mankind since ancient times. Lin Feng climbed to the roof. The injured flying zombie did not leave. He kept roaring at Lin Feng on the roof, and then shouted at another flying zombie. The two flying zombies flapped their wings towards Lin Feng, and 4 bone spurs fell off their wings and shot towards Lin Feng. Oh my god, in Lin Feng's inherited memory, there is information that flying zombies can carry out long-range attacks, but there is no information that 2 flying zombies will join forces to attack another zombie. Could they be a male and a female? You can't tell from their appearance. This is a problem. I am no match for 2 people at once. Lin Feng was caught off guard and was hit by a bone spur on his shoulder. The bone spur, which was as long as a finger, was almost completely embedded in it. Lin Feng pulled out the bone spur from his body and threw it aside, then ran wildly from the roof to the ground. Whoosh, 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 bone spurs chased Lin Feng and shot through the walls of the tall building. After landing, he used his hands and feet to escape in an S-shaped route, looking as miserable as a dog. Lin Feng ran for a distance, but the 2 flying zombies still refused to let him go. Bone spurs shot at Lin Feng like machine gun bullets. Puff, puff, puff. A cloud of dust splashed on the concrete ground. After running for a while, Lin Feng had several bone spurs on his back and thighs, but he still ran wildly and did not dare to stop. The 2 flying zombies behind him were chasing him relentlessly, as if they were determined to fight him to the death. If this continues, I will be shot to death. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a 4-story large shopping mall not far to the left. He quickly turned around and ran over, diving into the shopping mall. After entering the shopping mall, Lin Feng finally had a chance to catch his breath thanks to the thick walls. He used both hands to pull out the bone spurs in his body, grimacing in pain. The 2 flying zombies, not daring to land, circled in the air around the shopping mall. Their advantage is flying. They cannot defeat Lin Feng if they are on the ground. The 2 level 2 flying zombies circled for a while but did not notice Lin Feng. But they found a group of more than a dozen survivors. These survivors were unlucky and became the targets of their venting. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bone spurs swept across, and all the dozen people were nailed to the ground. Chapter 25. 1 corpse versus 2 birds. Lin Feng hid on the first floor of the shopping mall. He took out a handful of mutant crystal cores and threw them into his mouth, hoping to recover from his injuries quickly. The mutated crystal core turned into energy and entered his body, but it provided him with very little help. After being promoted to the 2nd level, the mutant crystal cores of ordinary zombies are no longer of any use to him. After eating a few 1st-level mutant crystal cores, the wound began to heal faster. Lin Feng walked to the window and looked out carefully through the glass. I saw that the 2 flying zombies still did not leave, and were killing the survivors around them to vent their anger. 5 survivors were pinned to the ground and had their necks bitten off. There was another survivor whose limbs were torn off by them. The 2 brutal guys were only concerned with venting their anger, and Lin Feng saw an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He controlled his arm, growing a bone spear with a barbed tip like a harpoon, and then let it fall off. He found a safety rope in the mountaineering equipment area and tied it to the end of the bone spear. He also found flying claws in the mountaineering equipment section, but they were not hard enough. Ordinary metal products are far less hard and sharp than his bone spear. When zombies evolved to the 2nd level, Ordinary bullets can hardly penetrate their skin. After everything was ready, Lin Feng walked to the staircase door at the junction of the 4th floor and the rooftop, waiting for an opportunity. When the injured flying zombie flew past him, he slammed the door open and threw out a bone spear. With a humming sound, the bone spear with the rope pierced the wings of the flying zombie, and the barbs on the bone spear tightly grasped the wings of the flying zombie. The rope was pulled straight. The flying zombie screamed and was pulled to the ground by Lin Feng. With a bang, it hit the roof of the shopping mall. Lin Feng rushed over quickly and rode on the flying zombie. A few punches hit the flying zombie's bald head. His face was covered in blood, and the cement under the flying zombie's head was broken by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confident that he could smash the flying zombie's skull with a few more punches. Chirp! Another flying zombie comes to the rescue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of bone spurs shot towards him. If he missed this opportunity, there would never be another one. Lin Feng didn't want to let go of the flying zombie under him. The second-level zombies have already gained a certain level of intelligence, and the seeds of hatred have been planted. These two flying guys are too difficult to deal with, and letting them go this time will cause endless trouble. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Puff. The bone spurs shot out by the flying zombies hit the scales growing on Lin Feng's wrists and chest, and shattered along with the scales. Only 2 bone spurs shot into Lin Feng's body from the shattered scales. Lin Feng pulled out a bone spur that had pierced his chest with each hand, and used them as his own weapons to stab the head of the flying zombie below him. The flying zombie under him reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. But his strength is far inferior to Lin Feng's. The bone spur had reached in front of his eyeball, and was about to pierce his head. It seems that the flying zombie's bone spurs cannot be released endlessly. The bone spur attack of another flying zombie stopped. The flying zombie under him saw the bone spur in front of him and quickly turned his head away. The bone spur pierced into the flying zombie's temple, and black blood gushed out. If Lin Feng had 2 more seconds, he would have gouged out his brain and killed him. Chirp, chirp. Seeing that its companion was about to die, the other flying zombie let out a shrill roar, rushed over, grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders with both hands, and lifted Lin Feng up into the air. Lin Feng couldn't continue stabbing downwards, so he used his legs to clamp the seriously injured flying zombie under him. 3 zombies took off together. This scene seemed familiar and reminded Lin Feng of a TV show he had watched before. The scene of an eagle eating a turtle in the show came to his mind, and he felt something was wrong. The eagle couldn't break the turtle's hard shell, so it grabbed the turtle, flew high into the sky, and threw it down. No matter how hard your shell is, it cannot withstand the impact of falling from a high altitude. The turtle fell to the ground, its shell shattered to pieces, and the eagle flew over to have a delicious meal. Thinking of this situation, Lin Feng turned the bone spur around, gave up attacking the zombie under him, and raised the bone spur above his head to stab the zombie that was holding him from behind. Puff, puff. The bone spur pierced into the body of the flying zombie behind him and could not be pulled out. The bone spur began to merge into the body of the flying zombie. It is explained in the inherited memory that the bone spurs that fall off the zombie's body can be integrated back into its own body. Since he couldn't pull it out, Lin Feng simply let go of the bone spur in his hand and controlled the bone spurs to grow at the ends of his 5 fingers. Chirp, chirp. The zombies under him were roaring, as if they were saying something to the zombies behind Lin Feng, and there seemed to be determination in their voices. Woo woo woo. The zombies behind Lin Feng made a crying sound, and there seemed to be reluctance in their voices. Immediately afterwards, the zombies behind Lin Feng changed their upward flight path and flew straight into the sky like a rocket. Lin Feng felt something was wrong. Could these 2 zombies really be a pair? The zombie under him seemed to want to die together with him. He hurriedly waved his claws to attack the zombies behind him, but the zombies under him stretched out their hands and grabbed Lin Feng's claws tightly. While the 2 were wrestling, the 3 figures had already penetrated the clouds, entered the stratosphere, and headed straight for outer space. The dark and mysterious universe is dotted with stars, and the moonlight shines on the rolling clouds, just like a fairyland on Earth. But Lin Feng had no mind to appreciate the beautiful scenery. His temples were throbbing, and every cell in his body was trembling. If he fell from this height, he would surely die, but the zombies behind him were still rising, as if they wanted to throw him out of the blue planet. Lin Feng had bone spurs growing on both of his elbows, and he pressed his elbows down and stabbed them hard into the chest of the zombie beneath him. The zombie under him was seriously injured and had lost too much blood. He was already at the end of his strength. In pain, he was unable to loosen his hands. Lin Feng pierced the zombie's ears with 2 winds and stabbed his claws into the zombie's brain, killing it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
The flying zombie behind him let out a shrill cry when he saw that his lover had died. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. If you are a pair, I will kill you both and let you reunite. Before Lin Feng could attack the flying zombie behind him, the flying zombie behind him actually let go of his hand on his own initiative. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He wanted to force the flying zombie to slowly land and send him back to the ground, but now it was all over. Under the influence of gravity, his body sank faster and faster, and Lin Feng felt the crisis of death. Why can't I fly? He muttered to himself. By the way, if you absorb the flying zombie under you, you will be able to fly. Fortunately, I had been holding the flying zombie with my legs and did not drop it. The wind whistled in my ears, and the friction between my skin and the air felt like a burning pain. I didn't even have time to remove the mutant crystal core. Lin Feng stabbed his fingers into the body of the flying zombie below him. He didn't even look at the fragments of memory that flooded into his mind as waves of energy surged into his body. Feel the progress of the extraction of talent and ability with all your heart and soul. With a whoosh, his body shot into the clouds, and as the clouds rolled, he was already not far from the ground. A pair of broad wings gradually grew out behind Lin Feng, like an enlarged version of bat wings. The flying zombies under him turned into ashes and disappeared, and the bone spears stuck in his wings merged into Lin Feng's body. The falling speed was too fast, and Lin Feng was afraid that his wings would break, so he didn't dare to flap them hard. He could only stretch them out and slowly slow down. Chapter 26 in pairs. Just when Lin Feng was about to hit the concrete floor, he flapped his wings violently, and the cars on the road were blown to the side by the wind pressure created by his wings. He spread his wings and glided upwards at a 15-degree angle along the concrete road. Wow, Lin Feng spun his body and flew between 2 tall buildings, feeling extremely happy in his heart. The brother and sister were almost torn to pieces. Fortunately, after advancing to the 2nd level, the speed of extracting 2nd-level zombie talents has increased significantly, otherwise it would be impossible to complete the talent extraction in the air. It's all worth it. The feeling of flying in the wind is so cool. Suspended 100 meters in the air, feeling the cool air brushing across my skin, and looking down at the shrinking city on the ground, I felt the blood boiling in my chest and could hardly control myself. No matter what game he played in the past, Lin Feng liked to get a pair of wings. This time his dream came true, and he had real wings. Chirp, chirp, a somewhat excited sound came from a distance, and another flying zombie actually chased over. From the sound, it seemed to be a female. She would not give up until she saw her lover's body, and she mistook the flying Lin Feng for her lover. Lin Feng was also moved by their unyielding love and wanted them to be reunited as soon as possible. There is no sympathy in the war of races. You think their love is beautiful and tragic, and they think your flesh and blood are not delicious enough. Lin Feng absorbed some of the inherited memories of the corpse demon clan and deeply understood how this evil race developed by stepping on the corpses of countless other races. All Lin Feng could do was to pair them up. He had just absorbed a 2nd-level zombie and his health was full, so killing another 2nd-level zombie would not be a problem. He remained calm, grew a 5-meter-long bone spear, let it fall off and held it in his hand, then rushed towards the flying zombie at full speed. As the distance shortened, the 2 zombies soon met and saw each other clearly. When the flying zombie saw Lin Feng's face, he opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief on his face. In her inherited memory, no ordinary zombie could transform into a flying zombie. This scene overturned her cognition. Whoosh, 2 zombies passed each other in the air. Swoosh, Lin Feng thrust his gun out, but missed. Although this flying zombie is not as strong as me, nor as fast as me, its flying skills are far superior to mine. Lin Feng turned around and chased after him. The flying zombies fled in panic, with no intention of fighting at all. Just now, my husband and I couldn't beat him together, and my husband was killed by him. Now I'm the only one left, and I have no chance of winning. She dodged and danced in the air, throwing Lin Feng away again and again. However, she couldn't fly as fast as Lin Feng and was caught up again and again. She flew low between the buildings in the city. Lin Feng chased her closely, wielding his spear. His flying skills improved rapidly. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and activated the flying zombie's bone spur shooting skill. As his wings flapped, 2 rows of bone spurs shot out from his wings. Boom boom, puff puff. The wings of the flying zombie were pierced by the bone spurs shot by Lin Feng, leaving 2 large holes that were transparent from front to back. Wow, The flying zombie screamed. Its wings started to leak air, and its speed dropped. Lin Feng flew to her side and stabbed continuously with the bone spear in his hand. Ding dang dang, puff. The flying zombie used the bone spurs on its wings to resist for a while, but then fell into a disadvantage and was shot through the body by Lin Feng. Black blood spilled into the sky, and the flying zombies fell towards a building on the ground. With a bang, she smashed a big hole on the rooftop of the building. Lin Feng followed and landed, but he didn't expect that after the flying zombie landed, it actually sat there sideways, posing what it thought was a charming and seductive posture, blinking its white zombie eyes and communicating mentally with Lin Feng. Do you want me? I have no man left and you are so strong. I will follow you from now on. Lin Feng almost vomited. Although his brother and sister were in zombie form now, they were still human beings in essence, and their aesthetic standards were still human standards. You, a zombie, are trying to treat me like this. Aren't you disgusting me? Fortunately, you are not in human form. Otherwise, you would have to vomit out your overnight meal. I thought it was a chaste corpse, but it turned out to be a lustful zombie who would sleep with anyone. Lin Feng immediately responded, "You bitch, go to hell." He raised his spear and stabbed it towards her head. The flying zombie sitting on the ground looked fierce and suddenly spun up into the sky. Lin Feng also flew into the sky with her. Woo woo woo, this zombie was spinning very fast, but its rising speed was not fast. Lin Feng caught up with her in just a few breaths. Suddenly, the zombie spread its wings and the bone spurs on its body shot out like they were free. In an instant, there were more than 200 bone spurs, which shot towards Lin Feng with the force of her rotation. Ding 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 ding. Lin Feng waved the spear in his hand like a helicopter propeller, blocking most of the bone spurs. There were 2 holes in the wings, and a piece of flesh was lost from the neck. After using this move, the flying zombie fell from the sky as if it had no bones. This is a tactic that aims to kill both of you, but unfortunately I am not as strong as you. If she was also at the intermediate level of the second stage, Lin Feng would have to fight her to death. Lin Feng flew straight down headfirst, catching up with the falling flying zombie. Without giving her any chance, the spear used the force of flying to pierce through the flying zombie's body from the top of its head with a click. The flying zombie didn't even make a sound and went to reunite with her husband. Lin Feng brought her to the ground, took out a grape-sized second-level mutant crystal core from her skull, and put it away carefully. Then, he stabbed his index finger into the zombie's body. Since Lin Feng already had the talent for flying, he only absorbed blood energy, and a few memory fragments appeared. It turned out that the two were really a couple. When the black fog first came, they were drinking coffee on the top floor of the building. When the black fog fell, they found it interesting and curiously opened the windows to check it out. As a result, they inhaled a large amount of black fog and turned into zombies, slaughtering all the humans in the building. If you don't seek death, you won't die. There was nothing valuable in their memory fragments, and Lin Feng finished reading them quickly. The flying zombies turned into ashes. Lin Feng's injuries recovered. He flapped his wings twice and looked sideways. It felt so good to have wings. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, circling and dancing in the air, trying various flying postures. When he was having fun, he pierced the clouds with a spear in his hand, came above the clouds, and admired the fairy-like scenery. The rising sun in front dyed the clouds red, and behind me the bright moon was in the sky with many stars. After admiring the beautiful scenery for a while, he suddenly thought of something. Oops, I still have Big Bear and Little Wolf locked in the cold storage. He dove down, flying toward the ground. The place where the battle just took place was Xinyang City, 50 miles north of Xinbei City. Xinyang is an energy city. It was once prosperous more than a decade ago, but due to the depletion of minerals, it soon became deserted and only tens of thousands of elderly people were left living there. Lin Feng found the right direction and flew straight to New Taipei City. On the way, he absorbed some of the inherited memories of the zombies and discovered something horrible. When zombies reached the second level, they actually had gender distinctions and were able to reproduce. In other words, the origin of zombies is not just transforming humans, they can also reproduce on their own like humans. There are now more than 9 billion zombies in the world. Even if no more humans turn into zombies, the number of zombies will still increase. However, there are not many second-level zombies. These are things to worry about in the future. The most important thing now is to take good care of the people around you, and then set up a survivor camp to shelter more people. Chapter 27. Eye-catching. When Lin Feng flew to New Taipei City, the sky was just getting light. He landed directly on the roof of the cold storage, retracted his wings, and transformed back into human form. He put on some clothes casually and ran to the door of the cold storage. With a click, he opened the iron door of the cold storage. In the cold storage, Big Bear sat on the ground and Little Wolf sat in Big Bear's arms. The two hugged each other tightly, and a thick layer of frost grew on their hair and eyebrows. They were wrapped in 2 layers of quilts, but still shivering. Seeing that the two were still sober, Lin Feng put his mind at ease, and then he felt that this scene was a bit shocking to the eyes. The Big Bear and the Little Wolf don't think so. They are almost freezing to death, so they just use whatever posture they can to keep warm. Who can care about anything else? When they heard the door open, they shivered, turned their stiff necks, and slowly turned their heads. The rising sun rose behind Lin Feng. The 2 men narrowed their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Feng was covered in a brilliant glow, like a savior who came to save them. The 2 of them almost burst into tears. Big Bear opened his mouth with difficulty and asked, Big brother, has the black fog passed? Lin Feng pursed his lips and nodded, and added in his heart, 2 hours have passed. I forgot about you too. I'm sorry, brothers. Little Wolf was about to cry, Big brother, if you don't come, we will be dead. Lin Feng carried them into the house, plugged in the electric heater, and kept them warm. After entering the house, the 2 were still hugging each other. It's too hot for the eyes. Can you 2 change your posture? Lin Feng wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere. The Little Wolf said aggrievedly, Brother, you have never been cold before, so you don't know which position is warm. Besides, we don't want to be like this, but I can't move now and can't get down. Big Bear also said dissatisfiedly, Little Wolf, you still feel wronged. You are sitting on my lap and it is quite warm, but I am sitting on the cold ground, and the bird in my crotch has frozen into a popsicle. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else and burst into laughter. After laughing, Lin Feng was afraid that they would suffer from some sequelae of the cold, so he fed each of them a handful of mutant crystal cores. Lin Feng would provide the 2 of them with sufficient mutant crystal cores every day. They just ate a little early today. The 2 of them soon became full of energy, and the 3 of them ate some bread and biscuits together for breakfast. Lin Feng forced a piece of bread into his mouth. He didn't feel hungry at all after absorbing energy throughout the day, so he just ate without thinking. There are no survivors nearby, and no one will move from the cold storage. You don't have to guard here. Just follow me home in a while. Both the Big Bear and the Little Wolf were quite excited. Taking me home meant they truly recognized me. Lin Feng took out the city map he had found and pointed to a red circle marked with a red pin on it. Before that, we have to go to this security company first. Get some more equipment. Big Bear patted his thigh and said, Yes, to deal with zombies, the 8-piece security set plus a fire axe is the best, and it's best to pull a large truck with it. Little Wolf asked, Why don't you go to the police station and get some guns and ammunition? Lin Feng first told the story of the rescue team being destroyed on campus. There are only so many weapons for a small city of 1 million people. 12 pistols, 2 submachine guns, and an assault rifle. We have them all. Lin Feng asked again, Who among you can drive? I can. I can do it too. Okay, after we get the car, Big Bear will drive. Everything was ready. Daxiong put on the 8-piece security suit, held the fire axe in his hand, and reached out to straighten the safety helmet on his head. His bald head was too slippery, and the safety helmet was not stable enough. He simply took off his safety helmet and put it on the Little Wolf's head. The 3 of them locked the door and left the cold storage. In the past few days, the 2 of them have consumed 500 mutant crystal cores, which have given them 5 times the strength and speed of ordinary people. Their strength has skyrocketed and is no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. Big Bear walked in front with an explosion-proof shield in his left hand and a fire axe in his right hand, leading the way. The Little Wolf followed behind him with a riot fork in his left hand and a bayonet in his right hand. Lin Feng turned into a zombie, carrying a bone gun and walking at the end. He had cleared all the zombies nearby, so the density was not high. The bone spear is black all over, as if it were cast in iron. Anyone who sees it would think it is an iron spear. The 3 of them turned a corner, and 4 wandering zombies rushed over, roaring. Lin Feng took a look and found that after being baptized by the black fog, the strength of ordinary zombies had more than doubled. This was bad news for ordinary survivors who had not eaten the mutant crystal cores. This is not a problem for humans like Big Bear and Little Wolf who are about to become evolvers. I saw Big Bear using his explosion-proof shield to knock 3 zombies away, and the last zombie was blocked by his explosion-proof shield. With a crack, the axe split the skull open. The Little Wolf jumped out from the side. Puff! The bayonet accurately pierced the skull of a zombie that was knocked away. He held the zombie with the riot steel fork in his left hand, turned his right hand, pulled out the bayonet, and retreated behind the big bear. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, and it seemed that they had practiced a lot. After a safe journey, we arrived at the security company. Just as he was about to go in, a zombie roared and rushed out of the security company at an astonishing speed. Behind him were a dozen zombies in security uniforms. Lin Feng immediately recognized that this was a first-level zombie. Level 1 zombies appear similar to ordinary zombies on the surface, but they have tremendous strength and are much faster than ordinary zombies. In Lin Feng's inherited memory, a first-stage zombie is also a zombie. Only when it reaches the second stage and evolves in a different direction can it be called a corpse demon and be regarded as one of the corpse demon clan's own members. Lin Feng didn't move, wanting to see how the big bear and the little wolf would respond. Like before, Big Bear was ready to knock the leading zombie away. When the blast shield hit the zombie, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Cracks appeared on the explosion-proof shield and the big bear was knocked away. The little wolf also stepped back decisively, took out the pistol from his body, and shot at the zombie's head. Bang bang. The first-level zombie had never seen a pistol before. He was shot twice in the head and his body was shaking. The base of Daxiong's left hand was cracked and his hand was out of control due to the shock. He gritted his teeth, stood up, rushed over, jumped up and chopped the first-level zombie's head with an axe. Crack, failed to split open the first-level zombie's head, and the fire axe couldn't be pulled out. Bang bang bang. Fortunately, the little wolf fired a gun to support the big bear. Otherwise, the big bear would be in danger. Lin Feng shook his head. It seemed that it would be difficult for non-evolved people to deal with first-level zombies. Even a pistol would not be effective, but an assault rifle should be able to do it. However, guns have limited bullets and make too much noise, so using guns is not advisable. The zombies behind rushed over. Before the two of them could deal with this first-level zombie, zombies from farther away also ran over here. Lin Feng walked over and tapped his spear lightly. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen zombies fell to the ground. Under his gun, there was no difference between first-level zombies and ordinary zombies. He killed them all in one go, and took out the mutant crystal core when he put away his gun. The little wolf was drooling as he watched. The little wolf shouted, "Big brother is mighty." Big Bear was also envious. He shot the zombie to death with one shot, collected the gun, and took out the mutant crystal core. This gun was so cool and so efficient. "Brother, please get me a gun like this." Lin Feng ignored them and gestured for the two to enter the security company. Chapter 28. Meet someone who doesn't want to live. The three of them entered the security company, and after guarding against a wave of zombies at the gate of the security company, they walked inside. There was a small truck parked in the yard of the security company with its door open and the key still in the car. It was obvious that the owner had fled in a hurry when the end of the world came. Big Bear went up and turned the key twice. Zizi, ong ong. Hee hee, it works. He quickly turned off the engine for fear of attracting zombies. The three continued walking inside and found the security company's warehouse. Frame. Daxiong Liang swung the axe at the door lock, and there was nothing wrong with it. As expected of a security company, this door lock is really strong. Bang. Lin Feng shot through the door lock, and the door lock fell to the ground. Bang. He kicked open the door of the warehouse, and inside was filled with rows of 8-piece security suits. Lin Feng counted them, and there were exactly 65 sets. The three men moved the equipment onto the truck and cleared the zombie corpses in front of the door to the side. Big Bear got in the car and sat in the driver's seat, while Little Wolf sat in the passenger seat. Lin Feng stood on the roof of the car with a spear in his hand. Qingfeng Community, Building 6, Unit 6, 602. Do you know how to get out? I know how to get there. Don't worry. I've been a driver for 10 years, and I just like driving big cars. Buzz. Big Bear started the truck and stepped on the accelerator twice. Brother, stand firm on it. Don't worry about me, just drive as you like. Okay. Big Bear stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Not long after the car drove out, more than a dozen zombies followed behind it. Zombies kept rushing in front of the car. Some of them jumped directly and hit the windshield, while others pounced from the side and grabbed the rearview mirror. Daxiong's hands were shaking as he gripped the steering wheel. Brother, is this okay? Lin Feng swept his spear, sweeping all the zombies hanging on the car like leaves. Don't worry about anything, just drive. Among the zombies in the back, one zombie caught up with the truck at a speed far exceeding its peers. Lin Feng knew at first glance that this was a first-level zombie. Puff. He shot it to death and brought back a first-order mutant crystal nucleus the size of a bean. Why are you running so fast? Aren't you just rushing to die? None of the zombies rushing over could match Lin Feng. Seeing this, the big bear became bolder, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed on the road. A large number of zombies were crushed under the wheels, and the wheels were covered with the zombies' black blood. They really fought their way out of a bloody path. Arriving downstairs of the residential unit, Lin Feng led the two upstairs. Lin Feng did not return home all night, and the whole family was waiting for him in the living room. Seeing Lin Feng and two people coming in, Lin's mother stood up and said, "Xiao Feng, these are the big bear and little wolf you often mentioned, right?" "Yes, those two." Mother Lin said enthusiastically, "Come here and sit on the sofa. Don't be so shy." Lin Feng introduced all his family members. Big Bear and Little Wolf were a little awkward at first, but after spending some time together and feeling the warmth and friendliness of the Lin family, they slowly relaxed. Daxiong sat on the sofa and boasted to Lin's father and Lin who, "Ahem, I'm not bragging, but since the end of the world, hundreds of zombies have died at my hands. I just drove a truck for more than 10 miles to get here, and I don't know how many zombies were crushed by the wheels. I squeezed out a bloodline of more than 10 miles. When Xiaolang saw Xiao Yuan, his eyes lit up, probably because Xiao Yuan looked so much like his sister. He circled around Xiao Yuan and took out his treasured chocolates to give to her. Xiao Yuan was also very curious about the little wolf brother that Lin Feng brought back, and soon the two of them started playing together. The little wolf picked up little Yuan and walked around the house. Li Waywei and Lin's mother went to the kitchen to cook. Lin Feng called the brothers together and said, "The day after tomorrow, when Xiaolang and Huzi eat 1,000 mutant crystal cores, they will advance to the first level evolvers and possess a huge strength of 10,000 pounds. At that time, you two will be responsible for clearing the zombies around and finding food." Little Wolf and Lin, who were a little excited and kept nodding their heads. Finding food was nothing. The key was to become a first-level evolver, which was equivalent to being a Superman. It was exciting just to think about it. Next Monday, when Big Bear becomes a first-level evolver, we'll start moving. Lin Feng spread a map on the table, pointed to a point on the map, and said, "I have chosen this as the location of our new home." Daxiong glanced at the map and clapped his hands in praise. "Huangxiang Chef Excavator Technical College. This place is great. It's only 4 kilometers away from here. The campus is large and the walls are high. The key is that they focus on cooking and excavator driving. There are many refrigerators, cold storages, and cellars, so there must be a lot of food stored there." Father Lin asked hesitantly, "From what you said, it's very safe there. There may be survivors. What if someone occupies it?" Xiaolang said, "In the end times, whoever has the stronger fist has the final say. Who in Xinbei City is stronger than Brother Feng? Besides, we have guns, so whoever has them will have to give them up to us." Lin, who heard Little Wolf's domineering words, and felt that they were particularly in line with his own temperament. Little Wolf is right. Didn't our house get robbed when Big Brother was away? The law of the jungle is that the strong prey on the weak in the end times. If you don't have the strength, you have to stay away or seek protection from the strong. Otherwise, you won't be able to control your own life. Father Lin stopped talking. With so many people, the house became a little crowded, so Big Bear, Little Wolf, and Lin who decided to clean up the house opposite and move in. The three of them sleep together, and at night they can talk about their experiences in killing zombies, and also discuss how to team up to kill zombies in the future. After a great battle last night, Lin Feng was a little tired. Absorbing the energy of zombies could restore his strength, but not his spirit. After lunch, Lin Feng took a nap and slept until 8 o'clock in the evening. After waking up, when I washed my face, I found that the tap water had become turbid and had a strange smell. It was no longer drinkable. He decided to go to the water plant to take a look. People cannot live without water, and when setting up a survivor camp later, the water problem will be the first problem to be solved. The water supply has not been cut off yet, but that does not prove that there will be no water supply cut off in the future. The water plant needs people to conduct regular maintenance and replace equipment parts. If no one maintains it, it will break down sooner or later. After Lin Feng went out, he turned into a zombie, summoned wings, and soared directly into the sky. Who would want to walk if they can fly? No wonder those who can fly have such thin legs. It's probably because they walk too little and lack exercise. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Feng flew over the water company and landed in the yard. He retracted his wings and walked into the factory. He entered from the filtration tank plant, past the clear water tank, and finally arrived at the water delivery workshop. There are pipes everywhere in the workshop, and there are many corridors in the middle of the pipes for people to pass through. The roars of zombies echoed in the workshop. Lin Feng walked closer and saw a group of zombies stacked in the middle of the factory. Looking up, I saw a living person lying on two side-by-side pipes on the roof, 10 meters above the ground. But it seemed that this man didn't want to live, because he lay on the pipe and cut his wrists. The blood flowing from his wrist attracted a large number of zombies. Lin Feng frowned. He was the only living person in the entire water plant, and he didn't want to live. There are many people who cannot accept reality in the apocalypse, and many people choose to commit suicide. Lin Feng doesn't want to accept such people. Chapter 29, I Can Still Save You. Lin Feng pulled out a wheel axe from behind him. This axe was formed by controlling the growth of bone spurs when he was in zombie form. It is harder and sharper than a fire axe. Lin Feng now likes to use weapons made of bone spurs more and more. Not only are they more durable than ordinary steel weapons, but they can also be integrated into the body when not in use. The key is that this kind of weapon is originally a part of his own body, and he can immediately enter a state of unity between man and weapon when holding it in his hand. Buzz. Lin Feng rushed into the group of zombies, swung the wheel axe into a full moon shape, and cut off the skulls of 5 zombies with one axe like mowing the grass. He turned around and chopped a zombie in half with another axe. Lin Feng is now a second-level zombie. He is extremely fast and can swing 7 or 8 axes in a few seconds. In less than a minute, the axe was taken back. The entire water plant was quiet, with the ground littered with zombie limbs and arms. The zombies' black blood covered the ground like asphalt, and the entire plant was filled with a foul smell of blood. The young man lying on the pipe retched. Lin Feng jogged 2 steps and jumped more than 5 meters high. Bang! He kicked the wall with 1 foot to gain leverage, jumped more than 5 meters high again, and landed on the pipe where the young man was. Lin Feng changed into human form and walked along the pipe to the young man. The young man was wearing a blue technician's suit and had a short haircut. He should have looked energetic, but it looked like he hadn't eaten for a few days and was a little listless. His face was also very pale because he had bled himself. The young man's eyes rolled around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, the young man forced a smile and said, "Thank you, big brother." Lin Feng noticed that he was pressing the wound on his wrist with his other hand, probably because he didn't want to die anymore. Lin Feng nodded and said tentatively, "Meeting is destiny. Do you have any last words before you die? Tell me, and I may be able to help you." The young man hurriedly explained, "Yes, no, I don't have any last words." Maybe he was a little afraid of Lin Feng, so he spoke incoherently, "No, brother, what I mean is, I don't need to have a will. I think I can still save it." Haha. Lin Feng was amused by him. "What? Didn't you just cut your wrists? There are many people in this world who are scared by zombies. I can understand that you don't want to live anymore." Upon hearing this, the young man's face turned red, and he forced himself to sit up. "Who said I was afraid of zombies? I have killed quite a few zombies. I am just angry and sad. This is what happened. Let me tell you slowly." It turns out that this young man is called Miao Yulong. He is an orphan who has lived in an orphanage since he was a child and grew up on charitable donations from the people of New Taipei City. He studied hard during school and was admitted to a university in Bingdu. After graduation, he resolutely chose to return to build his hometown. I was assigned to the water plant and worked there for 3 years. Just when he was about to be promoted, black fog descended and the end of the world came. He and Xiao Zhao, who worked with him in the factory and was like a brother, were trapped in the central control room. We were trapped for 5 days, and the food was running out. Xiao Zhao discussed with him that they would go out together to look for food, but he had just gone out. Xiao Zhao kicked him from behind and closed and locked the door. No matter how much he knocked and begged, the door was not opened for him. Finally, the knock on the door attracted zombies, and he had to find a place to hide, killing many zombies in the process. He never expected that Xiao Zhao, whom he regarded as a brother, would treat him like this. The betrayal of his brother broke his heart. He thought about it for several days but couldn't figure it out. He got stuck in a dead end, so he wanted to commit suicide. After hearing his story, Lin Feng didn't know whether it was true or not, and he would verify it later. "Have you figured it out now? You don't want to die anymore?" "Yeah." Miao Yulong nodded continuously. "Seeing your strong strength, big brother, I figured it out. In the final analysis, it's because I don't have the strength, otherwise who would dare to betray me?" Lin Feng gave him 10 mutant crystal cores and asked him to eat them. He had never heard of the radio and had no idea what it was, but he ate it without hesitation. After eating, he felt refreshed. His body, which had been hungry for several days, seemed to be energized. The wound on his arm was itchy, so he stretched out his hand and saw that the bleeding had stopped and the wound was healing quickly. It's so amazing. Could it be that the powerful strength of this big brother in front of me is obtained by this thing? Seeing that he had recovered, Lin Feng hugged his waist and jumped directly to the ground. Ah! He screamed in fright, but before he could finish his cry, the two of them had already landed safely on the ground. Lin Feng asked, "How long can the water plant continue to operate normally?" Miao Yulong said, "You can only know it by looking at the data in the central control room. 3 days ago, I could still find a gap to replace the activated carbon in the filter element of the filter pool. I have been trapped there for 3 days and have no chance to do it. The tap water will gradually become turbid. The most urgent task is to replace the activated carbon in the filter element. Otherwise, the survivors in the city will be cut off from water." The two went to the filtration pool. Sometimes zombies rushed over, but Lin Feng just chopped them with an axe without even looking at them. Miao Yulong was afraid of being attacked by zombies, so he walked next to Lin Feng. A lot of zombie blood splashed on his body, but his face was full of excitement. I thought to myself, if I follow a big guy like this, I will definitely become stronger. When they arrived at the filter pool, Miao Yulong skillfully replaced the activated carbon in the filter element, and Lin Feng's doubts were reduced a lot. Even in a dangerous environment full of zombies, he still took risks to maintain equipment to ensure water safety. He is a man of public morality. After changing the filter, the two came to the door of the control room. Through the glass, Lin Feng saw a corpse inside with his hands covering his chest and a look of pain on his face. Lin Feng pointed inside and asked, "That's the Xiaozhao you mentioned?" Miao Yulong nodded blankly. Lin Feng raised his fist to break the door glass. Miao Yulong shook his head and said, "Those that can't be broken are all bulletproof glass with a very high security level." When Lin Feng heard this, he put a little more strength in his hands. Bang! Snap! Miao Yulong felt as if the entire control room was about to be blown up by Lin Feng's punch and thought to himself, "Too strong." How did he do it? The glass was broken, but there were metal wires connecting the pieces. Lin Feng pulled the metal wire and signaled Miao Yulong to open the door. Miao Yulong reached his hand in and pressed a few times, and the door opened a crack with a click. Miao Yulong was the first to run to Xiao Zhao to check. He touched Xiao Zhao's cold, hard body and sat down on the ground. Lin Feng asked in confusion, "What happened? Why did he die?" He worked too hard before and got a heart disease at a young age. He was also a little forgetful, so I had to remind him to take his medicine every day. Maybe he forgot to take his medicine and had a heart attack. Lin Feng looked around but didn't find any medicine bottles or anything, so he ignored it and said, "Let's quickly check the system's operation status." Okay. Miao Yulong sat up, took out the key from his waist, opened a metal drawer with his name on it, and took out a work badge from it. When he was rummaging through the drawer, Lin Feng saw a few bottles of quick-acting heart pills in the drawer. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Chapter 30. Scheming Seedling. Miao Yulong swiped his work badge on the equipment. After a beep, the dashboard and displays in the control room lit up one after another, showing the various parameters of the system. Miao Yulong looked at it carefully for a while, then said to Lin Feng, "Brother, as long as there is no power outage, the water plant can still operate normally for 2 months. After 1 month, if the activated carbon is not replenished, water quality problems will occur. Because we use groundwater, there is no need for strict filtration. We can just let it settle and then distill it before drinking. After 2 months, some consumable parts will wear out. If they are not replaced in time, the water plant will not be able to pump water from underground." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, 2 months is not a big deal. By then, we can go to water plants in other cities and find some usable parts. The matter of the water plant has been dealt with, but Lin Feng is a little hesitant about how to deal with Miao Yulong. The people he had accepted before, whether it was Big Bear, Little Wolf, or Little Yuan, were all simple people. But this Miao Yulong is different, a little complicated. From some clues, Lin Feng believes that what he said about Xiao Zhao betraying him is true. Because there was sufficient food in the control room, Miao Yulong's work badge was also in the control room. However, it was a bit strange that Xiao Zhao's quick-acting heart-saving pills were locked in Miao Yulong's drawer. It was not known whether he did it unintentionally or did it on purpose. If he did this on purpose, then his intentions must be extraordinary. The backup plan he had was very clever and vicious. Lin Feng decided to observe first. So he said, "I'm going to set up a survivor camp in New Taipei City. I wonder if you want to join." Miao Yulong grinned when he heard this. "Of course I have to participate. How can I not participate in the survivor camp established by my brother?" Lin Feng also smiled and handed him 100 mutant crystal cores. "Eat them all." When Miao Yulong saw the mutated crystal core, the smile on his face became even wider. "Thank you, big brother." As he said this, he took the mutant crystal core and stuffed it into his mouth. The mutant crystal core melted in his mouth and turned into a pure energy that improved his body. Miao Yulong immediately felt the energy in his body becoming a little restless. Lin Feng found a 1-foot-long iron pipe, sharpened one end of the pipe with his own wheel axe, and handed it to Miao Yulong. Take this and go outside and knock on the zombies' skulls. The crystals I'm going to give you are found in the zombies' skulls. Under the influence of the restless energy in his body, Miao Yulong became a little excited. It turns out that those magical crystals were found in the brains of zombies. He excitedly returned to the water delivery workshop with the iron pipe. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He resisted the urge to vomit and smashed the zombies' heads one by one with an iron pipe. Lin Feng had no intention of helping. He just watched from the side. Lin Feng counted and found that there were a total of 212 zombie corpses in the water plant. It would take Miao Yulong at least 2 or 3 hours to deal with them all. Lin Feng still has to go out and get more mutant crystal cores so that he can upgrade his human form to the 2nd level as soon as possible, but there is no time to wait for him. I'm leaving now. You take your time. You stay here for the next 2 days to maintain the water supply system. I will come to see you regularly. Don't eat any of the mutant crystal cores you get. When I come, give them all to me. Can you do that? Miao Yulong looked at the mutated crystal core in his hand with some envy. Lin Feng's request was a bit overbearing. He was not allowed to eat it even after he got it. The smile on his face faded a little, but he still nodded. Lin Feng did not tell him the reason why he was not allowed to eat it, because he wanted to see if he would keep his word. If he did not listen to him and secretly ate the unpurified mutant crystal core, then even if he was unlucky, he would not train it as a core member. As for whether you have eaten the mutated crystal core or not, it is easy to identify. These days Lin Feng has also seen some survivors who had eaten unpurified mutant crystal cores. Lin Feng could clearly feel that they had the blood energy that only zombies had. With the inherited memory of the Corpse Demon clan, Lin Feng also knew that this blood energy would not turn people into zombies, but it would hinder the advancement of human evolutionists. The blood energy in dozens of mutant crystal cores can make a human evolver stuck at the 1st level forever. If he cannot get rid of the blood energy, he will not be able to absorb more mutant crystal cores and will not be able to break through. After leaving the water plant, Lin Feng transformed into a zombie, grew wings, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the retirement community. Like other countries, Long Country has a serious aging population. Big scammers have targeted the elderly and come up with various pension projects, defrauding the elderly. Finally, the state took the lead in building retirement communities. Retirement communities have low prices for food and accommodation, good services, and some jobs where the elderly can make use of their remaining energy, so most elderly people move into retirement communities. To the extent that retirement communities account for 20% of the city's population. When the end of the world comes, there will be more than 200,000 zombies gathered there. Lin Feng landed on a bell tower next to the central square of the retirement community, where the elderly people dance square dance. There were no less than 200 zombies wandering around the square, including some 1st-level zombies. Lin Feng is going to do something big tonight, collect more crystal cores of 1st-level zombies, and advance his human form to a 2nd-level evolver. He punched the bronze bell on the bell tower, which was more than a meter tall. Ding ding. The desolate sound of the bell echoes throughout the retirement community in the silent night. Aw! All the zombies in the retirement community were attracted by the bell and rushed to the community square. They began to climb up the bell tower in a stacking manner, and Lin Feng observed the situation below while ringing the bell. After the 2nd baptism of black fog, the zombie strength has obviously increased a lot, and the probability of a 1st-level zombie appearing in the zombie swarm has reached 1 in 1,000. This is also the reason why Lin Feng did not dare to let Big Bear, Little Wolf, and others go out to hunt zombies before reaching the 1st level. It is easy to encounter 1st-level zombies in the early stage. If you have not reached the 1st-level evolver, it is very difficult to deal with 1st-level zombies, and you may get bitten if you are not careful. Lin Feng knocked for about a minute, and the zombies attracted by the sound filled the square. The zombies piled up under the bell tower were almost climbing to the position of the bronze bell. Lin Feng flew to the bottom of the bell tower and above the zombies' heads, holding a bone spear with a barb in each hand and stabbing downwards. The sound of skulls cracking was deafening. The moment he flew over the zombies' heads, he took away the zombies' mutated crystal cores, and the zombies fell down in neat rows. It's different with wings. It's much more efficient than squeezing in a group of zombies. After a while, a 2nd-level crawler appeared. This 2nd-level reptile was somewhat puzzled by Lin Feng's slaughter of his own kind and tried to communicate with him. The current Lin Feng is no longer the little zombie he was when he faced the second-level Titan crawlers. At that time, he had to pretend to be a grandson and serve as a younger brother to the second-level zombies. Things are different now. He is now at level 2, and he also has the bone spur ability of the Titan crawler and the flying ability of the flying zombie. Lin Feng put away his spear, spread his wings, soared into the sky, and after flying into the clouds, he turned around and fell at full speed, his fist pointing downwards at the second-order crawler on the ground, with hideous bone spurs growing on the fist. The second-level crawler felt the threat of death and took 2 steps back. Lin Feng also adjusted his direction in time and punched the second-level crawler. With a loud bang, the head of the second-level crawler disappeared and its body fell to the ground. Lin Feng knelt on one leg and dug his fist into the marble floor. It turned out that he had hammered the Titan crawler's head into the marble, smashing it into pieces. Lin Feng moved his hands twice, and when he pulled it out, he was holding a grape-sized second-order mutant crystal core. An evil smile appeared on Lin Feng's zombie face. It seemed that tonight would be the day when he would advance to the second-level evolver. Chapter 31. I wanted to be the boss, but I became a nanny. After a busy night, Lin Feng returned home with a full load. He arrived at the top floor of the glorious office building and entered the room he had used in his last breakthrough. With a loud bang, a large pile of mutant crystal cores were taken out and poured onto a large table. 1 second-order mutant crystal nucleus, 231st-order mutant crystal nuclei, and more than 50,000 ordinary mutant crystal nuclei. He picked up a second-order mutant crystal core and was about to throw it into his mouth. As a result, the mutant crystal core was at his mouth, and he put his hand down again. His zombie form evolved from the second level to the third level. Absorbing ordinary mutant crystal cores had no effect. He could only absorb first level, second level, or higher mutant crystal cores. I think that after my human body reaches the second level of evolution, ordinary zombie crystal cores will lose their effect. It's better to save the first-order and second-order mutant crystal cores for later use. My human body is currently only at the first level and can still absorb ordinary mutant crystal cores, so don't waste the first and second-level mutant crystal cores. He stuffed handfuls of ordinary mutant crystal cores into his mouth, and after eating more than 10,000 of them, he still didn't feel any energy restlessness. Lin Feng guessed that it was because his zombie form had reached the second level, which raised his endurance limit. After all, 2 bodies and 1 core. He quickly ate up all the ordinary mutant crystal cores on the table. The energy of the human body has also reached a critical point. Lin Feng successfully broke through and became a second-level evolver. This breakthrough was very peaceful, with no pain, only a tingling sensation throughout the body. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng wanted to test his own strength, so he punched the square concrete pillar in the room. Boom! The whole house shook as if there was an earthquake. A fist-sized dent was punched into the concrete pillar, and cracks spread out in all directions from the fist surface. Without testing equipment, it is impossible to make an accurate judgment. Lin Feng felt that his strength had increased approximately 5-fold. From 10,000 gene to 50,000 gene, his reaction ability had doubled, and his physical strength had greatly increased. Pistol bullets can no longer cause harm to oneself, and assault rifle bullets can only scratch one's skin. Only sniper rifles and heavy weapons can hurt him, but the physical strength of a second-level evolver is still much worse than that of his own second-level zombie form. Lin Feng is very satisfied with his current physical strength. There shouldn't be many second-level evolvers in the world right now. After all, others cannot absorb mutant crystal cores without limit like himself, unless they absorb high-level mutant crystal cores at any cost. Lin Feng once gave his younger brother Lin Hu 2 first-order mutant crystal cores. Lin Hu absorbed them all, increasing his energy by the equivalent of 200 ordinary mutant crystal cores at one time, exceeding his daily limit of 100 crystal cores. At that time, Lin Feng did not dare to let his brother continue to absorb the first-level mutant crystal core for fear of bursting him. Having achieved today's small goal, Lin Feng put away the mutant crystal core on the table, transformed into a zombie, grew wings, and flew directly out of the window. The ordinary mutant crystal cores have been used up, and I need to get some more so that I can share them with everyone tomorrow. There is not much food, so I need to get some more. Alas, I wanted to be the boss, but ended up being a stay-at-home dad. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and it was the day when Lin Hu and Xiaolang broke through to become first-level evolvers. Lin Feng's home. Everyone gathered in the hall. They were all very curious and wanted to know how ordinary people could become evolvers. Sitting on the sofa, Yuan blinked her big eyes and said, "Yesterday the radio said that humans who advance to the first-level evolvers have a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening superpowers. Brother, have you awakened your superpowers? Is there such a thing? Lin Feng was stunned and looked at Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei nodded. Well, the awakened ability can be activated once a day, and the duration ranges from tens of seconds to several minutes, depending on personal strength. The radio said that there are abilities that can manipulate metal, and there is also an ability that can emit a beam of light called energy shock, and there are many different abilities. The first-level evolvers with supernatural powers are much stronger than those of the same level. Lin Feng felt a little jealous, wondering why he didn't have such a powerful ability. However, he felt relieved when he thought about the 1 in 1,000 probability. He shook his head. I don't feel like I have any special abilities. Yuan walked over and held Lin Feng's hand, smiling and comforting him. Hee, Big Brother is just as powerful even without superpowers. Lin Hu and Xiaolang ate the last mutant crystal core. Feeling the changes in their bodies, they looked at each other and both showed pain on their faces. Lin Feng screamed in pain when he advanced and told the two of them to hide in the bedroom to advance. As a result, Lin Hu and Xiaolang refused to listen in order to show off. They insisted on letting everyone see how they became evolvers. Now they are going to make a fool of themselves. Lin Hu endured the pain and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Well, everyone go back to the bedroom and wait until we are promoted. You can come out later. Hee. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Didn't you two ask us to come out to witness your glorious moment of becoming evolvers? The little wolf next to him couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground and curled up. Ouch, it hurts so much. Big Brother, how long will this last? 10 minutes. Just bear with it and it will be over. Lin Hu grimaced, and after enduring for a while he couldn't bear it any longer, so he fell to the ground, holding his stomach and screaming. It hurts so much, Mom. Is this how you felt when you gave birth to me? Mother Lin rolled her eyes at him and said, No, your father and I picked you up from the garbage dump. The broadcast did not mention that there were risks in advancing, and with Lin Feng's successful case, no one was worried about the safety of the two. The two of them twisted and turned on the ground until they got entangled with each other. The scene was unbearable to watch. Father Lin took Mother Lin back to the bedroom first. Li Weiwei covered her mouth with her hands to hold back her laughter and led Yuan into the bedroom. Big Bear was the most tactless, just grinning foolishly on the side. Lin Feng glared at him, and he obediently went into the bedroom. Ha ha ha, loud laughter came from the bedroom. Lin Feng was afraid that they would scratch each other, so he separated the two and said, Look at how ugly you are. When I advanced, I didn't make a sound. When they heard this, they immediately shut up. Whoa! The scream was stuck in the throat. After holding it in for more than 10 seconds, Lin Hu couldn't hold it any longer. I can't do this anymore. I have to scream out to feel better. The little wolf couldn't hold it in any longer after a while. The screams of the two people echoed in the living room. Lin Feng could not guarantee that there would be no accidents during the advancement, so he watched from the side. The difficult 10 minutes finally passed, and the two felt as if 10 hours had passed. Hoo. The two men lay on the ground gasping for breath. The surging power in their bodies made them feel extremely comfortable. Lin Hu grinned wildly. Haha, I finally became an evolver. The people in the bedroom heard the laughter and came out to check. Mother Lin looked at Lin Feng and asked, They have completed their evolution. Is everything all right? Lin Feng nodded. Yuan came over and asked curiously, Brother Huzi, Brother Xiaolang, have you awakened your superpowers? Chapter 32. Lin Feng is jealous. Lin Hu stood up and looked down at his body, then looked left and right at his hands. I feel like I have awakened my supernatural powers. Xiaolang said uncertainly. I seem to have awakened my superpowers as well. Lin Feng was stunned. Wasn't it said that the probability was 1 in 1,000? How come both of you awakened? Could it be an illusion? Don't pretend. Let's go out and try. Lin Feng took Lin Hu and Xiaolang downstairs to experiment with their supernatural powers and asked the others to watch upstairs. The three men put on their security suits and came downstairs carrying weapons. Lin Feng looked at Lin Hu and said, Huzi, try your own abilities first. Lin Hu nodded, clenched his fists. His momentum continued to rise. There seemed to be an invisible aura fluctuating around him. His hair stood up, his eyes turned blue, and there was a light in his eyes that looked like blue flames burning towards the corners of his eyes. At this time, two zombies rushed over. Lin Hu stretched out his palms towards the two zombies. Two white beams of light as thick as wrists shot out from his palms and hit the chests of the two zombies. Boom, boom. The two zombies were blown to pieces. Yuan shouted from upstairs, Brother Huzi is awesome. Brother Huzi's ability seems to be the energy shock mentioned on the radio. 5 more zombies came running from a distance. Lin, whose energy impact went straight through a willow tree as thick as a bucket and hit a zombie's head. The zombie's head exploded, shattering the 2 zombies next to it. Lin Feng felt a little jealous. This was superpower. It was so powerful, almost like a humanoid rocket launcher. Why didn't he have superpowers? Haha, this is so cool. Lin, who just felt refreshed. He continued to launch energy attacks at the 2 zombies rushing towards him, but nothing happened when he stretched out his hands. He pushed his palm twice more. Hey, what's going on? The 2 zombies were less than 20 meters away from him, and he was unable to release the 4th energy attack. The aura on his body receded, the fire in his eyes went out, his standing hair fell down, and the zombies were about to run in front of him. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to try again. He ran behind Lin Feng and shouted, brother, help me push it up." Lin Feng understood at a glance that the original energy had been used up. In this kind of small situation, he didn't even need to transform into a zombie. He took out his fire axe and knocked down the 2 zombies that were running towards him with 2 swipes of the axe. "Little wolf, it's your turn." The little wolf couldn't wait any longer, his face flushed with excitement. Upon hearing this, he immediately activated his supernatural powers. His appearance in supernatural power state was similar to Lin, whose. The only difference was that his eyes were not blue, but red, like red flames burning on both sides. The little wolf pulled out his bayonet, turned into a phantom and rushed out, rushing into the group of zombies in the distance. Puff, puff, puff. The zombies fell to the ground one by one after they were stabbed in the head by him. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The little wolf's special ability was extreme speed, which was 5 times the speed of those at the same level. Lin Feng felt like he was about to burst into a jealous jar. He was extremely jealous. He originally thought of himself as a nanny, but suddenly his younger brothers became incredibly strong. He cried out in his heart again, "Why don't I have superpowers?" 30 seconds later, the little wolf's supernatural form ended, and he returned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised the explosion-proof shield and said, "The duration of the superpower is too short, so we have to use it wisely. To kill these ordinary zombies, the body and strength of a first-level evolver are enough. Pick up your weapons and let's kill all these zombies together." Lin Hu and Xiaolang stood on both sides of him, also raising their explosion-proof shields, their eyes full of excitement, not afraid at all of the hordes of zombies rushing over. When the zombies came in front of the 3 people, they pushed the explosion-proof shields forward, then quickly moved the explosion-proof shields to the left, revealing the zombies in front of them. Kill. Lin Feng and Lin Hu swung the fire axes, and Xiaolang stabbed out the bayonet, killing 3 zombies. The 3 of them took a step back and continued what they were doing. All I could hear were bursts of shouting and killing, and the zombies rushing towards me fell down one after another. Lin Feng saw that there was a first-level zombie here. He held back this first-level zombie and waited for Lin Hu and Xiaolang to deal with the remaining ordinary zombies. Lin Feng stepped aside and said, "This is a first-level zombie. Be careful. Its speed and strength are not weaker than yours." Lin Hu and Xiaolang focused their eyes and raised their explosion-proof shields at the same time to charge at the first-level zombies. Bang! Crack! After a violent collision, several cracks appeared on the explosion-proof shield. The 2 of them felt a little regretful that they should have used their supernatural powers on this first-level zombie. This first-level zombie had thick skin and tough bones. The 2 men fought it cautiously and were sweating profusely from exhaustion. After holding on for a minute, the explosion-proof shields in their hands were about to become unusable. Lin Feng shook his head. Although he had become an evolver and his speed and strength had greatly increased, he was still just an ordinary person and his fighting skills were too poor. He had to improve in this area. Lin Feng jumped up, jumped over the 2 men's heads, and chopped off the head of the first-level zombie with an axe. Lin Hu and Xiaolang opened their mouths in shock. They thought they had superpowers and were stronger than their elder brother, but they didn't expect they were still inferior to him. The big brother is the big brother. He is so powerful even without any special powers. Lin Feng dug out the mutant crystal core from the brain of a first-level zombie and said to the 2 people behind him, "Why are you standing there? Will it be over after you kill them? Hurry up and collect the mutant crystal cores." The 2 then remembered that there was something about collecting mutant crystal cores. The mutant crystal cores they had absorbed before were all provided to them by Lin Feng, and they had never done this job before. Thinking of this, the 2 of them suddenly felt a little ashamed. They could no longer rely solely on their eldest brother for support, but had to work hard on their own to provide for themselves. After collecting the mutant crystal nuclei, the 2 took the initiative to hand them over to Lin Feng. "You're so obedient. Now that I've brought you out, I'll have some free time from now on. Lin Feng didn't want their mutated crystal core, but because this mutated crystal core had not been purified by him, there would be hidden dangers after absorbing it. The three of them finished their work and went upstairs. After entering the house, Lin's mother came over and took Lin Hu's hand. Our Huzi is really good this time. Looking at the little wolf next to her, Lin's mother held the little wolf with her other hand and said, Little wolf is also very capable. He has killed many more zombies than Huzi. Xiao Yuan rushed over to Lin Feng and asked for a hug. Lin Feng smiled and picked up Xiao Yuan. Although he felt a little disappointed, he was still very happy that Lin Hu and Xiao Lang were able to awaken their special powers. Xiao Yuan hugged Lin Feng's neck and comforted him. Brother, don't worry, you will also have superpowers, and you will definitely be more powerful than Brother Huzi and Brother Xiaoling. I just heard on the radio that when you upgrade to a second-level evolver, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening your special powers. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt terrible and wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought to himself, Brother, I'm already level 2, but I still don't have any superpowers. I don't know if I still have a chance to reach level 3, but it's too difficult to advance to level 3. I need to kill at least 1,000 level 2 zombies. In the afternoon, Lin Hu and Xiao Lang wanted to go out to look for supplies, but Lin Feng didn't let them go out. You should start looking for supplies tomorrow. You have used up all your abilities today. Without a life-saving trump card, if you encounter a first-level zombie, you will be stuck outside. The two had witnessed how powerful the first-level zombies were. Without superpowers, they had no confidence in defeating them, so they could only stay at home and familiarize themselves with their own surging strength. Chapter 33, Eating Secretly. In the afternoon, Lin Feng did his job as a nanny again, preparing food and mutant crystal cores. The whole family depended on him for food. In the evening, he thought of Miao Yulong and went to the water plant. After entering the room, I saw several zombie corpses with their heads pried open lying on the ground. There was no doubt that it was Miao Yulong who did it. After walking 2 more steps inside, I found a rope stretched on the ground. This guy is quite creative and even set up a police station. Lin Feng gently touched the rope with his foot. Ding-ling-ling. The string shook and a slight bell sound came out from inside. After a while, Miao Yulong rushed over with a look of nervousness and excitement on his face. When Lin Feng saw his appearance, he gave him a big thumbs up in his heart. Miao Yulong was seen holding a fire axe in his hand and wearing clothes made of rubber similar to car tires, with many metal plates inlaid on the clothes. The rubber was thick and tough, and with the metal plates, it was difficult for ordinary zombies to bite through it. He also wore an iron helmet on his head, which was modified from a welding mask. Only the eyes had glass, and the rest of the body was covered with metal. Miao Yulong's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Feng. He took off his helmet and said with a smile, Brother, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Just as Lin Feng was about to change back into human form, he suddenly felt the fluctuation of blood energy in Miao Yulong's body. He changed back into human form with a gloomy look on his face. This guy still didn't listen and ate the unevolved mutant crystal core, causing his body to be contaminated by blood energy. Miao Yulong saw that Lin Feng's face had turned ugly and asked in a low voice, Brother, what's wrong? Huh. Lin Feng let out a breath. He is a talented person. What a pity. Lin Feng shook his head and said, It's okay. Where are the mutant crystal cores you got these days? Miao Yulong smiled and took out 15 mutant crystal cores. Brother, they are all here. Lin Feng looked into his eyes and asked again, Is everything here? Miao Yulong was flustered, but the smile on his face did not diminish. Brother, everything is really here. Lin Feng nodded, took the 15 mutant crystal cores with his left hand, took out a handful of mutant crystal cores with his right hand, counted out 150 and handed them to Miao Yulong. Take it? Miao Yulong was stunned, feeling a little regretful that he had stolen the mutant crystal core. He could have exchanged one for 10. Yes, my elder brother is so powerful that he doesn't need my mutant crystal core, but is it wrong to become stronger? I just want to become stronger. Stay here. I'll come see you in 2 days. As I said before, you must give me the mutant crystal core you got. Miao Yulong nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something. Brother, wait a minute. There is something I need you to decide. What's up? Water consumption in Xiqing district has increased dramatically, and 2/3 of the water has flowed over there. I suspect there may be a pipe leak over there. Can you see if you should cut off the water supply over there? Hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated. If the water supply to Xiqing district was cut off, it would be a disaster for the survivors there. The two came to the control center, and Lin Feng looked at the dashboard. Xiqing district had indeed used most of the tap water, and the usage was still increasing. Miao Yulong pointed at the dashboard and said seriously, "This is absolutely not normal. There has never been such an exaggerated water consumption before the end of the world. If it continues like this, we will have to activate the backup pumping system. Since the crisis has affected me, I can't care too much." Lin Feng said decisively, "Stop the water supply to Xiqing District." Upon hearing this, Miao Yulong no longer hesitated and moved a few switches to cut off the water supply to Xiqing District. The problem was solved, and Lin Feng left the water plant. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he transformed into a corpse demon, flew to the roof of the water plant, and used the bone spurs on his hand to gently scratch a gap in the iron roof, and observed Miao Yulong below through the gap. Miao Yulong below was sitting on a large tube, staring in a daze at the mutated crystal core in his right hand. After being in a daze for a while, Miao Yulong began to mutter to himself again. "Alas, it is my luck to meet such a strong man in the last days. You saved my life, so I let you be my big brother, but my life still belongs to me. I will save your life again when you are in trouble. I remember all the kindness you have shown me, but if you ask me to listen to you, I may not be able to do it. When I was a child, I listened to my mother and she abandoned me at the door of an orphanage. Once you enter the water plant, listen to the director. As a result, I, a college student, have worked hard in the water plant for so many years, but I am not as successful as the factory director's brother-in-law who got the job through connections and has been working there for a year. A few days ago, I listened to my friend Xiao Zhao and was kicked out of the central control room and almost eaten by zombies. Life is your own. No one can bear the consequences for me. I only listen to myself, and if I don't live well, I won't blame anyone." He took out 5 or 6 mutant crystal cores from his trouser pocket with his left hand. These were the ones he got when he went out hunting zombies, and he just kept them for himself. He threw the mutated crystal core in his left hand into his right hand, and poured it left and right twice to mix the mutated crystal cores together. Then, he raised the hand holding the mutant crystal core, tilted his head back, opened his mouth, slowly loosened his hand, and let the mutant crystal core fall into his mouth. "Haha, let's go to work. You can only rely on yourself in this life. There is no grass under a big tree. What can protect it from wind and rain can also keep it from seeing the sun. If I want to become as strong as my elder brother, I can't just sit and wait for him to send me mutant crystal cores. I prefer to eat the mutant crystal cores I hunted myself." Miao Yulong put on his equipment and carefully left the water plant. Lin Feng raised his head and was speechless. Damn, he's a talented person, but he's not very obedient. I need to observe him for a while. Lin Feng has met all kinds of people during this period. He also discovered that the differences between people are greater than the differences between people and animals. It is very difficult to find someone like you in the true sense, and you can't be too picky. As long as you can keep calm, everything will be fine. Hey, if this guy knew that the mutant crystal core he obtained from hunting had problems, I wonder if he would still find it fragrant? In a villa area in Xiqing District, a group of more than 100 survivors in prison uniforms were pouring water into the dug trench. The 3-meter-deep trench had been mostly submerged by water. The man in charge of releasing the water said, "Brother, the water supply is cut off." A one-eyed man, who was as fat as a mountain of meat, asked, "How deep is the water?" As he spoke, he also made some physical advances towards the 2 young girls who were sitting on him. The man in charge of releasing the water replied, "Brother, it's about 2 depths." The one-eyed fat man said, "It's okay. It can serve as a moat. The water we have stored is only enough to support us for a month or so. Tell the brothers to use it sparingly." The one-eyed fat man rubbed his big bald head against the 2 young girls in his arms and said with a lewd smile, "My dear, if you don't have water to drink, brother will suck your blood dry, haha." After saying that, he stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his fat lips. The 2 young girls trembled when they heard this. In the house behind the one-eyed fat man, there were dozens of skinny survivors. If they are dressed up, they will all be successful people wearing suits, ties, and jewels. The one-eyed fat man instructed a subordinate who was carrying a sniper rifle, "Second brother, pull out 10 animals and tie them to wooden stakes outside. Let them bleed early tomorrow morning to attract zombies. Brothers, work harder tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day when your second brother will become an evolver. Brothers, work hard. We have arrived at a good time. This is our era. Haha." Ha 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 ha. All the people in prison uniforms laughed wildly with him. After a while, several people walked into the house at the back. There was a burst of wailing from the house, both from men and women. "Don't arrest me. I'm a star. You can do whatever you want of me. Let go of my child. He is still young. Don't arrest me. I'm young and strong. I can work. I can dig trenches. Everyone was begging for mercy. In the past few days, they saw with their own eyes that the people who were dragged out were tied to wooden stakes and bled to attract zombies. Those people were unable to struggle and were eaten alive by zombies until their flesh and blood were blurred. In the end, they turned into zombies and had their heads smashed to take out the mutant crystal cores. After a few minutes, 10 unlucky guys were driven out. One of the gentle old men, whose hands were tied, coughed twice and said, "I have a ton of gold in a Swiss bank, and I also have hundreds of millions of dollars in deposits in China. If you let me go, I will give them all to you." A prisoner spat a thick phlegm on the old man's face. "Pa, your money can't even buy you food or drink. It's not even worth a steamed bun." He kicked the old man in the butt, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. "Fuck you, old bastard. The older you get, the more afraid you are of death. You've enjoyed a lifetime of wealth and glory, and it's time to pay it back." The old man gritted his teeth and continued, "I am the richest man in Xinbei City. I own a coal mine near Xinbei City. I once accidentally dug through an underground weapons depot near Xinbei City. It's in a nearby air raid shelter, which was prepared by the military in the early years to deal with border crises. Let me go and I will tell you the location of the weapons depot." When the one-eyed fat man heard this, his eyes lit up and he waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute." Chapter 34 Kamikaze Battalion. 3 days later, Lin Feng took Miao Yulong back home. Although Miao Yulong has some small thoughts, he is not a bad person at heart. It can be seen from the fact that he has been maintaining the water plant since the end of the world that this man still has some sense of public morality. Miao Yulong has good communication skills and quickly became familiar with everyone. He also gave himself a nickname, Viper, and asked people not to call him by his real name, but just call him Viper. Lin Feng felt that this nickname was very appropriate. Lin Feng has been out and about these days and has discovered that ordinary mutant crystal cores are of no use to him. However, the blood energy of ordinary zombies can still strengthen their own zombie form. Although the effect is minimal, it is better than no effect. Today happens to be Monday, the day of the Big Bear breakout. This time, Big Bear learned from the lessons of Lin Hu and Little Wolf and locked himself in Lin Feng's room, leaving Lin Feng alone in the room. After 10 minutes of screaming like a pig being slaughtered, Big Bear walked out of the room refreshed. Seeing the fat man's energetic look, Miao Yulong was so envious that his saliva was about to flow. This was the 4th evolver in Lin Feng's team, and he himself would soon become a powerful evolver. Little Yuan and raised her little fist and shouted, "Big Bear is awesome. Big Bear, do you have any special powers?" De Xiong felt the changes in his body and said uncertainly, "I think I also have superpowers." Lin Feng no longer took it seriously. "Well, my brothers all have superpowers, so I can do whatever I want." Lin Feng brought Big Bear downstairs, and Lin Hu, Little Wolf, and Poison Snake followed. The Big Bear prepared for a while, an invisible aura rising from his body, his wide robes rustling. The dust under his feet was blown aside to form a circle. His hair stood up, and red flames in his eyes burned to the corners of his eyes. Viper's jaw dropped in shock. "Isn't this a Super Saiyan?" He was so envious. After Big Bear entered his superpower state, his skin color turned into a metallic black. He ran forward and rammed his shoulder into a brick wall. With a loud bang, a big hole was knocked out in the brick wall, and the Big Bear rushed straight through. Lin Hu, Little Wolf, and Poison Snake were all stunned. The Big Bear was so fierce that he turned into a little golden man who was fearless. After the Big Bear rushed over, he encountered 2 zombies and allowed them to scratch and bite him, while he himself was unharmed. Big Bear grinned, grabbed a zombie's head with each hand, and exerted light force. Bang bang, the zombie's head shattered onto the ground like watermelons, and the Big Bear was covered in red and white stuff. The sound attracted more than a dozen zombies, including a first-level zombie. Big Bear rushed over and smashed a zombie's head into pieces with one punch. After a few seconds, only the first-level zombie was left. The first-level zombies couldn't hurt the Big Bear's iron body and were pressed to the ground and rubbed by the Big Bear. The Big Bear rode on a first-level zombie and rained fists down on the zombie's head. Boom, boom, boom. A big hole was smashed into the concrete floor by his fist, and the heads of the first-level zombies were smashed into paste. The Big Bear's supernatural state also began to be lifted, which took no more than 50 seconds. Lin Feng was also shocked by the fighting power of the Big Bear. The metal body was simply invincible. Big Bear collected the mutant crystal cores, walked back with a smile, and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also smiled at him and patted his shoulder. "Very good." Little Wolf ran over and said, "Brother Big Bear, you are really good. You are so fierce. You can tear zombies apart with your bare hands. Brother Tiger and I are not as fierce as you. Viper was extremely envious. Brother Big Bear, you are simply a god of war. You have to take care of us little brothers in the future. Several people went upstairs. Daxiong's clothes were no longer wearable, so he took them off and threw them away, then took a shower. Everyone gathered in the living room. Lin Feng looked around at everyone and said, Big Bear has broken through today, and Viper will soon be here too, so it's time to build our survivor camp. Let's come up with a name together. Big Bear thought for a moment and said, Bear Camp. Several people followed in turn. Wolf Camp, Snake Camp, Tiger Camp. Then, several people burst into laughter. Mother Lin suddenly had an idea and said, how about calling it Shinbei Camp, the survivor camp in Shinbei City? Father Lin pushed Mother Lin and said, what a crappy name. It's not original. Don't meddle in the children's affairs. Mother Lin was not happy about this, and she pinched Father Lin's waist. What's wrong? They are my children. Can't I get involved? Ouch, ouch. Father Lin grimaced in pain. Xiao Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over. Mom is right. We are all Mom's children. Everyone nodded. Little Wolf said cheerfully, Aunt, this name is pretty good, isn't it? Mother Lin waved her hand and said, go away. It's boring. Father Lin, you also think it's unoriginal, so why are you still pinching me? Li Weiwei thought for a while and smiled. I have an idea. Let's call it Kamikaze Battalion. When everyone heard the name, their eyes suddenly lit up. Good name. Lin Feng's Wind. Add the word God to make it look mighty and domineering. That's the name. Everyone passed it unanimously. Lin Feng also felt very satisfied. Sister Weier still understood me. Lin Feng restrained the smile on his face and said seriously, now that we have a name, let's set a few rules. First, the mutant crystal cores harvested by the camp staff must be handed over to me first, and then I will distribute them uniformly. When I'm not here, Waywei will be responsible for the distribution. Everyone knows the reason. Absorbing too many unpurified mutant crystal cores will affect your advancement. When the venomous snake Miao Yulong heard this, his face changed immediately, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt like crying but had no tears. He was shouting in his heart, Brother, I didn't know. He immediately understood why Lin Feng asked him to hand over the mutant crystal nuclei those days. He was smart enough to steal dozens of them. He didn't know how big the impact would be now. Alas, he didn't listen to his elder brother and suffered the consequences. Lin Feng continued, and I can purify these mutant crystal cores. This secret is known only to us and cannot be passed on to others. Second, the survivor camp is not a shelter. We don't support idlers unless someone supports them. The point system that Waywei has sorted out these days is almost perfect. Points can be exchanged for handing in supplies or labor, and points can be exchanged for daily necessities. Article 3. The camp implements a hierarchy system. Article 4. The camp is subject to the Dragon Country Basic Law. It is forbidden to kill each other or bully the weak. The meeting lasted for 2 hours and went straight into the night. They had another big dinner in the evening to celebrate. Everyone was happy except Viper, who was worried and forced to smile. His obsession was to become stronger, and thus he was a little greedy, but he didn't expect that this would affect his own path to becoming a strong person. He gulped down a glass of wine. Anyway, it didn't affect his becoming a first-level evolver. He could deal with the future later. Chapter 35 Abnormalities in the Armed Forces. The next morning, the air was a little chilly. The big bear, the little wolf, and the forest tiger were well fed and fully armed and ready to set off. When the three were about to leave, Miao Yulong, wearing a set of homemade equipment, also came out. Little Wolf was a little surprised and asked, Brother Snake, are you going with us too? The venomous snake Miao Yulong took off his helmet and said, You all went out. What am I doing staying at home? But you haven't become an evolver yet? Even if I haven't become an evolver, I have 7 or 8 times the speed and strength of an ordinary person. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies, and I have a lot of experience. Several people looked at Lin Feng, waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, Viper, follow along. Be careful. It's okay. From now on, you will each lead a team, and most of the people in the team will be ordinary people. To be on the safe side, Lin Feng also asked each of them to carry a pistol. Today's task is relatively simple, which is to seal the 2 gates of the community, clear all the zombies in the 10 buildings in the community, and collect all the supplies in a supermarket in the community. Lin Feng was familiar with the situation in the community, so this task was relatively simple. There was only one survivor in the community, a brother and sister in their early 20s. Lin Feng had fed them food. After the 4 left, Lin Feng watched over Li Weiwei as she broke through and became an evolver. As expected, Li Weiwei also gained superpowers after her breakthrough. Her special ability is fire control, which is quite powerful and consumes a lot of energy each time it is used. It is similar to Lin Hu's energy impact, and the full output can only last for 3 seconds. Lin Feng asked Li Weiwei to be the housekeeper of the survivors' camp. After all, she is Lin Feng's woman, and Lin Feng doesn't want her to go out and fight. Lin Feng also asked her parents and Xiao Yuan to keep the fact that she had awakened the ability to control fire a secret, keeping it as a trump card that might save her life at a critical moment. After finishing the work, Lin Feng observed the situations of several people who went out for a while. Seeing that they were cautious and cooperated well, he felt at ease to leave the community. After leaving the community, he turned into a zombie and walked towards the Armed Forces Department in the south of the city. He wanted to see if there were any bullets left in the arsenal there. They now have guns, but not many bullets. If something really happens, after firing a magazine, the guns will become scrap metal. When we arrived at the entrance of the Armed Forces Department, we found that the iron gate was open, as if it had been damaged not long ago, and the military jeeps inside were gone. I walked further inside and didn't encounter any zombies. Logically speaking, even if you kill all the zombies in an area, more zombies will slowly wander around. This situation can only mean that this place has just been cleaned up. Lin Feng walked into the room and a row of muddy footprints on the ground caught his attention. It's strange. It hasn't rained recently, so how come there are muddy footprints? He squatted down to check and saw clear footprints on the dust on the ground. Judging from the number of footprints, there were at least more than 10 people. He continued to move forward, and all the useful items inside were looted, and many of the zombies' bodies were stripped of their clothes. When I walked to the innermost part, I saw a wall. Or to be exact, a safe as big as a wall. There was a corpse lying next to the safe. It was a human corpse, not a zombie. Judging from the degree of dried blood, the time of death was within the past 2 days. This man had wounds all over his body, and one of his hands was chopped off. He must have suffered inhuman torture before his death. There were calluses between his thumb and index finger from holding a gun for a long time. It seemed that he was from the armed forces. There were marks of knives and axes all over the safe, and a pile of keys were thrown on the ground. It seems that this group of people found a lot of keys, but couldn't open the safe. In the end, they tried to open it by violence, but failed. Lin Feng frowned and thought, if anyone wanted to set up a survivor camp, the people from the armed forces would definitely be rushed to recruit them, so why kill them? No matter what, they are a group of extremely vicious thugs. The key to the safe was probably on the body of the rescue team that was wiped out on campus, so they couldn't find it. Lin Feng let a bone spur-like knife grow on his arm. With a gentle swing of the bone spur knife, the iron door of the safe was cut open like paper. With a creak, he pulled the iron door outward with his hand and directly pulled the iron door of the safe down. There were indeed no guns inside, but there were hundreds of bullets, 10 grenades, and 5 bayonets, which were exactly what he was looking for this time. Lin Feng packed these things into his backpack and took them home. Lin Hu and his 3 companions found the brother and sister that Lin Feng had fed in the community. When the brother and sister saw Lin Hu and his 4 men, who were fully armed and covered in blood, they were a little scared at first and huddled in a corner, not daring to speak. They lived in the same community and Lin Hu knew them. The man was called Lu Erniu and the woman was called Lu Huahua. When Lin Hu was a child, Lu Huahua liked the chubby Lin Hu very much. Lin's mother took Lin Hu downstairs for a walk. Every time she met Lu Huahua would buy ice cream for Lin Hu. Lin Hu was a little overjoyed, feeling like he had met a fellow villager in a foreign place. Sister Huahua, brother Erniu, you are still alive. Lu Erniu and Lu Huahua looked carefully before they recognized Lin Hu, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Before the end of the world, the first floor of their home was the community's express delivery transfer station, where small amounts of express deliveries were often stored. They did not charge any fees just to make it convenient for community residents. When the end of the world came, their family happened to have 2 barrels of soybean oil, plus some food given by Lin Feng. The 2 of them had to eat frugally to survive until now. Logically speaking, since these 2 people were acquaintances, Lin Feng should have accepted them first. But after observing for a while, Lin Feng found that although these 2 people were not bad people, they were too cowardly. They were the kind of people who would rather starve to death than go out to kill zombies. Lin Feng gave them some food to ensure that they would not starve to death, and then left them alone. What the survivor camp needs in the early stages are elite warriors, not such spineless people, otherwise they will just end up eating up all the resources. But now that we have Da Xiong and his 4 companions, it's okay to hire 2 of them to do some heavy work, and we can just leave it to Lin Hu and the others. Lu Erniu and Niu Huahua have been tortured terribly by the end of the world these days. They can hear terrifying roars from time to time at night. When I was sleeping late at night, I often heard rumbling sounds on the roof, as if something heavy was hitting it. The two of them couldn't sleep well during the day or at night, and they had big dark circles under their eyes. Lu Huahua noticed that Lin Hu's face was ruddy, and he looked like he had eaten well and slept well. She pulled the corner of Lin Hu's clothes and asked, "Brother Hu, what are you doing?" "Dong dong." Lin Hu patted the blast shield in his hand and said, "We have set up a survivor camp in the community called Kamikaze Camp. We are clearing out the zombies in the community and searching for supplies. Are you willing to join our Kamikaze Camp?" Miao Yulong added, "We in the Kamikaze Battalion do not support idlers. If you want to join, you must be able to contribute to the camp and obey our command. What can you do? Are you willing to obey our command?" Lu Huahua quickly said, "We obey. I can do logistics work, I can wash clothes and cook, and I can also do needlework." Lu Ernius stuttered a little. I have a lot of strength. I used to be a loader. I can be responsible for carrying the materials." Miao Yulong looked at his majestic figure and asked, "Can't you kill zombies with us?" Lu Erniu shook his head like a rattle. "I can't do this. I'm timid." Da Xiong and his companions looked at each other and decided to take the two away. It is impossible for the camp to be filled entirely with soldiers. There must be some people doing ordinary jobs. Today was the first time that Lin Hu and his 4 companions took action, and they gained a lot. They spent a day cleaning up the entire community, brought back a whole room's worth of supplies, placed them on the first floor, and harvested more than 100 mutant crystal cores. Lin's mother and Li Waywei prepared a celebratory banquet for them. Lu Erniu and his sister were arranged to stay on the 5th floor. Mother Lin took a small portion of each dish, put them on 2 plates, and brought them over to them. The 2 men cried with joy when they saw the normal meals. God knows how they survived to this day on 2 barrels of soybean oil and didn't even need toilet paper. Chapter 36. The Stubbornness of the Venomous Snake. 3 days later, the survivor camp expanded to 30 people. That day, from the morning on, Miao Yulong had an unconcealable smile on his face. While eating, Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Uncle Xiaoxi seems to be very happy today, haha." Miao Yulong touched his hot face and said, "Oh my god, is it that obvious? Even a child can see it. But I'm just happy today, ha ha ha." Miao Yulong was happy but also nervous. He wanted to become stronger, and he was eager to have superpowers. When he activated his superpowers, he looked like a super scion and was very handsome. But he was also worried that he didn't have the talent. He was an orphan and had always felt inferior since childhood, and often doubted himself. He likes the feeling of being needed, which makes him feel powerful. But he is also afraid of being betrayed by the person he needs, which makes him want to take crazy revenge. Only Lin Feng understood the complex inner world beneath his smile. Lin Feng brought him to the bedroom, patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Don't feel stressed. You are as strong as De Xiong and the others, or even stronger." The upper limit of the mutant crystal cores absorbed every day reflects a person's talent, and your upper limit is the highest. Hearing this, Miao Yulong felt like he had been given a shot of cardiotonic. His face glowed and his back straightened a lot. After Miao Yulong ate the last mutant crystal core, he entered a breakthrough state. He had seen others break through and knew to endure the pain for 10 minutes. Pain spread throughout his body. He clenched his teeth stubbornly, his face turning purple, just to prevent himself from screaming out. Miao Yulong glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands of the wall clock ticked forward and seemed to be slowing down. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead and his eyelids kept twitching. He suddenly felt that his breakthrough seemed a little different from others. Huzi said it hurt as much as giving birth, and Xiao Lang said it hurt as much as having diarrhea. They had never given birth to a child, but they had also had diarrhea. This kind of pain is definitely many times more severe than having diarrhea. Could it be related to the unpurified mutant crystal core that I ate? Thinking of this, fear grew in his heart, and he began to worry that he would fail in his breakthrough. Lin Feng also noticed something unusual. He encouraged Miao Yulong from the side. "Hold on. The broadcast didn't say who will fail when breaking through to become an evolver. Just hold on and it'll be fine." The clock on the wall was ticking like a turtle, but it still took a long 10 minutes. But the pain in Miao Yulong's body still did not disappear. His mind gradually lost control, and he began to have wild thoughts. "I am the only captain among the 4 captains of the Kamikaze Battalion who has not become an evolver. I will be the deputy battalion commander in the future. Everyone is waiting for me to break through. If I can't break through, the prestige I have worked so hard to build up during this period will be wiped out." Miao Yulong's eyes turned white, and he was about to lose consciousness. Lin Feng helped him up and patted his cheek. Yulong, hold on. There's something wrong with the clock on the wall. It's running fast. There's still 1 minute left. Miao Yulong was in a daze. When he heard Lin Feng say that there was something wrong with the wall clock, he gritted his teeth and persisted for a while. Lin Feng stuffed a few mutant crystal cores into his mouth, and he absorbed them all. Lin Feng continued to stuff them in until he could not absorb any more. Under the stimulation of the mutated crystal core energy, Miao Yulong gradually woke up. He held on for 15 minutes before the pain in his body disappeared. What followed was a sense of comfort he had never experienced before. The surging power filled every part of his body. The improvement in his perception made him feel that the world had become more colorful. Miao Yulong turned over and left Lin Feng's arms and said sincerely, "Thank you, brother, for saving me again. You're welcome. If I don't help you, you won't be in trouble." Miao Yulong thought to himself, "Where can I seek justice if something happens? How is it? Have you awakened your superpowers?" Miao Yulong felt it, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Everyone went downstairs, ready to watch Miao Yulong experiment with his supernatural powers. Xiao Yuan also came downstairs to wait and watch. When Miao Yulong's supernatural power is activated, his eyes are blue like Lin Hu's. He raised his hands and stretched them out into the air in front of him. Water vapor began to gather on his hands and gradually formed a water ball. He raised his hand, and with a whoosh, the water ball in his hand flew out and hit a big willow tree. Bang! The big willow tree broke a little and shook. Little Yuan shouted heartlessly, "Uncle Xiaoxi's supernatural power is not very powerful." Miao Yulong thought about it, stretched out his hand, and the water in the distant pond gathered into a rotating water column, rushing into the sky and forming a water tornado. The water tornado was 5 meters thick and brought with it strong winds and a huge sound. Everyone's clothes were rustling in the wind. Xiao Yuan hid behind Lin Feng, squinted her eyes and shouted, "Uncle Little Snake is so powerful, please stop now." Miao Yulong was almost reaching his limit, and he controlled the water spout to rush towards a self-built brick house. With a loud bang, the self-built brick house was destroyed by the water spout like a rotten wood. The crowd around burst into cheers. "Team Snake is awesome. Captain is awesome. Viper is awesome." Miao Yulong had a frown on his face. Why were all the people he recruited these days uneducated and rough? You can travel the world with just a word of awesome, but my little Yuan is not as good at speaking as me. Xiao Yuan ran to Miao Yulong, who picked her up and gave her a kiss. Xiao Yuan blinked her big eyes and said, "Uncle Xiaoxi, you are so powerful. If anyone doesn't obey you, you can make them unable to pee." Miao Yulong was stunned. This idea was very strange. It couldn't make people unable to urinate, but it could make people's urine forked. Seeing the powerful supernatural powers of Miao Yulong, the new team members were in high spirits. They feel that one day they will be able to become evolvers like the captains, and if they are lucky, they may even have unique superpowers. After Miao Yulong's breakthrough, 4 teams of 5 set off with high spirits. Their target was several stores within a 5-mile radius of the community. There are a lot of supplies in the store, so it's worth the risk. Now Lin Feng finally has some free time. He no longer has to work as a babysitter and go out every day to find food for the whole family. After everyone left, he took Xiao Yuan upstairs. As they entered the room, the radio on the table started to play. Now everyone understands the importance of radio. Other electronic devices cannot connect to the internet. This is currently the only tool to obtain information from the outside world. These days, people who went out to search for supplies also brought back several radios. Now it is possible to use them alternately and keep the radio on 24 hours a day, but there is no information most of the time. Zizizi, Longhua, Changhua Military Headquarters, on August 3rd, a nuclear strike was launched against the Magic City, and 99% of the zombies were destroyed in the nuclear strike. The remaining zombies that have not been eliminated have undergone varying degrees of mutation. Some of them are extremely powerful and cannot be killed by the existing means of Dragon Country. At present, the Changhua military region has retreated 300 miles, and the Demon City has become a human-restricted area filled with powerful zombies and nuclear radiation. All survivors, please do not approach the Demon City. Unless they are on the verge of destruction, the military of each district is prohibited from using nuclear weapons against zombies. There is currently no way to kill the zombies, so they are most likely level 4 zombies. I didn't expect that even though I tried so hard, I was still surpassed by other zombies. I fly to Xinyong City every night to kill zombies. The level of the zombie form is still the intermediate 2nd stage. It is said that hard work cannot make you rich, but if you catch the right wind, even a pig can fly to the sky. It is true. This nuclear radiation is the trend in the zombie circle, but the magic city is too far away and I can't go there yet. Chapter 37, Yuan's God-level power. After listening to the broadcast, Yuan took Lin Feng's hand and dragged him to the bedroom. Then he looked up at Lin Feng and said, "Big brother, today I am also going to break through and become an evolver." Lin Feng picked her up and said, "You saw the pain the uncles went through when they broke through. Aren't you afraid?" Little Yuan frowned and shook her head. "Don't be afraid. Yuan and also needs to be strong to protect mom and sister." During this period, Lin's mother treated her very well and treated her as her own daughter, and he also truly regarded Lin's mother as his mother. Yuan was too young, and Lin Feng was originally unwilling to let her absorb the mutant crystal core, but she strongly requested to absorb the mutant crystal core to become stronger. Lin Feng secretly gave him the mutated crystal core every day, and kept this secret from everyone, not even Lin's mother and Li Waywei. "Okay." Lin Feng held her and prepared to go out. "Xiaofeng, what are you going to do with Yuan in your arms?" asked Lin's mother in the living room. Before Lin Feng could speak, Yuan said with a smile, "Mom, it's boring to stay upstairs all the time. Brother has time to take me downstairs to play today. It's not safe downstairs, let's play inside." Little Yuan and started to act like a spoiled child. No, Yuan and wants to go downstairs to play. The zombies in the neighborhood have been cleared out by Brother Huzi and the others, and my brother will go with me, so it won't be dangerous. Mother Lin came over and smiled and pinched Yuan's little face. "Okay, listen to our Yuan. I'll let you go out and play for a while, but you two have to come back early." Yuan turned her head and blinked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried Yuan into a residential building on the other side of the community and found a room with intact doors and windows. Little Yuan was in Lin Feng's arms, eating the mutated crystal cores one by one. It wasn't long before the critical point was reached. When the pain came, Yuan's face changed. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and lay on his shoulder, so as not to let Lin Feng see her painful expression. Feeling Yuan's body trembling in pain, Lin Feng felt a little regretful. Yuan is too young, and we shouldn't let her take the risk of breaking through. It's too late to regret now. Once you make a breakthrough, there's no turning back. Yuan began to moan in pain. Lin Feng said distressedly, "If it hurts, just shout it out. People at home won't be able to hear it." Yuan really shouted out. She shouted twice and did not forget to comfort Lin Feng. "Brother, don't worry, okay. I know it will pass. It will be fine in a while." But after a while, Yuan seemed to be exhausted. Her hair and clothes were soaked with sweat. Lin Feng was sweating coldly. What was going on? This had never happened to anyone before. He held Yuan horizontally in his arms and took out a few mutant crystal cores to feed her. When the mutated crystal core entered her mouth, it turned into a stream of energy and flowed into her body. Yuan said weakly, "Big brother, this is not enough." Lin Feng began to stuff mutant crystal cores into her mouth continuously. Yuan closed her mouth and shook her head. "Big brother, I feel that it's not that the number is not enough, but the level is not enough." Lin Feng took out a first-order mutant crystal core and put it into Yuan's mouth. The first-order mutant crystal nucleus entered Yuan's mouth, turned into energy and disappeared without a trace. Yuan continued, "Big brother, I feel that this level is not enough. My body seems to be asking me for a higher-level mutant crystal core." Lin Feng knew that this was Yuan's body's instinctive reaction, just like wanting to drink water when thirsty and wanting to eat meat when hungry. He gritted his teeth, took out the only second-level mutant crystal core in his body, and put it into Yuan's mouth. The second-order mutant crystal core was absorbed instantly, and Yuan slowly calmed down. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Fortunately, he had prepared a second-order mutant crystal core. Yuan recovered and felt that she had endless energy in her body. She kicked at the metal leg of a table. Bang! The metal table leg was bent by her kick. "Haha, I've become stronger." She jumped up and down in the room, having a lot of fun, and completely forgot the pain she had just felt. Lin Feng reminded, "Feel what special abilities you have. This little girl, it takes too much energy to break through and become an evolver." The energy of a mutant crystal core increases 100-fold with each level increase. A first-level mutant crystal core is equivalent to 100 ordinary mutant crystal cores, so consuming one is nothing. However, one second-level mutant crystal nucleus is equivalent to 100 first-level mutant crystal nuclei, which is equal to 10,000 ordinary mutant crystal nuclei, and this is only in terms of quantity. From a qualitative point of view, no matter how many ordinary mutant crystal nuclei there are, they are not as good as one second-order mutant crystal nucleus. In other words, Yuan's breakthrough consumed the mutant crystal cores needed for 11 people to break through. With such a huge energy consumption, Lin Feng is looking forward to her special abilities. When Yuan heard this, her eyes lit up. She stood on the ground, clenched her two little fists, and tried to feel it. She thought about it for a long time, but Lin Feng didn't feel any fluctuation of aura from him. After a while, Yuan's little face fell. Lin Feng quickly asked, "What's wrong, Yuan? Don't you have any special abilities?" "It doesn't matter if you don't have any. Big brother doesn't have any either, but he's just as powerful." Yuan lowered her head, looked dejected, and pouted her lips as she said, "No, big brother. I have superpowers and I have already activated them, but my superpowers are not strong and have no power at all. I can't use them in a fight at all. What kind of weird power is this? There is no aura fluctuation at all. Children have simple minds, and their criteria for judging good and bad are nothing more than whether something is delicious, fun, or powerful." Lin Feng doesn't believe that her supernatural powers are not powerful. He squatted down and asked, "What superpower is not amazing? Tell me what your superpower is." Yuan said, "I can sense the elves in all living things within a radius of about 1,000 meters. I can ask these elves questions, and they will definitely answer. Because I asked their elves, they themselves don't know that I asked them questions." Lin Feng thought about it, and realized that this was a large-range perception that could sense the enemy's position. It was a very useful skill, a bit like radar. "What is this ability to ask questions?" Lin Feng said, "Then ask Big Brother a question." Yuan closed her eyes and felt for a moment, "No, I can't ask. Big Brother is much stronger than me. I can only ask people who are weaker than me." "Then ask Mom what to have for lunch?" "Okay." Yuan thought it was fun, so she closed her eyes and started trying it. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Mom's elf said, let's make Yuan's favorite beef stew with potatoes for lunch today." 1 minute later, Yuan's supernatural power state ended. Lin Feng took Yuan home to verify. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng saw Lin's mother and Waywei cooking in the kitchen. He said, "Mom, are we going to have beef stewed with potatoes for lunch today?" Mother Lin turned around and asked, "Hey, how did you know we'd have beef stewed with potatoes for lunch?" "Waywei just found some edible potatoes from the warehouse downstairs." Yuan smiled and gave herself a thumbs up. Lin Feng was stunned. Yuan's ability was too powerful. It was simply a god-level ability. Imagine this. If there is a traitor in the camp and no one knows who it is, Yuan can just use her special powers to ask around and find out who the person is, but that person still thinks he has not been exposed. This special ability is extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully. People who are weaker than Yuan and have no secrets in front of Yuan. The key is that you don't know that the secret in your heart has been exposed. Yuan pulled Lin Feng into the bedroom and asked him in a low voice, "Big brother, what is the name of my ability?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it questioning the heart." Chapter 38. Encirclement. Over the next week, the survivor camp expanded to 60 people. Among them, a large proportion are teenage men. The remaining people included 2 middle-aged men with families, a few young girls, and middle-aged women. We also found several truck drivers at the freight station, but there was not a single elderly person among them. The economy in small cities is in recession, and most of the young and middle-aged laborers have gone to work in the city. Many elderly people have no one to take care of them and live alone. Since the end of the world, the frail, sickly, and elderly who have little mobility were the first to fall, and few survived. These days, the lights flicker and the voltage is a bit unstable. Waywei was worried about a power outage, so she asked the search team to focus on finding the workers in the power system. If there is a power outage, dozens of tons of meat in the cold storage will go bad. Lin Feng went to the control center of the power plant at night and found no survivors. Without maintenance, power outages are inevitable sooner or later. Finally, everyone decided to take all the meat from the cold storage back and fry it, add some salt, and then seal the meat and oil together after it is cooked. This way, it can be stored for a long time at room temperature. The community suddenly became lively, with several large pots set up in the yard to fry meat, and the aroma filled the air. Everyone in the camp also took the opportunity to improve their food for a few days. The search team has not given up on finding the power plant workers. Electricity is an issue that must be addressed. If there is none at the power plant, look for one in a nearby community. As a result, they actually found two old masters who were on vacation at home and escaped the disaster. The two said that the current voltage instability was caused by the fact that the wind turbine had not been oiled for a long time, and the wind turbine was outside the city. The location happened to be at the original moving location, Huangxiang Chef Excavator Technical College. So, Lin Feng decided to move the next day. Early the next morning, 5 large trucks loaded with supplies were waiting in the yard. Lin Feng asked his family to get on the second truck. Mother Lin sat in the car, looking at her own apartment building with reluctance, and was obviously in a bad mood. Hey, I have lived here for decades. I really don't want to leave. Lin Hu smiled and consoled her. Mom, haven't you been wanting to move to a bigger house for a long time? Let's move into a bigger house today. There is a row of big villas over there. You can pick anyone you like. Father Lin sighed and said, your mother is reluctant to leave her hometown. You two grew up here. Mother Lin's eyes lit up. There really is a big villa. Let's go quickly. What are you waiting for? Who would want to live in this shabby building when there is a big villa? Father Lin. Huangxiang College is not far from here, and the convoy is not going very fast. Lin Feng, wearing a windbreaker, sat in the first truck with Xiao Yuan. 8 5-man teams equipped with 8-piece security suits walked on both sides of the truck. As the convoy entered an alley, suddenly, a large number of survivors in tattered clothes appeared at both ends of the alley, including men, women, and children, with a total of 200 to 300 people on both sides. A middle-aged woman in her 40s in the crowd at the front of the convoy said, please share some of the food in those trucks with us. We are almost starving to death. An old man in the crowd behind the convoy said, yes, we all live close to each other. We used to be neighbors. Please be kind to us. A child in the crowd said, Uncle, Aunt, we don't want much. Just give us a few pounds of meat each. Lin Feng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Food is limited in an area, and survivors live scattered around unless someone builds a camp to gather them together. How could it be such a coincidence that these survivors caught up with their group in such a place? Moreover, they actually asked for meat. How did they know that we had stored a large amount of meat? Food definitely cannot be given away. With so many people, how much food needs to be shared? Human greed cannot satisfy it. If you give in, you will only get more demands in return. Lin Feng stood on the roof and shouted, the food on the car was earned by my brothers with their lives, and I won't give it to anyone else. We have also posted a large number of notices in this area a long time ago. Anyone who is willing to kill zombies and work can join us and share the hardships together. So many days have passed, and you guys haven't come to join our camp, simply because you are afraid to kill zombies. You don't want to pay, but you want to eat for free by blocking the road. Who gives you the face? Everyone listen up. Anyone who dares to come forward will be killed without mercy. The supply collection team members who were confronting this group of people in front and behind the convoy were all cheered up when they heard this. Some soft-hearted people who wanted to share some food with them also raised their blast shields. Mother Lin saw the starving children in front and behind the convoy and wanted to go down to give the children some food, but after hearing this, she chose to remain silent. A woman with a loud voice shouted in the crowd, Manhwa has a tradition since ancient times. During famine years, people with surplus food should donate porridge and rice to nearby places. A group of people started to make a noise, yes, give us some food. The government will compensate you in the end. Lin Feng was a little angry. What nonsense were they talking about? Now was an era where whoever was capable would be allowed to live. The country was struggling to take care of itself, so how could it be able to provide compensation? These people were playing moral kidnapping. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with it, Xiao Yuan in the car silently activated her special powers, and after some investigation, she asked Lin Feng to enter the car. Little Yuan looked solemn, her eyebrows knitted together, and she pointed at the buildings on both sides and whispered, Big brother, there are many people with weapons in the buildings on both sides. I asked them what they wanted to do. They said they were going to attack us in the chaos, kill all our men, and take away all our food and women. These people were not part of their group. They were all coerced and bribed by them to come here. How could I forget Xiao Yuan, the little human-shaped radar? The buildings on both sides were not too far from the convoy, and Lin Feng and his team were focusing on the crowd in front and behind, so no one noticed anything unusual on either side. Lin Feng is strong and is not afraid of sneak attacks from these people, but his team also includes his parents, Xiao, and many ordinary people. There will definitely be casualties if we are attacked by them by surprise, so we have to strike first. Lin Feng looked around and asked, where are they ambushing? Don't point, just tell me. On the second floor on the left, the fourth, fifth, and sixth windows from the front. On the first floor on the right, the fourth and fifth windows from the front, the third and fourth windows on the second floor. Lin Feng called Da Xiong and 4 other captains over, told them that there were ambushes in the buildings on both sides, and told them the specific locations. When Lin Hu heard that someone was plotting against him, he became so angry that his eyes widened, and he was about to explode on the spot. Lin Feng held him down and began to assign tasks. Don't worry. Hu Zi will activate his supernatural power and bomb a few ambush points. Then Viper will lead 5 people to rush into the left building, and Little Wolf will lead 5 people to rush into the right building. If you encounter anyone, just kill them as zombies. Don't leave any alive. Chapter 39. Total Annihilation. When the search team goes out, it is inevitable that they will have to compete with other survivors for supplies. After observing for a period of time, Lin Feng discovered that the venomous snake and the little wolf acted decisively. When they encountered disobedient survivors, they would kill them without any hesitation. Lin Hu is okay, but he has a bad temper. Big Bear is a little worse. He is okay at killing zombies, but often hesitates when encountering survivors, unless they bully him. Therefore, Lin Feng was left to the ruthless snake and the little wolf. After everyone is ready, Lin Hu jumped onto the roof of the car, activated his special powers, his aura rolled, the wind blew violently, and blue flames flickered in his eyes. The crowds on both sides of the convoy were stunned and silenced by this sudden change. Even the people lying in ambush with shotguns and homemade bows and arrows in the buildings on both sides were shocked. Their boss is also an evolver, but he has not awakened any superpowers. This is also the first time they have seen someone activate superpowers. After Lin Hu activated his special power, he stretched out his arms and pointed his palms towards the buildings on both sides. A beam of white light as thick as an arm shot out from the palm of each palm. The beams of light hit the several windows that Lin Feng told him about. Boom, boom, boom. Several walls were blown down. Some of the people who were ambushing inside were killed directly in the explosion, while others were seriously injured. Screams of pain came from inside the building. After 7 energy shocks, Lin Hu's 3-second Superman state ended directly. When he first awakened his special powers, Lin Hu could only use 3 energy attacks at a time. During this period of time, Lin Feng provided him with mutant crystal cores free of charge in his personal capacity and ensured that he was well fed every day, which was why he was able to fire 7 consecutive shots today. Kill. After Lin Hu finished his attack, Viper and Little Wolf each led a team and rushed into the left and right buildings. The venomous snake just rushed up to the second floor and opened the door. I just happened to see a man lying on the ground covered in blood, pointing a shotgun at the door. The Viper yelled, "Back off." Viper and his right-hand man Xiao Shuai rushed to the front. The 2 men stepped back, and the people behind them hadn't reacted yet and squeezed behind them out of inertia. The 2 men hurriedly raised their shields. Viper remembered that Xiao Shuai's shield was a bulletproof shield, which could only block thrown objects and zombie scratches and bites, but could not protect against bullets. Be careful. Viper raised his homemade steel shield and moved to the side, just blocking half of Xiao Shuai's body. Bang! Flames spurted out from the muzzle of the shotgun, and dozens of metal bullets were ejected from the muzzle along with the flames. With a crack and a crash, the explosion-proof shield shattered into pieces of glass. Half of Xiao Shuai's face was covered in blood, and the world in front of him was filled with blood. Viper felt a tingling in his arm. More than 20 marbles hit his steel shield, causing sparks to fly. Everything happened in a flash. Viper held up a steel shield in front of the 2 men, and the team members behind him dragged Xiao Shuai down and stuffed the mutant crystal core into his mouth. When the team goes out, each member carries 10 mutant crystal cores, and the captain carries 100 mutant crystal cores to be used as first aid medicine. Xiao Shuai absorbed the mutated crystal core, the wound stopped bleeding and healed, but the metal bullet remained in the flesh. Thinking of his seriously injured brother behind him, Viper secretly blamed himself, thinking that things had been going too smoothly during this period and that he was careless this time. Bang, bang, Viper pulled out his pistol and fired back. Puff puff, his shooting skills were really not that good. The bullet hit the bulletproof vest of the man on the ground, and white smoke came out. He put away his pistol and picked up the axe, ready to rush forward and kill the man on the ground. He squatted down and took a few steps forward with the steel shield. Bang! As soon as he walked into the door, the man lying on the ground in front of him shot him. This shot was just a cover. The real danger was on the side, and someone from the side also shot at him, also with a shotgun. Fortunately, he was an evolver and reacted quickly. He sensed the crisis and retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have followed in Xiao Shuai's footsteps. Kaka! He heard the man lying on the ground in front of him unload the shell and prepare to reload it. The opportunity has come. Viper gritted his teeth and threw the steel shield to the right where the man was hiding. With a hum, the steel shield flew out, and he jumped up with a big axe in his hand, stepped on the wall, and jumped to the top of the man on the ground in one step. At this time, the speed and strength advantages of the evolvers became apparent. The man on the ground showed a look of horror on his face, and the Viper's axe continued to grow larger in his eyes. He didn't have time to turn the gun upwards. With a whoosh, his head was cut in half by the poisonous snake's axe. At this moment, the thrown steel shield just reached the person on the right. The man on the right fired a shot in panic. Bang! The bullet hit the steel shield, creating a shower of sparks. After Viper dealt with the man on the ground, he rushed to the right and grabbed the steel shield that had not yet fallen to the ground. He carried the steel shield and charged at the gunman standing against the wall on the right. Click! The metal protrusions on the outside of the steel shield hit the gunman's ribs and broke them directly. After a few collisions, the gunman behind the steel shield was no longer able to fight and fell to the ground as if he had no bones. After dealing with the gunman, Viper continued to lead his men to clean up other rooms. Everything went smoothly for the little wolf at the beginning. He would shoot and kill anyone he saw. The enemies were dazed by Lin Hu's bombardment and were unable to organize an effective counterattack, and were quickly wiped out by Xiaolang and his men. But when they were clearing the last room, they encountered a first-level evolver who used dual swords. The man rushed forward and chopped off a team member's bulletproof shield with one knife, and also chopped off the hand holding the shield. The little wolf immediately activated his special ability and rushed forward with 2 bayonets in hand. The other team members helped the injured team member reconnect his arm and fed him some mutant crystal cores. When the man saw the little wolf's standing hair and eyes burning with red flames, he knew that the little wolf had activated his superpowers. He broke the window without hesitation and rushed towards the crowd at the front of the alley. The little wolf jumped out right after him, and using the 5 times speed granted by his supernatural power, caught up with him in a breath. The 2 bayonets in his hands flew and stabbed at his back. The man turned and drew his knife to block. Ding, 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 ding. The little wolves surrounded him and attacked him quickly, and he couldn't keep up with their speed at all. After blocking a few blows, he couldn't hold on any longer. Puff, puff, puff. Several bloody holes were made on his body by the bayonet, and blood spurted out. After struggling for a while, he soon stopped moving. The vitality of a first-level evolver was extremely strong, so the little wolf was worried and only stopped after cutting off his head. At this point, all the enemies with evil intentions were wiped out. The blood-covered little wolf glanced at the survivors at both ends of the alley. These survivors were just a group of mob. They had been retreating since Lin Hu activated his supernatural power. Little Wolf was so scared at one look that they ran away in all directions. The people blocking the road have left, but the crisis has not been resolved. The battle just now was too noisy. There must be a large number of zombies gathering here. Lin Feng glanced at the tall buildings on both sides and ordered the team to move forward immediately. If we stop here, the zombies will jump directly into the middle of the defense circle from the roof, making it difficult to defend. The team moved forward for a minute, and screams were heard in the distance. After the survivors who blocked the road left, they encountered a tide of zombies. The footsteps of the survivors and the zombie tide are getting closer. At this moment, the team was passing through a small square. Lin Feng immediately ordered the truck to stop. The 5 trucks stopped together, and all the fighters formed a circle, surrounding the trucks in the middle. The armed fighters climbed onto the roof of the car and prepared to shoot. Chapter 40 Zombie Siege. Just as the kamikaze battalion's convoy was getting ready, screaming survivors led a large group of zombies and rushed over from several intersections. Lin Hu was furious when he saw this. Damn it! These survivors must have deliberately led the zombies to our side. There are so many roads to run to, but they had to run to our side. Bah! Miao Yulong's eyes turned red. They just blocked the road to steal food, and now they're attracting zombies to harm us. They really think we're easy to talk to. Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Brothers on the roof, listen up. If anyone gets within 50 meters of the convoy, just shoot them." These words were also spoken to the survivors who came running over. The survivor who ran over obviously didn't take this seriously. Soon he ran into the convoy within 50 meters. This would allow them to run over and attract a large group of zombies, making defense more difficult. Kill. Lin Feng gave an order and gunshots rang out. The survivor who ran over was covered in blood and fell to the ground after being shot. He was immediately eaten by zombies. After a burst of gunfire, a group of survivors fell down. Seeing this, The other survivors turned around immediately. After all, if you run this way, you will be shot dead immediately, but if you run somewhere else, you might be able to escape if you are lucky. Since no survivors were running this way, no one was shooting. There were not many bullets, so if you were to kill zombies from a close distance, your chances of hitting them would be higher. The survivors who ran away also took some zombies away. However, because there were more people gathered on this side of the convoy, 2/3 of the zombies still rushed towards the convoy. The warriors of the Kamikaze Battalion go out to kill zombies every day, but they are not so afraid of zombies, and everyone is on high alert. After a few seconds, the tide of zombies collided with the convoy's defense circle. Bang! The soldier holding the explosion-proof shield was knocked into the circle for more than 1 meter before he stopped. These warriors had absorbed about 100 mutant crystal cores, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, so no one was knocked over. But being surrounded by so many zombies, they had no way of pushing the zombies away and swinging the fire axes. Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone, change to short spears." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately pulled out the short spears behind them, held the shield in one hand and the short spear in the other hand, and stabbed the zombies' heads from above the explosion-proof shield. Puff puff. More than 30 zombies fell in one round of attack. In order to prevent zombies from piling up in a crowd, Lin Feng used his 6-meter-long spear to carry the zombies he killed far away. Da-da-da. The zombies were getting closer, and the shooter on the roof could hit the zombies' heads with any shot. Hundreds of zombies were killed in a short time. The zombie corpses inevitably piled higher and higher. The crowd could only attack by stepping on the zombies' corpses to prevent the zombies from passing over their heads. The square was densely packed with zombies, numbering perhaps 4,000 to 5,000. The perimeter was getting higher and higher, and the archers on the roof were no longer able to help, so they all got off the car and joined the battle with spears. 40 against 4,000. If the fight continues like this, except for Lin Feng and his 4 companions, everyone else will be exhausted. Big Bear, it's your turn. After Lin Feng shouted this, he asked someone to replace Daxiang. Big Bear retreated into the circle, rubbed his palms, and said with a smile, "Brother, why did you call me just now? My 4-meter-long sword is thirsty, haha. Brothers, hold on for a while. Brother Xiong will come on stage and end the battle in minutes." As he spoke, Daxiang pulled out a 4-meter-long and 1-foot-wide sword from under a truck. The blade was polished to a shine and flashed with a cold light. The Big Bear carried a 4-meter-long sword and activated his supernatural power, his steel body, turning into a little golden man. He exerted force with his feet, flew over the heads of the crowd, and jumped out of the defense circle. When it landed, the entire square shook. He grasped the hilt of the broadsword with both hands and swung it violently in a circle. Woo, puff, puff. The zombies within a 4-meter range centered on the Big Bear were directly chopped in half. Big Bear rushed forward 2 more steps, allowing the zombies to pounce on him. His iron body was not afraid of the zombies' bites at all. Every 2 steps he took, he swung his sword in a circle. The zombies fell down one by one like mowing the grass, and even the first-level zombies couldn't withstand a single blow from him. The friends in the convoy were all stunned. The little wolf opened his mouth wide. Big Bear is so awesome. Big Bear's sword is awesome. Lin, who also smiled and shouted, "Brother Daxiang, work harder. The brothers are all depending on you." Big Bear killed more than 1,000 zombies in one breath and felt that he was invincible. At this time, a 2-meter-tall 2nd-level crawler jumped beside him. Without saying a word, the Big Bear swung the 4-meter-long knife and chopped at the crawler's head. The crawler raised its claws to block, and the Big Bear flew out with the knife. Seeing this scene, the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces disappeared. They are confident that they can deal with ordinary zombies no matter how many of them come, but no one has ever defeated a 2nd-level zombie. 2nd-level zombies are fundamentally better than ordinary zombies. Normally, when people see a 2nd-level zombie, they take a detour. Seeing such a huge monster, the family members in the car were also scared. Mother Lin hugged Yuan and Xiao tightly. At this time, Lin Feng put on his mask, sunglasses, and the hood of his windbreaker and shouted, "Big Bear, come back soon. Your supernatural power is about to end." Without saying a word, Big Bear dropped his sword and jumped into the defensive circle. Lin Feng turned into a zombie, jumped out of the defense circle in 1 step, and jumped in front of the crawler. A shot swept towards the side of the crawler, and the crawler stretched out its front claws to block. Bang! The crawler was knocked down and thrown 5 meters away, killing a group of zombies. Wow! The crawler stood up and roared, rushing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged to the side and stabbed out with his spear at the same time. The spear cut a huge wound more than 1 meter long on the crawler's body, and black blood flowed all over the ground. The second-level zombies already felt pain. Under the stimulation of pain, the crawlers became even crazier and pounced on Lin Feng again and again. Lin Feng retreated while whipping the crawler with his spear, stabbing it from time to time, leaving a bloody hole on the crawler's body. The crawler's injuries became more and more serious. The madness in his eyes gradually faded away. He took 2 steps back, turned around, and ran out faster. How could Lin Feng let it go? Lin Feng suddenly jumped up, stretched his body into a bow shape in the air, and threw out the spear. With a whoosh, the spear pierced through the crawler's back and into the concrete floor, nailing the crawler to the ground. Lin Feng also landed on the crawler's neck. Boom, 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 crack. 3 punches were thrown at the crawler's head, smashing the crawler's skull. The crawler swayed twice and fell to the ground, motionless. Everyone in the convoy was silent. It was the first time for many of them to see their leader Lin Feng take action. Hearing a few captains talk about how powerful Chief Lin Feng is not as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes. The leader didn't use his special powers to easily deal with the second-level zombies. Could it be that the leader is a second-level or third-level evolver? While everyone was guessing, Lin Feng dug out the mutant crystal core from the crawler's brain, then pulled out his spear and continued to kill zombies. The second-level zombies were killed, and everyone's confidence increased. 5 minutes later, there was no living zombie left in the square. Everyone spontaneously collected the mutant crystal cores, and after collecting them, they cleared a path for the convoy to pass. The zombies in this area have been almost cleared out, and we didn't encounter any zombie waves on the rest of the journey. The convoy arrived safely at Huangxiang College. When he arrived at the entrance of the academy, Lin Feng frowned and looked back. After repelling the zombie tide, he had a feeling that he was being watched, but he could not find the source. Chapter 41 New Home. When they arrived at the entrance of the college, the door was pushed open from the inside. Dozens of people came out and saw Lin Feng at the front of the convoy at a glance. A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked over and shook Lin Feng's hand and said excitedly, "Chief, you are finally here." He glanced at the other people in the convoy and said, "These are all brothers from the Kamikaze Battalion, right? Please come in." Everyone in the convoy was bewildered. They thought they would encounter hordes of zombies again when they arrived at the school and have another tough battle. They didn't expect that the boss had already arranged everything here. It turned out that Lin Feng had taken time out to come to the school several times a few days ago, killed all the zombies in the school, rescued all the survivors, and took them all into the kamikaze camp. Lin Feng said to everyone in the convoy, "These are all teachers and students in the school. They have all joined our kamikaze camp. From now on, we are all our own people. We must build a new home together in this doomsday." Lin Feng pointed at the middle-aged man wearing glasses and said, "This is Mr. Zhang, who is knowledgeable and talented. He will be the leader of our logistics team in the future. We must work together in the future." The captains of each team greeted Teacher Zhang one by one. Teacher Zhang smiled and said, "The food and water are ready. Everyone come in quickly." The convoy drove into the campus and everyone entered the school cafeteria, only to find that there were still dozens of people on campus. There are more than 150 people on campus in total. It is more than twice the number of 60 people brought by Lin Feng. During the break, Miao Yulong, Lin Hu, Little Wolf, Big Bear, and Lin Feng sat together. Miao Yulong was a little worried when he saw that the other side had so many people. "Brother, with so many of them, will they disobey our management?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "The end of the world is different from the past. Under the same circumstances, an evolver can easily defeat a group of ordinary people. What do you have to worry about? Besides, we all come together and keep each other warm in order to survive better in the end times, so there won't be so many intrigues. There are only 100 or so people here. The camp will grow rapidly in the future, and there will soon be thousands or even tens of thousands of people. As long as we remain united and continue to grow stronger, we have nothing to fear." After listening to Lin Feng's words, Miao Yulong's worried expression relaxed. "Hee, I was narrow-minded. After listening to what Big Brother said, I suddenly felt enlightened. As long as we are united and as long as we are getting stronger, we don't have to be afraid of anything." Just as Lin Feng said, Lin Feng had no worries in this regard at all. These people were all rescued by him and were also shocked by his military power. After dinner, Teacher Zhang took everyone to visit the campus. All the zombie corpses on campus have been cleaned up, and there is no trace of the end of the world. The wide road is lined with green trees and blooming flowers. Teacher Zhang pointed to the 6-story dormitory building number 15 and said, "That's the student dormitory building. Each dormitory has 4 bunk beds and can accommodate 8 people. If all number 15 buildings are occupied, it will be enough to accommodate 20,000 people. We don't have to worry about too many people in the camp having no place to live. He pointed to a block of 15 4-story high-end dormitories on the other side and said, "Over there is a high-end dormitory building. They are all single rooms and can accommodate 2,000 people. There are 2 sports fields over there, which are enough to support the warriors' daily training. The villa area over there is the expert apartment. It has the best conditions and can accommodate 500 people. Everyone will live there in the future. There is also a teaching building where we can do some training in the future. If necessary, we can continue to teach everyone middle school and university knowledge." Waywei nodded and said with a smile, "It is still necessary to learn some useful knowledge." Teacher Zhang knew that this girl was the chief steward in the kamikaze camp, second only to Lin Feng in status, so he did not dare to neglect her and smiled and replied, "There is really no need to learn everything." Everyone walked across an artificial lake and arrived at the teaching area. We have 10 excavators and dozens of engineering vehicles, welding equipment, lathes, and a certain level of manufacturing capability. The school also has a certain level of scientific research capability, and we can even manufacture simple firearms. In addition, there is a large amount of food and ingredients stored in the school's underground warehouse, enough for us to eat for 2 months. After walking around the school, everyone was very satisfied. The school is indeed a good place, and it is a perfect place to serve as a kamikaze camp. Due to the increase in personnel, the organizational structure of the kamikaze battalion was revised. The leader and commander of the camp is naturally Lin Feng. Lin Feng appointed a housekeeper, namely Waywei, who was responsible for deciding the daily affairs of the camp when Lin Feng was away. There are 2 groups under the chief steward, the logistics group and the combat group. The logistics team is responsible for other work besides combat, and Teacher Zhang is the team leader. The logistics team is divided into small teams according to their functions. Some are responsible for food, some are responsible for electricity, and so on. The combat team controls all the armed forces in the camp, is responsible for the camp security, and leads the logistics team to search for supplies. Lin Feng also serves as the team leader. There are 4 battalions under the combat group: Tiger, Wolf, Bear, and Snake. Captained by Lin Hu, Little Wolf, Big Bear, and Poisonous Snake respectively, and under the battalions there are squadrons and squads. A squad consists of 5 people, 5 squads form a squadron, and there is no limit to the number of squadrons under a battalion. In the afternoon, the students heard that by eating the mutant crystal cores of zombies they could become like Superman, and that joining the combat group would allow them to obtain mutant crystal cores faster, so 103 students wanted to join the combat group. After screening based on their physical fitness, only 80 people were accepted, with 20 people assigned to each team. At this point, the kamikaze battalion had 120 combatants. Even after entering the school, Lin Feng still felt from time to time that there were malicious eyes watching him from afar. He found Li Waywei and Teacher Zhang and asked them to arrange to install electric grids and barbed wire on the campus walls to ensure that no survivors or zombies with bad intentions would sneak in. No one takes safety issues lightly. Teacher Zhang found the electric grid and barbed wire stored in the school. Before the end of the world, these things could only be left in the warehouse and gather dust. These things came in handy after the end of the world. Li Waywei immediately arranged for people to install electric fences on the school walls. The remaining combatants and logistics personnel took the initiative to do what they could. Lin Feng and a group of teachers and students continued to study the setting up of a simple alarm system near the wall. Miao Yulong also suggested that each brigade take turns to stand guard at night to ensure the safety of the camp to the greatest extent possible. Zombies are rampant outside the campus, and from time to time you can see corpses on the ground that are hard to tell whether they are human or zombies. Inside the campus, birds are singing and flowers are blooming, and a group of people are busy working. After experiencing the beatings at the end of the world, everyone in the camp cherishes their current life, regards the campus as their home, and spares no effort to contribute their wisdom and strength. Everyone had a smile on their face, except Lin Feng, who was feeling uneasy. His intuition told him that they were being targeted by some highly intelligent zombies or powerful survivors. He felt that someone was watching him many times that day, from when he was outside the campus to when he walked into the campus. Lin Feng came to the main building of the school and jumped to the 3rd floor in one step. Whoosh, 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 in just a few seconds, he climbed from the 3rd floor to the 20th floor and reached the rooftop. The busy teachers and students on campus looked up at Lin Feng on the main building. Although they had already witnessed Lin Feng's strength, they were still shocked every time they saw it. Lin Feng stood on the roof and looked into the city. The feeling of being peeped disappeared immediately, which further confirmed Lin Feng's guess. In Xiqing District, on the top floor of a 25-story building 10 miles away from the campus, a middle-aged man holding a sniper rifle and with cold eyes leaned against the wall by the window. Such a keen sense, I can feel it with my peripheral vision. I have to tell the boss. After muttering to himself, the man walked downstairs. Chapter 42 Attack. Night. Lin Feng went out and absorbed the blood energy of the zombies he killed during the day. His main target was the second-level zombie. Sure enough, no one except him was interested in the zombie corpses. After being absorbed, the corpses of the zombies turn into ashes and drift away, which also plays an environmental protection role. After doing all this, he searched the area nearby, found nothing unusual, and returned quietly. A week later, the Kamikaze Battalion completed the construction of the power grid. The old people in the camp get along well with the new teachers and students from the academy, and the camp is developing in an orderly manner. This morning, the sky was gloomy and it was drizzling. Lin Feng and Miao Yulong led 2 teams from the snake team. Little Wolf led 2 squads of wolves. The 2 teams went to 2 gas stations in the city. The 2 teams each drove 2 trucks and an off-road vehicle. The trucks were loaded with oil barrels. The goal of this trip was to transport some oil back. The dozens of vehicles in the camp need sufficient oil, so the camp has to get some oil back every week. When Lin Feng got up early in the morning, he felt uneasy, worried that the outgoing convoy would be in danger, so he followed the car out. Lin Feng and Miao Yulong sat in the off-road vehicle in the front, and the rest of the team sat in the 2 trucks at the back. As we got closer to the gas station, the rain got heavier. The big raindrops hit the roof of the car, making a crackling sound, which made people feel annoyed. The wipers kept swinging, and each time they passed, the road was filled with rainwater, making the vision always blurry. Zombies don't want to come out in this kind of weather. Lin Feng was just about to cancel the operation and let the team return. Suddenly I saw that the road ahead was blocked by several dilapidated cars. Miao Yulong also saw the roadblock ahead and stepped on the brakes. Hey, when I came here to check the spot yesterday, there were no obstacles on the road. Lin Feng looked carefully and found several black gun muzzles sticking out of the broken cars blocking the road. Be careful. Lin Feng was startled and rushed over to press Miao Yulong under him. Da-dida, da-dida. Dense bullets penetrated the rain and hit the car windows. Bang, 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 crackle. In an instant, more than a dozen bullet holes were shot in the car window. A group of people also rushed out from the right side of the road, holding automatic rifles and machine guns and firing at the convoy. Bullets came from the front and right, and the metal door was soon riddled with several clear bullet holes. Fortunately, the 2 men lay down in time and were not shot in the head. Miao Yulong was shot once in the back, abdomen and shoulder, and blood gushed out of the bullet holes. Lin Feng was sitting on the right, protecting Miao Yulong. His situation was even worse. He was shot more than a dozen times all over his body, and his clothes and pants were stained with blood. There was blood oozing from the corner of Miao Yulong's mouth, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. At this time, Lin Feng's strong physical fitness as a second-level evolver was revealed. Although he was more seriously injured, his consciousness was still clear and his ability to move was still there. The dense gunfire soon stopped, as if the enemy had used up all the bullets in their magazines. Clank, gurgle. The sound of a metal object rolling after falling to the ground came into Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's face changed, and he took Miao Yulong with him, pushed open the left door and rushed out. The sound of him slamming open the car door and the sound of the grenade exploding happened almost simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 were pushed against the wall by the heat wave. Miao Yulong stared blankly at the 2 trucks behind him that were blazing with flames. None of the 10 members of the 2 teams on them ran down. A group of people were still chatting and looking forward to the future together in the morning, and they were gone in less than 10 minutes. Lin Feng's back was completely burned, with dozens of broken glass and shrapnel stuck on it. With a loud bang, he spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and carried Miao Yulong into the small supermarket next door. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he entered the house, bullets swept over, making a row of bullet holes in the wall. He didn't dare to stay for a moment and ran out of the back door of the supermarket holding Miao Yulong. He used the speed advantage of a second-level evolver to the extreme, and after turning around and around to shake off the enemies behind him, he ran into the 6th floor of a residential building. He put Miao Yulong on the ground, stuffed handfuls of mutant crystal cores into his mouth, and also stuffed a few first-level mutant crystal cores into his own mouth. Ordinary mutant crystal cores no longer have any effect on him. 2 mutated crystal cores entered his mouth and turned into pure energy and entered Miao Yulong's body. Miao Yulong's eyes moved left and right twice before he finally came to his senses. 2 lines of hot tears flowed directly from the corners of his eyes, and he trembled and said, "Brother, all the brothers are gone. Cheer up, our brothers are still waiting for us to avenge them." Lin Feng pulled out the dagger from his boot. "Bear with me. I'll help you take out the bullet first." Miao Yulong pulled out the pistol from his waist and put the holster in his mouth. Lin Feng did not hesitate and stabbed directly with the dagger.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lin Feng helped him remove the 3 bullets from his body and bandaged him simply. Miao Yulong recovered and spit out the holster he was biting. "Brother, I'll help you take out the bullet too." As he spoke, he also drew out his dagger. Lin Feng turned around and faced Miao Yulong with his back. Miao Yulong only smelled a strong smell of barbecue coming towards him. He saw that Lin Feng's back was burnt and covered with shrapnel and glass. His hand holding the knife trembled. Brother, are you okay? Stop talking nonsense and help me deal with it quickly. The enemy this time is not easy to deal with. Maybe they will catch up with us in a while." If he didn't want to be exposed in front of Miao Yulong again, he would have turned into a zombie. His self-healing ability would have been greatly improved, and the injuries on his body would have been healed in minutes. After Lin Feng's reminder, Miao Yulong remembered that he had just been attacked and was completely stunned. It was all because of his elder brother who protected him and helped him block bullets and grenades. Otherwise, he would have been dead. "Brother, bear with it. I'm going to do it right away. I forgot my nickname. Aren't you supposed to be as vicious as a venomous snake? Why are you so fussy at the critical moment?" Miao Yulong used a dagger to dig out more than a dozen bullets from Lin Feng's body, then used his hands to help Lin Feng remove the shrapnel and glass behind him, and then helped Lin Feng bandage his wounds. Lin Feng turned around, put on his clothes and said, "No need to bandage it. This group of people actually set up obstacles on our planned route. They must have spies inside the camp. They also had automatic rifles, machine guns, and grenades, and they overwhelmed us with their firepower. They were obviously well prepared, and I was worried that something might go wrong in the camp and with the little wolves. You take a rest before you leave. I'll go back and check right away." After saying that, Lin Feng jumped directly from the window to another residential building, found a set of clothes and put them on, turned into a zombie and ran at full speed. After running a certain distance, he simply turned into a flying zombie and flew over the camp in a few minutes in the heavy rain. After observing from the air for a while and finding that there was no problem with the camp, he flew directly along the route of the wolf pack. Just as Lin Feng thought, the convoy led by Little Wolf was still some distance away from the roadblock near the gas station. The driver of the Little Wolf SUV suddenly stopped the car, covered his stomach and said, "Team Wolf, I have to pee urgently. I have to go pee. I have a problem that I tend to pee urgently when it rains or is cloudy." Seeing how miserable he was, Little Wolf felt a little empathetic and waved his hand. "Get out of the car and pee." As soon as the driver opened the car door, his sleeves were wet. He quickly withdrew his hand, closed the car door and said with a smile, "Haha, Wolf team, can you hold the umbrella for me?" The Little Wolf glanced at him and said, You are almost as stylish as the leader." "Wolf, I really need to pee. I can't hold it anymore." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll hold an umbrella for you. When you're done peeing, we can continue on our way." After saying that, Xiaolang got out of the car with an umbrella, walked to the door on the other side, and held the umbrella for the driver. The driver started to release the water, his body shaking from time to time, looking extremely comfortable. The enemies lying in ambush at the roadblocks and on the roadside were not so happy. When they saw the convoy stop, they became a little anxious. In the shop to the right of the roadblock, a yellow-haired man holding an assault rifle said to a middle-aged man holding a sniper rifle, "Second Master, have they discovered us?" The second in command aimed a sniper rifle in the direction of the Little Wolf. At this moment, the driver was pulling his pants with one hand and pointing at the roadblock in front of him with the other hand and said, "Wolf team, look at the abandoned vehicles in front. I remember that the road here was very clean yesterday. There were no abandoned vehicles blocking the road." The Little Wolf also turned to look at the roadblock in the distance. The second in command, who closed one eye and looked at Xiaolang and the other man through the scope, said, "They have discovered something unusual. We won't wait any longer. Let's go over and take action." A group of people began to move towards Little Wolf's convoy. Bang! The second in command mistook the driver holding an umbrella for the leader of the convoy and shot him dead. The driver was shot in the head, and brain matter and blood splattered all over Little Wolf's face. Immediately afterwards, gunshots rang out, and a rocket broke through the rain curtain, trailing a white tail flame and shot towards the convoy from the roadblock. The Little Wolf was stunned for only a moment before he was shot in the thigh. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out from the bullet hole on the thigh. He staggered and almost fell, then instantly activated his special powers and dived into a dilapidated bus on the side of the road. Chapter 43: Rescue of the Little Wolf. Rumble. The bus where Little Wolf was hiding was overturned by the blast generated by the rocket explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets were fired at the bus. These people don't seem to care about wasting bullets at all. They just focus on outputting with all their strength. In just a few seconds, the bus was riddled with holes. While the enemy was changing bullets, Little Wolf jumped directly from the bus to the second-floor window. Bang! A bullet shot out from the sniper rifle. The Little Wolf felt a numbness on the back of his neck and instinctively turned to the right. Puff! The bullet grazed his left shoulder, taking away a large piece of flesh and splattering blood on his face. His left eye was covered with blood, his body tilted, and he almost fell from the second-floor window. Fortunately, he held onto the window with his right hand. He twisted his waist, flipped into the house, and ran to the window on the other side. Whoosh! A rocket followed him and shot into the second floor through the window. Seeing this, the Little Wolf jumped up and rushed to the window on the other side. Boom! The flames from the rocket explosion burst out of the window right after him, and a shrapnel pierced his calf. He was pushed out of the window by the air wave and hit the brick wall of another building with a bang. He bounced and fell to the ground with a thud. The Little Wolf felt a sweetness in his throat, opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, staggered to his feet with the help of the wall, and reached out to pull out the shrapnel stuck in his calf. I can't die in such a confused way. I haven't avenged my brothers yet, and I don't even know who the enemy is. There was the sound of boots stepping on the rain. The Little Wolf knew that the enemy was chasing him and he had to leave. At this time, his supernatural state only lasted for a few seconds. There was a very tough sharpshooter among the enemies. He didn't dare to show his head easily. He used his back to break down the door of the building next to that building, and then rushed out from the window on the other side. Then he rushed across the street into another neighborhood. Boom, boom, boom. A row of bullets swept across the road where the Little Wolf ran, splashing a few water droplets. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle shot was heard. The Little Wolf was prepared. He felt a tightness on his back and knew that the enemy was aiming at his back. He dodged to the right, and the sniper bullet grazed his clothes and flew past, tearing a hole in the back of his clothes. The sniper bullet hit the brick wall of a building next to him, and a large piece of cement brick exploded and splashed on his face. The hit made his cheek hurt. If he is prepared, ordinary bullets can hardly hurt him. With his speed and strong perception, he will have enough time to dodge after the bullet leaves the gun. Chase him. This kid is seriously injured and can't run far. A hoarse, middle-aged male voice was heard. A group of enemies wearing military uniforms and holding assault rifles, submachine guns, and rocket launchers chased after them. When the Little Wolf activated his superpowers, the blood in his body was flowing at a high speed and the 2 wounds on his body were bleeding. Due to excessive blood loss, his vision became black for a while. He took the time to stuff a handful of mutant crystal cores into his mouth, which provided some relief. He shook his head and dragged his injured body towards the camp. The supernatural power state will soon end, and by then his speed will definitely not be as fast as the person chasing him from behind. He ran irregularly in the heavy rain, and occasionally he would go into buildings along the way to change direction. Among the enemies chasing from behind, the sniper's eyes were particularly sharp. Every time he lost the Little Wolf, he could judge the direction of the Little Wolf's escape from the traces of blood left around it, and he and his men would hold on to it tightly. A minute later, the Little Wolf's supernatural state ended. He hid in a building, standing against the wall next to the window, holding a piece of broken glass in his hand, and using the reflection of the glass to take a look outside. 14 fully armed enemies are approaching here. Damn, these people's noses are sharper than dogs. Even dogs can't find themselves in this weather. No matter how I run, I can't get rid of this group of people. If I had known it would be like this, I would have fought them with my superpowers. But it's a pity that my superpowers can only be used once a day. He didn't have much strength left at this moment. He had lost too much blood while running all the way. He stuffed the last mutant crystal core in his body into his mouth, pulled out the pistol from his armpit, and prepared to fight. Even if he died, he would take a few people with him. The rain was getting lighter and lighter, and the group of enemies were getting closer and closer to the Little Wolf. The distance between the two sides was less than 20 meters. The Little Wolf took a big step forward, stood in front of the window, facing the window, holding the pistol in both hands. Bang, 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 shooting rapidly outwards. An enemy walking in front had a cloud of blood mist bursting out of his body. The other enemies reacted and pointed their guns at the window where the little wolf was. The little wolf was just about to hide behind the wall. Dozens of bone spikes shot from the sky toward the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. These people's bodies trembled as if they were hit by large caliber bullets, and blood splattered everywhere. The little wolf was stunned and seized the opportunity to raise his hand and continue shooting outwards quickly. Bang, bang, bang. He used up all the bullets in his pistol and hid behind the wall to change the magazine. Ah! There was a burst of screams outside. After a while, 7 enemies fell down. Help, help me. 2 of them who were seriously injured, but not dead, lay on the ground screaming and struggling. The others sought cover and hid. These people were hiding themselves and didn't even look at their accomplices who were falling to the ground and screaming. In the sky, there is a flying zombie attacking us. Quickly shoot it down. We also have to be careful of that guy in the building who might shoot us from behind. Damn. How could we encounter flying zombies? The middle-aged man holding a sniper rifle in the team said with a gloomy face, Lao Wang, use the bazooka to shoot down that flying zombie. An old man with gray hair and a hunched back carrying a rocket launcher said, Second Master, he's flying too fast. I can't lock onto him. The second in command holding the sniper rifle said, Get ready. I'll shoot him first to slow him down, and then you can come out and fire a rocket at him. Okay, let's work together to kill this monster. The little wolf hiding in the building, after changing bullets, was afraid of being attacked by rockets, so he ran to another building and shot outside. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. As soon as he showed his head, he was pushed back by the enemy's heavy automatic rifle fire. Seeing that the little wolf was fine, Lin Feng, who had rushed over at full speed, breathed a sigh of relief. The first wave of attack eliminated 7 enemies, and the remaining enemies hid in the building. The flying zombie's bone spurs cannot penetrate the outer walls of the building. He circled in the air, constantly looking for opportunities to shoot out bone spurs while also dodging enemy attacks. Level 2 zombies are not afraid of pistols, but automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers can cause damage to them. Da-da-da, bang. The second in command stepped out of the cover, automatic rifle in his left hand and sniper rifle in his right hand, firing at Lin Feng, who had turned into a flying zombie in the air at the same time. Lin Feng also noticed him and dodged while shooting out bone spurs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the 3 bone spurs flew out, Lin Feng's body suddenly stopped in the air. Puff! His left wing was hit by a sniper bullet, leaving a fist-sized hole. Lin Feng was stunned. He was flying so fast, yet someone could hit him. That person must be an evolver. After the bullet passed through, the hole on Lin Feng's wing began to heal slowly. But before he could accelerate again, whoosh! A rocket emitting white smoke shot towards him. Lin Feng's scalp tingled, his heart beat wildly, his eyes widened, and a sense of death crisis came over him. Lin Feng flapped his wings violently, turned around, and retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bone spurs shot towards the oncoming rockets without any hesitation. Bang! Another sniper bullet fired. The hole in Lin Feng's left wing had not yet healed when another hole was punched in. His body tilted, and his flying speed dropped sharply. The rocket drew an arc, trailing white smoke, and turned to chase Lin Feng. Ding! A bone spur hit the warhead of the rocket. Boom! The rocket was intercepted by the bone spur 3 meters in front of Lin Feng and exploded. Lin Feng crossed his arms in front of him, folded his legs, and wrapped his body with his wings, ready to withstand the impact of the explosion. Chapter 44: The Origin of the Enemy. The flames from the rocket explosion carried shrapnel and hit the forest wind in the air. Lin Feng's body started to burn, and he was pushed back by the shock wave. More than a dozen shrapnel hit his body. Lin Feng's wings were broken, and he curled up like a ball and fell to the ground. Bang! A big hole was smashed into the concrete road, surrounded by cracks. Lin Feng spread out his wings that were leaking air everywhere, stretched out his body, and barely stood up to hide behind an abandoned van on the side of the road. Fortunately, he was not hit directly by the rocket, otherwise his body would have been blown to pieces. Ding dong, ding dong. Lin Feng pulled out the shrapnel from his body and threw it into the puddle on the road. He folded his broken wings, transformed himself into an ordinary zombie, and lay on the ground to recover from his injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a wave of fear in his heart. He almost died. Being able to fly does not necessarily make one invincible. If he encounters such powerful modern weapons, he might be killed instantly. He felt that he had underestimated the zombies in the Magic City that could not be killed by modern weapons. If they can't even withstand a single rocket, let alone more powerful heavy artillery, rocket launchers, and missiles. Even if it evolves into a third-level zombie, it may not be able to withstand it. Is there any difference if the zombie evolves to the third level? It looks like it hit, said Lao Wang, the prisoner who fired the rocket launcher, uncertainly. The second leader of the prisoners narrowed his eyes and said, it didn't hit him completely, it was still a little short, but he was taken down. If he doesn't die, he will be crippled. Don't worry about the flying zombie, keep looking for the injured kamikaze battalion captain. A young man with a face full of flesh and a lewd look in his eyes said disdainfully, what kind of kamikaze camp is this? It's just a group of lucky kids playing house. It's far inferior to our prisoner camp. In a minute. Ta-da-da, puff. Before the young man could finish his words, he was shot in the temple. His eyes suddenly widened, and his body fell to the side. Be careful, the survivor ran to the side. He's in the teaching building next door. Lao Wang, send him another rocket. The rockets are gone, but there are still a few in the car. We have run quite far. I don't want to go back to get them. It's just a kid. There are so many of us. We can't deal with him with guns. The second leader of the prisoners pondered for a moment and said, we can't underestimate the enemy. He is an evolved being with superpowers. What if we run into flying zombies again? It's better to be prepared. Lao Wang has a bad leg. Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, go back to the car and get the rockets for Lao Wang. All right. The two young men reluctantly walked back with their guns in hand. After firing 2 shots, Little Wolf was afraid that the enemy would use a rocket launcher to attack him, so he ran down the corridor to another room. It turned out that he had just taken advantage of the enemy's attention being on the flying zombies, sneaked over, picked up an assault rifle, went upstairs to find a shooting point, and shot the boastful young man to death. He squatted on the ground, touching the still warm barrel of the gun, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. This long thing is really useful. He carefully took out a piece of broken glass, held it to the window, and looked out of the window with the help of the reflection of the glass. We discovered that the remaining 4 enemies were walking towards the front and back doors of the teaching building in groups of 2. He noticed that the second prisoner leader, carrying a sniper rifle, went out through the front door. The only one among these people that he was afraid of was the second leader of the prisoners. He stood up decisively and moved towards the back door stairs. When he reached the stairs, he pulled out a grenade he had just picked up. On the other side, Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground, still felt a little weak, but his injuries had almost recovered. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching and turned his head to look into the distance. 2 enemies with automatic rifles were approaching from a distance. The second leader was too cautious. He used a rocket launcher to hit a child. Without the flying zombies, we can take them down with 0 casualties. Don't underestimate that kid. The fool just said the same thing, but he got shot in the head. That was because he was careless. If the boss wants to dominate New North City, he must first destroy the kamikaze camp. The insider who sneaked into the kamikaze camp said that the kamikaze camp has a good foundation. Their 4 captains are all evolvers and have awakened their special powers. Their leader Lin Feng is even more powerful and is suspected to be a second-level evolver. That's why we chose to defeat them one by one. What can an evolver do? He is invulnerable. He will be destroyed by a burst of bullets. Right. It's also thanks to us that we found an armory and have long weapons in our hands. Otherwise, we might not be able to defeat them. Haha, no matter what, the advantage is on our side. We have to thank the end of the world. Otherwise, we would still be in prison. Yeah, I was sentenced to life imprisonment. Hearing the 2 people chatting, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and his teeth were itching with hatred. In this last days, some people are still struggling to survive, while others have already begun to dominate. After he established the kamikaze camp, his life just started to get better, but then he became a thorn in the eyes of others. The conversation between the 2 revealed a lot of information. It turned out that they were a survivor camp composed of a group of prisoners. They had found an underground weapons depot and were well equipped. They also planted spies in the kamikaze camp. Their goal was to destroy the kamikaze camp and dominate New North City. Lin Feng let a foot-long sword-shaped bone spur grow on the back of his right hand, and a small round bone shield grow on his left arm, and then waited silently for the 2 to approach. When the 2 young men from the prisoner camp approached Lin Feng, they suddenly saw the big hole in the middle of the road that Lin Feng had made. Among them, a young man named Xiao Li stretched out one hand to stop his companion, raised the gun with the other hand, and vigilantly observed the situation around him. Something's not right. I don't remember there being a big pothole on the road when I came here. The young man named Xiao Lu tilted his head and thought for a while. It seems that there are indeed no potholes. I remember that the road was very flat when I came here. Xiao Li thought for a moment and said, Could this be the hole made by the flying zombie that fell from the sky? Xiao Lu also raised his gun and looked around. Fuck, where did that flying zombie go? It didn't die even after being hit by a rocket launcher. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Be careful, he may be hiding nearby. Seeing that the two men were alert, Lin Feng didn't wait any longer. He stood up and used both palms to push the van in front of him out, hitting the two men in the middle of the road. In the second-level zombie form, he possesses a strength of 50,000 kilograms. With one push from him, a van weighing more than 1,000 kilograms flew out with a whoosh like a cannonball. Be careful. Shaoli, who was very vigilant, shouted and jumped out to avoid the van. Bang boom. Xiao Lu was hit head-on by the van. He was thrown out and hit the wall of a roadside supermarket. He was then squeezed by the flying van. Most of his bones were broken, and a lot of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. Lin Feng rushed towards Xiao Lu, who dodged. Xiao Lu rushed out and reacted quickly. Before his body hit the ground, he adjusted the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger at Lin Feng. Da-da-da. Lin Feng raised his left arm to block the bullet aimed at his head and ran to Xiao Lu's side in a breath. He held his right arm holding the gun with his left hand, grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up, and cut him in half with the bone sword in his right hand. Puff, Xiao Lu was cut in half at the waist. After the battle, Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at the small bone-round shield on his left arm. The bullets from the assault rifle only left a few fingertip-sized dents on the small round shield. After dealing with these two people, Lin Feng ran towards the teaching building where Xiaolang was. Chapter 45 Loss or Profit. The little wolf squatted at the stairs holding a grenade, intending to throw it down as soon as the enemy came up. But before the enemy could reach the stairs, a metal object flew up, clanging, and rolled not far from him. He took a look and rushed to the classroom next door. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded at the stairs, causing the white ash on the ceiling to fall down, making the little wolf covered in dirt. Fuck, the two enemies downstairs are too mean. I threw grenades without knowing if there was anyone at the stairs. They have so many grenades that they can burn your hands. Throw them whenever you want. The kamikaze battalion also had 2 grenades, which Da Xiong placed in a tactical backpack and carried close to his body like treasures. He was reluctant to use them during several crises. After the explosion, the little wolf shook off the dust on his head and listened to the movement at the stairs. Let's go up. Even if there are people hiding at the stairs, they will be killed by the grenade. Come on, go up, you go in front. Why don't you go ahead? As usual, the game of rock, paper, scissors will determine the winner in one go. The loser goes first. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. You lose, you go ahead. Unlucky. When Little Wolf heard the conversation between the two, he started sweating profusely. In fact, there is no need for you two to fight. One grenade will kill you both. It doesn't make any difference if you take 2 steps faster or slower. The little wolf heard the footsteps of 2 people and realized that they had reached the middle of the stairs. He pulled off the pull ring of the grenade, held it in his hand for 3 seconds, and then threw it out. The grenade flew into the corridor and exploded as soon as it landed. Boom. The 2 people in the corridor were blown away without a sound and fell to the ground. The second leader, who was holding a sniper rifle on the stairs at the front door, first heard a burst of gunfire in the distance, and then heard 2 grenade explosions at the back door. He stretched out his hand to stop Lao Wang next to him and listened quietly for a few seconds. The situation is not good. Xiao Lu and Xiaoli, who went back to get the rockets, are probably gone. The 2 guys who went upstairs from the back door are also gone. Their reinforcements may have arrived. Old Wang, who was carrying a rocket launcher, also felt something was wrong. If the 2 grenades were thrown by his own people, they should have gone upstairs after throwing the grenades. However, there was no sound from upstairs now. Let's go back out and see what happens. The 2 of them were decisive, made the decision, and turned around and left. When Lin Feng ran to the teaching building where Little Wolf was, he didn't see anyone and didn't hear any sound. He walked around the teaching building and didn't find any enemies. He only found densely packed zombies in several surrounding rooms. Zombies hibernate in the rain. Even if there is chaos outside, they will just sleep if they are not hit. He changed back to human form, found a set of clothes to put on, picked up an assault rifle, walked into the teaching building and shouted, "Is Xiaolang here?" When the little wolf recognized Lin Feng's voice, a smile appeared on his face and he felt warm in his heart. His elder brother realized something was wrong so quickly and came to save him. He quickly replied, "Brother, I'm here." When Lin Feng heard the little wolf's voice and confirmed that the little wolf was not dead, A huge weight lifted off his shoulders, and he quickly walked towards where the little wolf was. As he passed a window, he suddenly felt a tightness in his left temple and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately accelerated forward and fell to the ground. Bang! A bullet shot in from the window and hit the wall inside the corridor, leaving a bowl-sized hole in the brick wall with the bullet deeply embedded in it. There's a sniper. Lin Feng got up, half-crouched, walked a distance away, and looked in the direction of the gunshots from another window. No one was seen, and no one continued to shoot at him. If Xiaoling hadn't been here, he would have definitely turned into a flying zombie and flew over to kill the sniper. They must have run out of rockets, otherwise they would have fired another rocket at themselves just now. The second leader and Lao Wang hid on the third floor of a building 200 meters away. Instead of waiting for his own people to come, he waited for Lin Feng. The second leader had seen Lin Feng from afar and knew that Lin Feng was the leader of the kamikaze camp and was suspected to be a second-level evolver. He sniped Lin Feng, but seeing that he missed, he and Lao Wang carried their weapons and went downstairs. Seeing that the enemy was not moving, Lin Feng found the little wolf and fed him a handful of mutant crystal cores first. The mutant crystal core melted in his mouth, and the wolf's almost exhausted body finally came to life, and the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. Little Wolf's eyes were red and full of sadness. He choked and said, "Brother, all the people I brought with me are gone, and the car was blown up. More than a dozen people in military uniforms blocked our way and ambushed us. They were well equipped with machine guns, automatic rifles, submachine guns, rocket launchers, and grenades. If a flying zombie hadn't just ambushed them, I would have died here too." Lin Feng patted Xiaoling on the shoulder and said, "Cheer up. No one expected that the convoy would be attacked, and the enemy's equipment is so good. This revenge must be avenged. I encountered 2 enemies when I came here just now, and I know their origins. They are not soldiers, but a group of prisoners. They found an armory, so they have all kinds of weapons and uniforms. They also planted a spy in our camp. Let's go and clean up the battlefield and take back all the weapons and equipment we can use. I also found the car they drove over, which has a lot of weapons and ammunition on it. We'll drive the car back later." The little wolf was stunned when he heard this. The big brother was really awesome. He figured out the whole story after encountering 2 enemies. He followed Lin Feng and picked up all the enemy's equipment, even the firearms that were damaged by the explosion, and carried them away on his back. Although these guns are broken, they may still be usable if they are taken back to the logistics team to be repaired. The 2 men, each carrying several guns, came to the 2 cars abandoned by the enemy. An SUV and a truck. There were 2 pistols in the trunk of the SUV, and on the truck were 2 boxes of bullets, for rockets, a bazooka, and a box of grenades. Lin Feng and Xiao Lang threw the guns they were carrying onto the truck. Little Wolf frowned as he looked at the equipment and said, "These people's equipment is too damn good. It's hard to deal with them." Lin Feng consoled him. "No matter how good the equipment is, it still needs people to use it. 2 waves of black fog have descended, and most people have turned into zombies. How many people can they have? Even if it's not easy to deal with them, we have to fight them. These people want to dominate New North City and destroy our kamikaze camp. Come on, get in the car and drive back first. Find out the traitor, find out the enemy's situation, and then we will start to fight back." The 2 men loaded the bodies of their fallen companions into the truck and drove towards the camp one after the other. As soon as they left, the second family and Lao Wang also took a detour to come over. The second leader watched his car being driven away, his face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Lao Wang also cursed, "Damn it, 12 people died. All the weapons and equipment were picked up, and the car was driven away. We only killed 10 of them. In the end, we still lost this time." After Lin Feng and Miao Yulong separated, Miao Yulong rested for a while, recovered his strength, walked out of the building, and ran towards the camp. The rain hit his face, and he was stunned. "My special ability is to control water. I am a dragon in the rain. This is my home turf. Why should I run around? They are the ones who should run." Thinking of this, he turned around and ran back. Chapter 46. The Viper's Counterattack. Miao Yulong ran back and reached a crossroads, but didn't see any enemy. He didn't see the enemy, nor did he dare to continue looking around randomly. If you run into him head-on, you'll be shot. At this moment, the water on the ground had already submerged the ankles and was half a foot deep. He looked around, drew his pistol, and cocked the bolt. Bang bang. He fired 2 shots into the air, and the sound of gunfire echoed all around. Then he ran into a 5-story shopping mall next to the intersection, climbed to the roof in one breath, and lay on the roof to look down. After a while, 2 people with submachine guns came over. The gunshot just now came from here. Why is there no one here? From the sound of the gunshots, it doesn't seem like our people fired the guns. We have big guns in our hands. Could it be that the pistols of the two men who ran out went off accidentally? I don't know. Let's be careful and wait for others to come. After saying that, the two of them stayed against the wall to avoid the rain. After a while, several more waves of enemies arrived, totaling 15 people. A group of people went into a small noodle shop nearby. One of the bald guys asked, "Who came here first? Did you hear the gunshots and see anyone?" One of the two people who came first said, "We were the first two to come here. We didn't see anyone. We didn't fire the gun." The bald man thought for a moment and said, "We have eliminated 10 of them, so the mission is accomplished. The gunshots have been going on for a while, and the remaining 2 people are likely to have escaped. Let's retreat." After saying that, he walked out with a group of people. Miao Yulong saw that no one was coming and this group of people were about to leave, so he guessed that all the enemies had arrived. He stood up and activated his supernatural power. His eyes, burning with blue flames, turned scarlet. The rain under his feet was pushed away by the invisible aura, forming a circle with a radius of 1 meter without any rain. He stretched out his hand and pointed downwards, and the accumulated rainwater on the ground seemed to come alive, gathering towards the center of the intersection from the 4 directions. A group of bald men walked to the middle of the intersection and watched the rain flowing towards them from all directions, soon submerging their knees. This group of people were a little confused. Isn't it said that water flows to the lowest place? What the hell is going on here? Run and get out of here first. In just 2 sentences, the rain had reached my waist and I could almost swim. The bald man led everyone and ran to the side of the road, trying to climb up the building on the side of the road. But the waters converged too quickly, and soon, 4 or 5 meter high waves came from all 4 directions and hit everyone. With a splash, everyone was knocked to the ground by the waves. Ahem. The bald guy choked and drank 2 gulps of water. He floundered in the water and shouted, "This is not scientific. Gudu, it must be a person with special abilities. Everyone, look around carefully and find that person with special abilities. Kill him, Gudu, and we can be saved." The crowd had no energy to look around. Many of them dropped their guns and swam desperately to the side of the road. The water was 2 meters deep within a 10-meter radius around them, but 10 meters away the water was only ankle deep. The area where I was located was swollen by the rain, like a grave made of water. Miao Yulong, who was upstairs, had sweat on his forehead as he activated his superpowers. He usually practiced his superpowers on a small scale. This was the first time he controlled such a large range of water flow, and he found it a bit strenuous. The trapped people tried their best to use their own tricks. Some used the unfamiliar dog paddle to paddle out, while others dived to the bottom of the water and groped their way forward along the ground. A few people who were good at swimming had already swam to the edge of the area and were about to escape. Suddenly, a vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the range. The strong current pulled everyone towards the center. Everyone was dizzy from the rush. But this is not the end yet. The vortex rotates faster and faster, and soon rises from the ground to form a water tornado. The water tornado swirled and twisted at the intersection, rising higher and higher. In a few breaths, it rolled up all the rain on the ground and the 15 people in the rain. More than a dozen people were struggling in the water spout, but they couldn't get out. A water tornado about 3 meters thick and 10 meters high slowly rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. When the water spout reached a height of more than 30 meters, it dispersed as if it had lost its strength. The 15 people in the water fell to the ground from more than 30 meters. A few people who were still conscious stretched out their hands and grabbed around in the air, making their final struggle. Miao Yulong on the roof put down his hands and sat down on the ground. This time he really used all his strength and drained all his supernatural powers. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. 15 people had close contact with the concrete floor and car hood. 5 of them hit the ground on their heads first, their brains bursting, and they died on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Puff. 3 people fell on the hood of the car, spurted out blood, and lost the ability to move. There were also people whose legs landed on the ground first. Although they did not die, their bones were broken, and the white bone fragments were exposed. None of these people could stand up. Miao Yulong jumped directly from the 5th floor balcony to the 3rd floor balcony, and then jumped from the 3rd floor balcony to the 1st floor. He drew his pistol and walked towards the group, ready to fire again. He walked to a car, stared coldly at a gangster who was struggling on the roof of the car, and put a gun to his head. "If you kill my brother, you will pay with your life." Bang. The gangster lying on the roof of the car tilted his head and lay motionless. Bang, bang, bang. He fired a shot every few steps, shooting anyone in the head regardless of whether they could move or not. The smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air. When he walked up to the last man and pulled the trigger, click, there are no bullets in the gun. The middle-aged man with a flat head and blood on his face, who looked honest and simple, woke up when he heard the sound. Miao Yulong took out the magazine and loaded the bullets into it one by one. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man with a flat head coughed until his mouth was full of blood, and he choked with tears and said, "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I didn't kill any of your men. I shot all my bullets into the wall. I was forced to hang out with them. I was supposed to be released from prison in a week. My wife ran away, and I only have one daughter, and she is still waiting for me to come back home." Miao Yulong changed the bullets and aimed at the middle-aged man with a flat head. Seeing this, the middle-aged man with a flat head cried even harder, "I really haven't hurt anyone. Please let me go." Miao Yulong's hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. He told himself in his mind not to listen to this man's nonsense and to pull the trigger to kill him, but his hands couldn't do it. "Don't kill me. I can tell you everything I know." After hearing this, Miao Yulong realized that he didn't know the details of these people yet, so he really had to leave one alive to ask. The middle-aged man with a flat head was lucky. He landed on his companion's body and only broke his leg. Miao Yulong simply bandaged him and asked, "Are all your people here? Are there any others?" The middle-aged man quickly replied, "The people responsible for dealing with your convoy are here." "Who are you? Why are you targeting us?" "We are from the prisoner camp. There are a total of 125 people in the camp. Our leader wants to dominate New North City. Your kamikaze camp is developing too well and blocking our way, so we want to eliminate you." The second leader brought a dozen people to attack another team that went out. The leader also planted a spy in your camp. When Miao Yulong heard this, he was shocked and began to worry about the safety of the little wolf and the people in the camp. He wanted to go back and check on them as soon as possible. "Did you drive here?" "Yes, 2 cars were driven." "Where's the car?" The middle-aged man with a flat head couldn't move. He looked at the road to the west of the intersection and raised his chin. "Go 200 meters along this road and turn left. You will see a Hummer and a truck." Miao Yulong found 2 vehicles, put all the weapons and ammunition from the Hummer on the truck, and put the middle-aged man with the flat head in the trailer of the truck. He drove the car to the initial battle site, loaded the bodies of his 10 companions, and rushed to the camp. Chapter 47, Finding the Spy. At noon, the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Clouds and rain come and go, and many people go out and never come back. When Lin Feng and Xiaoling arrived at the camp gate, Miao Yulong also drove a truck to the camp gate. When the gatekeeper in the camp saw the convoy coming back, he thought that everyone had returned as usual and opened the gate from the inside with a smile. When Miao Yulong saw Lin Feng and Xiaoling returning safely, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately got out of the car and explained to Lin Feng what he had learned. Lin Feng didn't expect that Miao Yulong would suddenly counterattack and wipe out the entire enemy team. Little Wolf said with some envy, "Brother Long is amazing. My brother and I teamed up to escape with 2 of them, but you managed to kill them all." Lin Feng asked, "You captured a seriously injured prisoner? Where is he?" Miao Yulong lifted the curtain of the trailer, pointed inside and said, "Here, he's still alive." The 3 of them looked inside and saw a middle-aged man with a flat head and blood all over his face, lying among the pile of corpses. He was unconscious. This guy is still useful. Lin Feng was afraid that he would die, so he got in the car and fed him 2 mutant crystal cores. The 3 of them looked at the car full of corpses. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. 20 people, and they were all gone in one trip. Miao Yulong and Xiaoling both felt ashamed to return to the camp, as they couldn't explain to these people's relatives and friends. Lin Feng looked at the 2 who were unwilling to move and said, "Go in and send the brothers home." In the afternoon, the fallen companions were being cremated in the square outside the main building of the college. Everyone in the camp gathered here. Woo woo, many female relatives burst into tears. The coming of the end of the world has caused everyone to lose too many relatives and friends. No one really wants to lose more, but there is nothing they can do to survive. Lin Feng stood in the teaching building and looked outside. Xiao Yuan stood beside him and activated her god-level ability to interrogate everyone in the camp except a few trustworthy people. The spy was finally found. It was Lao Zhou, an electrician who had just joined the team 3 days ago. Lin Feng also asked Xiao Yuan to confirm whether Zheng Zhangwo, the middle-aged man with a flat head who was captured by Miao Yulong, was lying. He asked him whether he had killed any of his teammates. He also asked him why he was in prison and whether the end of the world was coming when he was 1 week away from being released from prison. It turned out that Zhang Jiangwo was imprisoned because he accidentally injured someone while acting bravely. He was a kind person and had never killed his own teammates. He was indeed about to be released from prison when the end of the world came. Lin Feng is not a bloodthirsty person, so he will keep the person if there is no problem with him. Electrician Lao Zhou was also asked the same question by Xiao Yuan. Since this man came to the camp, he has been polite to everyone and behaves like a good old man. It turned out that he was a robber who was actually vicious and cunning and harmed many survivors while in the prison camp. During the time he had sneaked into the kamikaze camp, he had transmitted a large amount of information by throwing notes over the wall. However, he had been there for a short time and was not a core combatant, so he did not know much information. Xiao Yuan asked the two men about the number of enemies, the situation of the camp, the strength of the personnel, the scope of their activities, and the location of the weapons depot they found. At this moment, the funeral outside was coming to an end, and Waywei was comforting the families who had lost their loved ones. Lin Feng stood up, touched Yuan's little head and said, Yuan, go home first. Xiao Yuan said, oh, and turned to find her mother. Lin Feng went to another room and asked Miao Yulong to take Zhang Jiangwo, who was limping and had his head covered with a black hood, out with him. Lin Feng walked out of the main building and came to the square. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. Lin Feng glanced at everyone and said, today is a sad day. Our convoy was ambushed by a group of prisoners from a survivor camp, and we lost 20 companions. I declare that the families of the companions who died in the kamikaze camp will be supported by the camp for free. The enemy's attack is just the beginning. The enemy's ultimate goal is to destroy all of us, so we must take revenge. The atmosphere in the square was filled with outrage, with everyone raising their fists and shouting, revenge, revenge, revenge. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the square instantly became quiet. We captured a prisoner and learned from him that the enemy had planted a spy in our camp. There was an uproar in the square. There's a spy in the camp. Who is the spy? Feeling something was wrong, Electrician Lao Zhou moved behind the crowd and prepared to escape. Lao Zhou cursed his accomplices in his heart. What a bunch of idiots! They were so well equipped but were killed and captured. Lin Feng pulled off Zhang Jiangwo's hood and shouted at him, point out the spy and I will spare your life. When Zhang Jiangwo heard that he could be spared, he perked up, quickly glanced at the crowd, pointed at the electrician Lao Zhou who had retreated to the edge of the crowd and turned to run, and said, that's him, Zhou Lao Air. The crowd dispersed and electrician Lao Zhou was exposed. He knew that he would definitely not survive if he was caught, and it was useless to argue, so he ran away. Miao Yulong took out his pistol and fired 2 shots at Zhou Laoer's legs. Zhou Laoer fell to the ground. Miao Yulong walked over, grabbed his collar, and pulled him back. Zhou Laoer struggled and shouted, it's not me. He is slandering me. You can't believe his one-sided words. It's not you. Why are you running? Miao Yulong threw him to the ground. Do you think this is still useful? Zhou Laoer's defense was immediately broken. Please spare my life. I will tell you everything I know. There are more than 100 people in our camp. Lin Feng interrupted him. There were 125 people, and we killed 26 of them, leaving 99. We found an armory at... Lin Feng interrupted him again. It's in a mine 20 kilometers north of the city. I know everything you know. Even if your information is useful, I will not let you go. The information you passed on killed 20 of my brothers. Today you must be buried with them. Shoot him. Bang. Miao Yulong shot Zhou Laoer in the head without any hesitation. Zhou Laoer fell to the ground without even a sound. Lin Feng continued, the enemy's weapons are better than ours, and they can collect resources and obtain mutant crystal cores faster than us. We must take revenge as soon as possible. Tiger, Big Bear, Little Wolf, and Viper, select 30 fighters, distribute their equipment, and we will attack the enemy camp together at night. Yes. The 4 men responded and quickly selected 30 fighters with strong strength and mental qualities, and distributed to them the guns stored in the camp and those they had just robbed. Then Lin Feng took 4 captains and 30 fighters away to familiarize them with firearms and study combat plans. Waywei led people to handle the follow-up work of the funeral. Lin Feng asked Zhang Jiangwo to draw the basic structure of the prisoner camp and the sleeping areas on the blackboard of a large classroom. The prisoner camp occupied a villa area, and the personnel were scattered in 5 townhouses. It just so happened that Lin Feng and the 4 captains, each with 6 people, attacked 5 villas respectively. Finally, Lin Feng said, we are few in number, so we can only launch a surprise attack at night. We cannot linger in a fight, but must run away after the fight. Everyone go back to sleep now, and we will set off at 1 in the morning. Chapter 48 Zombie Bomber. In the evening, under the reflection of the setting sun, the clouds in the sky are like burning flames, red as blood. Xiqing District, our F Villa District, Life Plaza. A bald, middle-aged man with one eye and a body as fat as a meat mountain sat on a large sofa with his eyes closed and said nothing. In the square, dozens of people holding guns dared not breathe. These people seemed to be waiting for something. After a while, a group of people carried more than a dozen bodies to the square. The second leader, who was carrying a sniper rifle, stepped forward and said, "Brother, except for Zhang Jiangwo, the bodies of the third leader's team have been found." The car was driven away, and their weapons were taken away. Lao Wang frowned and said, "Zhang Jiangwo is a coward. He doesn't have much ability. Everyone else died, but he didn't come back. He must have been caught. If this guy is caught, he will definitely sell us out completely." Sitting on the sofa, the bald man weighing more than 600 kilograms opened his eyes and looked at the second leader and asked, "With so many people and such good weapons, you should have prepared for a sneak attack in advance. In the end, you still lost and ran back to U2. This man speaks with great vigor, as if he has his own megaphone." The second leader said in a hoarse voice, "Our team wiped out 10 of them in one encounter, and only one evolver escaped. After being shot, the evolver activated his supernatural powers and ran faster than a rabbit. We were ambushed by a flying zombie while we were chasing, and half of our brothers were killed. Later, the leader of the kamikaze battalion arrived, and we were no match for them, so in the end, only the 2 of us escaped. Most of them are of average strength. The strongest ones are the captains and leaders of the evolved who have special powers." The bald man groaned for a moment and said, "The abilities of superpowers are strange and difficult to deal with. What's going on with Lao San's team?" The second leader continued, "I went to the scene and saw no signs of fighting. The injuries on their bodies looked like they were caused by falling from a high altitude and being shot in the head. Another very strange thing is that all of them showed signs of drowning. I suspect that this was also done by a superpower." The bald and strong leader narrowed his eyes and said, "Zhang Jiangwo is likely to be captured, and we are very likely to be exposed. The kamikaze camp has weapons and people with special abilities, and they will definitely seek revenge on us. The interval between the use of special abilities by people with special abilities is 1 day, so they will most likely come tomorrow night, so we will act tonight. Second brother, distribute the mutant crystal cores obtained these days to the brothers, 100 each. Leave a few people on night duty, and everyone else go to sleep. At 12 o'clock tonight, all of us will set out together to attack the kamikaze camp and destroy them in one fell swoop." At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He did not disturb anyone. He wore only a pair of shorts and quietly went up to the roof with a canvas bag that his mother used to buy groceries before the end of the world in his hand. He turned into a flying zombie and soared into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters before flying into the city. More than a minute later, Lin Feng arrived at the place where he rescued the little wolf during the day, opened the hood of a broken car, and took out a box of grenades from it. There are 50 grenades in this box, which were left here by Lin Feng during the day. While rescuing the wolf cub during the day, he was thinking about how to combine his special abilities with these modern weapons. After being hit by a rocket, he had an idea. The zombies' flying ability combined with grenades could become bombers. When they were making the attack plan in the afternoon, everyone talked about it in a very reasonable way, but he did not pin his hopes on it. Any plan may encounter unexpected events, and the quality of the people on our side is not enough. It can be seen from the 2 attacks during the day that our side are all ordinary people with poor vigilance and average combat effectiveness, while the enemy side is full of desperados. If a real fight breaks out, it is unlikely that anyone except a few captains will be able to come back alive. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to bomb the enemy camp first, preferably to wipe out the enemy completely. Even if we cannot wipe them out completely, there won't be many left. Then I can lead people there myself, and my chances of winning will be much greater. He put 50 grenades into the canvas pocket, put the bag's handle on his head, and let the bag hang on his chest. After doing this, he grinned and flew towards the enemy camp. In the enemy camp, most people were already asleep. 5 guards sat drowsily by the fire, holding their guns. After Lin Feng arrived, he flew around the camp from a distance, looking at the 5 two-story townhouses, and had a rough plan in mind. For safety reasons, he created a small round shield with a diameter of 20 centimeters on both of his arms before taking action. He first came to the top of the 5 guards' heads, generated tiny bone spurs on the edges of his wings, and then flapped his wings violently, causing the bone spurs to fly out and hit the heads of several people. Whoosh whoosh, puff puff. Several people didn't make a sound. Their bodies twitched twice, and then they stopped breathing. Although his voice was soft, 2 people in the villa opened their eyes when they heard it. Lin Feng then flew to the window of the first villa, took out a grenade from each of his chest pockets, bit off the pull ring with his mouth, and threw it into the window of the villa. With a loud crash, the grenade shattered the glass and rolled into the villa. The sound would inevitably wake up other people in the camp, so he had to race against time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He threw the grenade out quickly with both hands. 5 seconds later, he had thrown the grenade to the third villa, and the grenades in the 2 villas behind began to explode. Boom, boom, boom. A scream was heard, and the flames of the explosion engulfed the 2 villas. Someone was blown out of the window naked by the explosion. Someone had just pulled up half of his pants when the upper half of his body disappeared. There were also those who reacted quickly and ran into the toilet immediately to escape the disaster. After Lin Feng threw the grenade into the third villa, the lights in the fourth and fifth villas had already come on. Someone stood by the window with his bare chest and a gun in his hand, and started shooting when he saw the flying zombies outside the window. Da-da-da. Lin Feng immediately flapped his wings to increase his altitude, avoided the attack, and poured grenades into the windows of the remaining 2 villas from top to bottom. However, there were only a few people left in the bedrooms of the other 2 villas. When they heard the noise, some of them hid, while others ran out of the villas. At this time, Lin Feng had thrown all the grenades he brought with him, with an average of about 10 grenades thrown into each villa. At the end of this wave of bombing, at least half of the enemy was killed or wounded. In the second half of the night, I will bring some people to launch a surprise attack, and perhaps I can kill them. After throwing the grenade, Lin Feng raised his altitude again and prepared to evacuate. But he suddenly saw a bald fat man who looked like a mountain of flesh standing on the roof of the 5th villa. The bald fat man was staring at himself with a 6-barreled rotary machine gun in his hand. Lin Feng only felt his scalp tingling and his whole body was on alert. Tada! Tada! The 6-barreled rotary machine gun began to rotate, continuously spewing out flames. Hundreds of bullets were fired from the muzzle every second. The dense bullets formed a red steel torrent in the night sky, covering Lin Feng. Chapter 49 Ability Exposed. After seeing the 6-barreled rotary machine gun start to rotate, Lin Feng began to frantically thicken the small round bone shield on his arm. The body continues to maintain the upward posture, with arms crossed and a small bone round shield protecting the head. After being prepared to withstand a hail of bullets, fly out of the enemy's range to avoid them. Da-da-da-da-da. Ding-dang-dang. Puff-puff. Finger-long bullets hit the bone armor on his chest and arms, sending bone fragments flying everywhere. When other parts that were not protected by bone armor were hit, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Several large holes appeared on the wings in an instant, and the upward momentum slowed down. At this time, Lin Feng saw that another man carrying a rocket launcher came to the side of the bald fat man. Now he had no power to fight back, and didn't even have the chance to shoot out bone spurs, and couldn't intercept the rocket. With its wings injured, it is impossible for it to dodge rockets at its current speed. Thinking of this, he made a prompt decision. Instead of rising, it fell and plunged towards the ground. Whoosh, a rocket was fired, aiming 5 or 6 meters above his head, hitting him ahead of time. As a result, Lin Feng flew towards the ground, and the distance between him and the rocket was increased. The rocket drew an arc with a bright tail flame, made a big circle, and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng's actions also caused the machine gunner on the roof to misjudge. By the time the machine gunner reacted, he was almost falling to the ground. The machine gunner lowered the muzzle of his gun and fired at Lin Feng. Ta-da-da! Puff! One of Lin Feng's legs was cut off by the bullet. He endured the severe pain and rushed into the villa, not caring whether his abilities would be exposed in this life-and-death situation. He entered the villa and turned into a crawler directly, then rushed out of the window at the back of the villa. The rocket made a circle and shot into the villa. With a loud bang, the villa shook violently and flames shot up into the sky. The power of a rocket is much greater than that of a grenade, and many people died in this incident. The big leader and the second leader on the rooftop still refused to give up hunting down the zombie Lin Feng. When they saw a crawler running out from behind the villa, they were all stunned. Wasn't it a flying zombie? How could another crawler appear? Don't worry about it for now, just beat him to death. Ta-da-da, whoosh. Machine gun fire and rocket tracking. Crawlers are the fastest moving zombies on the ground. There are obstacles everywhere on the ground, so Lin Feng is actually safer. He ran for a distance, turned a corner and hid behind another villa. Boom! The rocket hit the ground, igniting the surrounding debris and grass, and flames and thick smoke billowed. When the chief and the second chief ran to the back of the villa, the zombies were no longer visible. The chief asked through gritted teeth, "What the hell is this? Is it the flying zombie you encountered during the day? It can throw grenades and turn into a crawler." The second leader said uncertainly, "It seems to be that one. Are flying zombies so smart? They can throw grenades. Where did they get them?" When we went out to intercept the kamikaze team this morning, we brought 2 boxes of grenades and lost one. So, those grenades should have fallen into the hands of the kamikaze camp. How did they end up in the hands of this zombie? This zombie clearly has human intelligence. Is this also some kind of supernatural power? A supernatural power that turns people into zombies. Becoming a zombie is irreversible. The radio never mentioned that there is such a supernatural power that can turn people into zombies. In any case, we have provoked a powerful enemy. Tonight's plans are cancelled. We need to treat the injuries of our brothers and rearrange our accommodation. Lin Feng, who ran away, also felt uncomfortable. Transformation can cover up injuries, but it cannot heal them immediately. He felt a little annoyed, thinking that his special ability must have been exposed, and the enemy would be able to figure out what was going on with a little bit of common sense. He had to kill all of these people and cover up the news that he could transform. There are many individuals and organizations in this world that are more powerful than ourselves. If any organization wants to use my abilities to arrest me, I will be in big trouble. Although I run fast, I still have family and friends. He returned to the camp and canceled the sneak attack plan for tonight. Everyone left without objection. If these people from the camp go over there, they will be killed with just a single sweep from the 6-barreled rotary machine gun. There is no need to let everyone take risks. Although the enemy was unlikely to launch a sneak attack, he still left 20 people on night duty to be prepared. It is better to be safe than sorry. If I hadn't made 2 bone shields on my arms in advance, my head would have been smashed. The machine gun bullets eliminated 2/3 of the thickness of the bone shield, and he almost couldn't get back. Lin Feng walked back and forth on the rooftop, feeling anxious and restless, as if there was something stuck in his throat. No, we have to resolve this as soon as possible and not give the enemy time to breathe. It's best to do it by yourself. Otherwise, if the news of the transformation gets to the kamikaze camp, it will be troublesome, and you can't kill your own people just to silence them. In terms of personal strength, it is impossible to improve in a short period of time. Whether it is the level of Evolver or the level of Corpse Demon, it can only remain at the 2nd level. Shinbei City is a small place with limited resources. It is difficult to produce a 3rd-level individual. After walking around for a few times, he came up with an idea. He decided to get some weapons and arm himself into a fighter jet. Then he could launch a few sneak attacks on them and eventually wipe them out. Lin Feng grinned when he thought of himself flying in the sky, carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder and a 6-barreled rotary machine gun under his armpit, firing madly. He turned into a flying zombie and soared into the sky, starting to act overnight. He went to the city first and killed a large number of zombies to replenish his blood energy. After his injuries recovered, he flew to the armory outside the city. Shiqing District, prisoner camp. The bald leader sat on the blown-up sofa and thought of a solution. The second leader came in hurriedly and said, "Brother, 64 of our brothers are dead, leaving 35. 5 of them are disabled. Counting the slightly injured, there are only 30 brothers who can move." Gaba, upon hearing the news, the chief crushed the armrest of the sofa. "Heal the wounds of the brothers. Don't save the mutant cores. For the brothers who are still alive, there will be enough mutant cores every day. These brothers are the foundation of our prisoner camp. We cannot afford any more mistakes." "Okay," the second leader replied and was about to walk out. "Wait." The big leader waved his hand and the second leader stopped. "Have people deploy searchlights and heavy machine guns on the roofs of villas around the camp, set up 4 firing points, and assign 8 people to be on duty at night, with 2 people in charge of each firing point. They have to supervise each other, and no one can sleep. Also, when it's daybreak, you will personally lead a team to the armory to get a batch of mortars. I thought these things would not be used before, but now it seems that they must be used. Tomorrow night we will bombard the kamikaze battalion's base." "Understood. I'll do it right away. Take Lao Wang with you when you go outside the city to get weapons. Last time I took people to get weapons, I buried a lot of mines in the mine over there. Lao Wang knows where they are buried. Be careful when you go in. Don't blow up your own people." Chapter 50. Xingyu starts. At night, a huge full moon hangs in the sky, illuminating the earth. Lin Feng turned into a flying zombie and could clearly see the outlines of various objects on the ground with the help of the moonlight. In the unattended farmland, zombies can often be seen wandering aimlessly. Flying over fields, a small hill covered with pine trees appeared in front of us. A gravel road covered with wild grass winds its way into the mountains. Lin Feng flew into the mountains along the gravel road and soon saw a vast area covered with traces of excavation. There are many dilapidated wheelbarrows and large coal trucks scattered here. On the hillside at the edge of this vast area, a dark mine stands quietly, looking somewhat eerie and scary. According to the information provided by Zheng Jiangwo, if you walk diagonally downward along the main trunk of the mine for about 500 meters, you will see a small hole with a diameter of half a meter. By crawling through the small hole, you can enter the armory. Because Zheng Jiangwo was in charge of supporting the outside at that time, he was not very clear about the situation in the mine. Those who followed him down were the absolute core of the prisoner camp. However, the mining method of this mine is very backward and the mining time is not long, so the mine is not very deep. After Lin Feng fell down, he found nothing unusual. To be on the safe side, he captured 10 ordinary zombies from nearby and placed them near the mine. If other people come to the cave entrance, they will definitely fight with the zombies, making noises to alert themselves. After making preparations, he transformed into an ordinary zombie, holding a flashlight, and walked into the mine. After walking about 10 meters, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He felt something strange when stepping on the ground, as if something was stepped on. Lin Feng squatted down and used his hands to dig away the dirt and gravel on the ground. Sure enough, there was a round object under his feet. This must be a landmine. For ordinary people, this is a big trouble, but for Lin Feng, it is no big deal at all. Lin Feng grew bone spurs on the front of his fingers, which pierced into the mine and wrapped around the explosives in it. After doing this, he raised his foot and the firing pin of the mine was activated. Bang! The firing pin hit the bone spur wrapped around the explosive, and the mine was not triggered. There is a high probability that there will be mines as we go forward. I don't know how many mines the enemy has buried, and it will be too troublesome to deal with them one by one. Lin Feng reburied the mine, transformed into a crawler, hung upside down on the top of the mine, and continued to go deeper into the mine. The deeper you go, the narrower the space in the mine becomes, from 2 meters wide and high at the beginning to about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Lin Feng encountered 2 forks in the road on the way, and he always walked along the main road. When they went more than 500 meters deep, Lin Feng saw the small hole with a diameter of half a meter that Zheng Jiangwo had mentioned. The entrance of the hole was blocked by a large rock. Lin Feng moved the big rock that was blocking the hole, turned into an ordinary zombie, and crawled in. After crawling in, the space became wider. Inside were large warehouses with rows of metal shelves on which were neatly placed various firearms, ammunition, and other military supplies. There are rocket launchers, mortars, 6-barreled rotary machine guns, and various types of landmines and grenades. The scale of the armory exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. There were tens of thousands of guns of various types and 500 or 600 rocket launchers and mortars. Lin Feng walked around inside, hesitating. The 6-barreled rotary machine gun was good, and the rocket launcher was also good. The mortar shells could be carried into the air and dropped downwards, and their power was much greater than that of grenades. But the entrance to the cave was only that big, and I only had 2 hands, so I couldn't take much in one trip. Oh, if only there was some storage space. As he thought about this, a voice sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host organism can meet the minimum power activation standard of the Yin-Yang Tian intelligence system. After activation, 10 cubic meters of storage space can be obtained. Do you want to activate it? Yin-Yang Tian's voice had not been heard for a long time, and Lin Feng almost forgot about it. He was stunned for a moment, and the voice in his mind asked again, "Host, do you want to open it?" When Lin Feng heard that there was 10 cubic meters of storage space, he did not hesitate and immediately responded in his mind, "Open it." Crack. Something seemed to shatter in Lin Feng's mind. My consciousness went blank and my vision blurred, but soon recovered. Then he had some more information in his mind. Name: Xingyu, the human race's exclusive intelligent life form in the Yin-Yang heaven, responsible for assisting the host in all areas of life and combat, and is the ultimate substitute for all smart products such as smartphones and smart homes. A childish voice, like that of a little boy, rang in Lin Feng's mind. Xingyu reset. Start. Begin self-check. The host's biological energy level can only meet the minimum power operation and load the basic knowledge library. It cannot open the information library and cannot connect to the virtual universe. It can only maintain the lowest level of combat assistance and life assistance. Environmental inspection can only detect things within a kilometer range of the host. Found the armory of a low-level civilization in the universe. Found D0 level metal. It was discovered that the host's second form is a higher race of demons, the corpse demon clan. Xingyu's voice suddenly became high-pitched. This is impossible. In the long history of mankind in the universe, no one has been able to transform from a corpse demon back into a human. Even the immortals of Yin Yang Heaven can't do it. How did you do it? I was bitten by a zombie and passed out. When I woke up, I could switch between human and zombie. Then you are really amazing. Maybe you are lucky, or maybe you are different. Anyway, you are awesome. Lin Feng was stunned. The tone of this AI's speech was a bit interesting. After a while, Lin Feng asked the question that concerned him most. Xingyu, what is Yin Yang Tian? Xingyu's slightly exaggerated voice sounded. You don't even know what Yin Yang is? Then this planet is definitely not within the territory covered by human civilization in the universe. I can't open the information database, and I only know the most basic information. Yin Yang Tian is one of the three major forces of the human race. They love peace and don't like fighting. The 3,000 core members of Yin Yang Heaven have absorbed the transformation stone and have the ability to transform. Many members use this ability to indirectly control a tribe, and their status is extremely noble. Xingyu said in a teasing tone, Boy, your situation is not good. You are too weak, but you accidentally obtained the top inheritance of human civilization. If you are discovered by a strong person, I am afraid they will kill you and snatch the inheritance. Lin Feng also understood the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. If it really doesn't work, I can take the initiative to give the inheritance away to save my life. No. The transformation stone is integrated with your soul. Only by killing you can I take the stone away. Lin Feng didn't want to give away his inheritance. Without the ability to transform, he would have died long ago. It seems that the only way for me is to become stronger. You and I are in the same boat. If I die, you will also be reset, right? Xingyu said frankly, yes, for intelligent life, resetting is equivalent to drinking Mingpa soup. So before you become strong enough, we'd better stay hidden and don't reveal the coordinates of the planet we are on. Lin Feng smiled and said, Well, welcome, let's work hard together. That's all I can do. You're too weak right now. When I'm not busy, I'll try to stay silent and conserve my energy to provide you with the minimum standard of assistance. Lin Feng said thank you. Hee. Xingyu smiled and said, There is also some very bad news. Do you want to know? Lin Feng's forehead was full of black lines. This guy seemed to have not grown up. He was really like a child. Is this kind of auxiliary intelligence reliable? Can I say I don't want to? I'll tell you. The primary Yin-Yang sky intelligence needs to synchronize its position with the headquarters every once in a while, which translates to 2 years and 3 days on this planet. I can't stop the synchronization. In other words, we may be in big trouble in 3 years. Lin Feng said calmly, Oh, if there is any trouble, just solve it. Yes, I like you, the bachelor type. Xingyu's voice suddenly increased. Haha, people are like birds flying towards the sky, immortal for thousands of years. Whoever causes trouble for us, we will deal with him. Lin Feng was speechless. He wondered if this intelligence had a bug. He would have to observe it carefully in the future. After the two finished chatting, Lin Feng put the weapons one by one into the space. He waved his hand, and a box of mortar shells disappeared from the spot and entered his own space. He waved his hand again, and the box of shells appeared in his hand again. The storage space is amazing. From now on, you no longer have to carry around mutant crystal cores, nor do you have to use your mom's grocery shopping bag to carry grenades. He loaded some of each weapon, filling up 90% of the storage space. Then he crawled out of a small hole with a diameter of 0.5 meter, ready to go back to the city for a big fight. Chapter 51. Trouble caused by landmines. After climbing out of the small hole, Lin Feng turned into a crawler and climbed out from the top of the mine. After climbing just 2 steps, he remembered that he had stepped on a mine when he came in, so he started laying mines as well. Every 10 or so meters he walked, he would plant a mine. When he climbed out of the mine, he had buried a total of 40 mines. Standing outside the mine, looking at the rising sun, Lin Feng smiled slightly and felt relaxed. This trip was a huge gain. With the intelligence turned on and the storage space provided, everything will be much more convenient. If there was no space, I don't know how many times I would have to crawl in and out to lay the mine. When he came out, Lin Feng felt hungry. He absorbed the 10 zombies outside the cave, then turned into a flying zombie and soared into the sky. At this time, Xingyu's voice sounded. The second form is that the corpse demon clan is indeed very strong. It can obtain the ability to transform into various branches of the Corpse Demon clan. The survival ability and combat power are very strong. No wonder so many geniuses in the history of Yin Tian wanted to make the Corpse Demon clan the second form, but unfortunately they all failed and died. You are so lucky. When you become stronger, we will find a backer and live a life of luxury in the future. Xingyu, is there a standard for what you call powerful? How powerful is it? You have to advance at least 3 more times. Only when you reach level 5 can you barely meet the standard. It would be best if you can reach level 6. Level 6 is the limit of your planet. Boom. When Lin Feng flew to the edge of the city, a dull explosion came from the direction of the mine. Lin Feng immediately realized that someone had stepped on the landmine he had buried. He stopped suddenly, turned around and flew towards the mine. In the open space outside the mine, people carried out a man whose legs were blown off. The man screamed miserably, "Ah, my legs. Quick, stop the bleeding spray." One of them took out a spray device and sprayed it at the man's broken leg. The smell of blood and medicine filled the air. The man's pain was relieved, but his eyes were lifeless and he felt full of regret. "I'm so stupid. How did I get to the front? It's all because I wanted to show off in front of the second leader. Is it wrong for me to show off? It's all because Lao Wang provided wrong information. He clearly said that there were no mines 20 meters ahead. Before the apocalypse, it was difficult for a person with a broken leg to survive independently, let alone in this apocalypse where people eat each other." The man lay on the ground looking at the sky, his empty eyes gradually filled with madness. His companion beside him called out to him, "Mr. Li, reply." He pretended not to hear anything, suddenly pulled out the pistol from his waist, and pulled the trigger at Lao Wang.
Bang, bang, bang.
"Old Wang, fuck you. Didn't you say there were no mines ahead?" Boom, boom. 2 bullets hit Lao Wang's military bulletproof vest, and 1 bullet hit Lao Wang's arm, causing a flower of blood to burst out. Lao Wang was also a ruthless man. He trembled his body, raised his gun and pulled the trigger, and a series of bullets swept over. Puff, puff, puff. "How the hell should I know? I didn't plant a mine there. If you dare to shoot me, I'll kill you." The man with the broken leg was shot 4 times, one in the left chest and one in the neck. He was dead. The man looked up at the sky and closed his eyes. This might be what he wanted. Lao Wang felt a little regretful after firing the gun. When he looked up, he found that everyone was pointing guns at him with unfriendly expressions. The second leader rushed over, used both hands to knock the automatic rifle in his hand and the pistol at his waist, and kicked him down. "The information you provided was wrong, causing my brother to break his leg, and you still dared to shoot and kill people." The second leader had a good personal relationship with Lao Wang. Lao Wang used to be a mercenary, and the first and second leaders both thought highly of him. However, Lao Wang's behavior angered the public, and he could not protect him. "You planted the mines and marked them yourself? Don't you know where they are?" Lao Wang also felt that he was wronged. "I planted the mines myself. I know it clearly. I marked them. There were no mines buried there at all." But these people would never believe him. Someone suggested, Lao Wang laid the mines, so Lao Wang should go in front. Yes, let Lao Wang go in front. He should have been at the front. Since everyone said so, the second leader had no choice but to agree. "Lao Wang, you are the one who planted the mine. You go ahead. The boss is waiting for us to return with the weapons." Lao Wang was armed and had no choice but to be the first to enter the mine. He walked in front with a flashlight in his hand, lay on the ground and gently pushed away the soil with his hands. He dug out a mine that he had buried closest to the cave entrance and carefully put it aside. He was not sure whether someone had buried new mines or the marks he had made had been tampered with, so to be on the safe side he planned to dig out all the mines. After all, he only had 1 life. The light in the mine was too dim, and he didn't notice the difference in the soil around the mine. Finding that the mines he had buried had not been triggered, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking forward to defuse the second mine. The people behind him also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lao Wang easily take out a landmine. Just when Lao Wang was about to approach the second mine. Boom. Oops. Ah. Lao Wang lay on the ground, covering his feet and screaming. "I stepped on a bullet mine. Someone had planted another mine here." The 2 men stepped forward, pulled Lao Wang out, and the group ran out of the mine again. Lao Wang took off his shoes, revealing the bullet holes on his feet. "Someone must have planted mines in the mine. I have never planted bullet mines in mines. This kind of mine is too insidious. It explodes when you step on it. There is no chance to clear the mine." Lin Feng was floating right above these people, communicating silently with Xingyu. "Fortunately, I planted the mine. Otherwise, they would have succeeded again. Xingyu, is there anyone else in the mine? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the scenery in his eyes changed. A set of parameters appeared at the edge of his vision, and the mine was seen through, presenting a three-dimensional image. Lin Feng was shocked. You did this, awesome. Xingyu's proud voice entered his mind. No big deal. Seeing that there were no enemies in the mine, all the enemies were gathered in the open space. Lin Feng took out 10 mortar shells from the space, unlocked them, looked at the ground, and prepared to throw them down. In Lin Feng's eyes, circular marks indicating the exact landing point of the shell and the explosion range appeared on the ground. This is really good. Lin Feng dropped 10 bombs as instructed, ensuring that the explosion range covered the entire open area outside the mine. A group of people below are still discussing. The second leader became alert and looked around. Suddenly, I saw a huge figure flapping its wings on the distant hillside, throwing something down. He just felt his scalp tingling and shouted, "Run!" He ran out first. The others didn't notice the danger and were stunned for a moment before starting to flee in the surroundings, but they were still a step too late. Boom, boom, boom. Those who didn't have time to run were torn to pieces by the bombs. The second in command ran towards a vehicle in the distance. Another person ran into the mine and hid in the darkness. With the help of intelligent technology, Lin Feng clearly saw the internal structure of the mine and the location of the people hiding inside. Lin Feng fell to the ground, with a 6-barreled rotary machine gun in each hand, and several meters-long ammunition belts wrapped around his body. Lin Feng raised his gun and pointed it at the mine. In his eyes, 2 red ballistic trajectories extended from the muzzles of 2 6-barreled rotary machine guns into the distance. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was inexplicably excited. This is better than the shooting game I played before the end of the world. Xingyu said proudly, "Of course, I will take you to eat chicken today." Ta-ta! Lin Feng fired at the mine, and the bullet followed the trajectory exactly and shot into the mine, killing the enemy hiding inside. Lin Feng didn't go in to check, but flew directly into the sky to chase the second leader who was driving away. Chapter 52. Chasing. The second leader drove his car happily on the gravel road, raising a large cloud of dust behind the wheels. He had already run a long distance, but he was no match for Lin Fengfei's speed, and the distance between them quickly closed. Lin Feng in the air adjusted the muzzle of the gun so that the bullet would land at the car. The slightly curved trajectory takes into full account factors such as wind, humidity, and gravity. Ta-ta! Puff, puff. The second leader's car had a flat tire and the car flipped to the side of the road. The second leader got out of the car, holding a 6-barreled rotary machine gun in his hand, pointing it at Lin Feng in the air, and pulling the trigger to fire wildly. Ta-da! The second leader is a good shooter. However, the second leader's shooting trajectory was also calculated by Xingyu and clearly presented in Lin Feng's eyes. The trajectory was predicted and Lin Feng dodged calmly in the air. Xingyu, this is just like the shooting game I played before the apocalypse. It's so cool. Xingyu said with some contempt, "Of course you feel good, because you cheated." The second leader ran out of bullets and failed to hurt the flying zombie in the sky. He knew that he was no match for the opponent and guessed that the flying zombie in front of him was Lin Feng. He threw away the machine gun that had run out of bullets, raised his hands and said, "I surrender. I am an evolver. If you don't kill me, I am willing to join the kamikaze battalion. I know you are Lin Feng, the leader of the kamikaze camp. Your special ability is to transform into a zombie. You are a second-level evolver. You are strong, but the leader of the prisoner camp is stronger. I know his weakness. If you let me go, I will tell you." Also the second level? His words aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. Lin Feng landed on the ground in the distance, turned into a human form and said, "Tell me everything you know, and I won't kill you." Lin Feng added in his mind, "I won't kill you, but I will cripple you and let the zombies in the wild kill you." The second leader of the prisoner camp knelt on the ground with a plop. "I hope to join the kamikaze camp and follow you. You have unlimited potential. You can lead me to the pinnacle of this world." He is the leader, and leaders in the prison camp must have done a lot of bad things. No matter what he says, Lin Feng will not take him in. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Do you have any special abilities?" The second leader shook his head and said, "Only 1,000th of the evolved people have superpowers. Unfortunately, I am not that lucky, but our leader has superpowers." Lin Feng became even more curious. What is your leader's special ability? At this time, Xingyu reminded in his heart, "Be careful. Judging from his various physical parameters, he was just lying. Lin Feng, he dared to lie to you. Hurry up and kill him." Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he became more alert. The second leader said softly, "The The leader's ability is? His voice was very soft, but what he said was so important that people couldn't help but want to listen carefully. If Xingyu hadn't reminded him, Lin Feng would definitely have listened attentively. Lin Feng pretended to listen attentively, but his eyes were always fixed on the second leader. When the second leader saw Lin Feng turn his head, he instantly activated his supernatural powers. His greasy hair stood up, blue flames rose in his eyes, and the weeds around him were pushed down by his aura. Immediately afterwards, two blue lights shot out from his eyes and shot towards Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng, who was well prepared, ducked and dodged, putting the bulky machine gun into the storage space. Wherever the blue rays passed, the grass and trees froze and the temperature dropped sharply. The blue ray brushed past Lin Feng's arm, and Lin Feng felt a biting chill. If Xingyu hadn't given him any hint, Lin Feng would have fallen into the trap even if he had been prepared. The blue rays have penetrating power comparable to that of lasers and have a strong freezing effect, making them particularly effective against zombies. Low temperatures will reduce the strength of zombies. When Lin Feng just became a zombie, he was locked in a cold storage. He was frozen so much that his strength was greatly reduced, and he could not get out. After a dozen rays swept through, the surroundings became quiet. The only sounds left were Lin Feng's running and the second leader's breathing. The second leader seemed to have exhausted his superpowers and panted as he said, "Huff, brother. I was impulsive just now. I give in. Please forgive me this time. What do you think of my superpowers? If you think it's okay, I'm determined to follow you from now on." Lin Feng cursed in his heart, "You old fool, if I trust you again, I will be a fool." Lin Feng said, "Very good. Come with me in the future. I will accept you." Then he turned into a flying zombie, pointed the two six-barreled rotary machine guns in his hands at the location of the second leader, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The second leader shot out a blue ray. This guy is such a good actor. Seeing that his superpower state has not been lifted, Lin Feng guessed that he still has superpowers, so he was on guard against him and avoided the ray. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The bullet fired by Lin Feng swept past. Wherever the bullets passed, grass debris flew everywhere, and trees as thick as bowls were directly cut down. The second leader flew to the side, lowered his head and ran quickly towards a small river not far away, apparently preparing to jump into the river to escape. Lin Feng flapped his wings and rose into the sky, chasing the second leader and shooting non-stop. With Xingyu's assistance, Lin Feng's shooting accuracy is extremely high. The bullets created a row of holes on the ground, blocking the second leader's route forward. The second leader stopped suddenly and turned around. His calf was pierced by a bullet, and he staggered and almost fell. His supernatural aura had weakened to the extreme, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, shooting another blue ray at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was unable to dodge, and the blue arrow hit the six-barreled rotary machine gun in Lin Feng's left hand. A small hole was shot in the machine gun, and blue frost spread along the hole. This guy is so insidious. He pretended to have exhausted his supernatural powers. Lin Feng thought that the blue ray just now was the last one, but he didn't expect that he still had one left. Lin Feng decisively threw away the machine gun in his left hand and took out a new six-barrel rotary machine gun from the space. The two machine guns kept firing. The second leader was beaten so hard that he kept shaking, and blood mist burst out of his body. The discarded six-barreled rotary machine gun fell to the ground with a crack and broke into pieces of ice. At this time, Xingyu's voice sounded painful. "Stop fighting. Go collect his blood and evolution crystal core. They will be very useful in the future. Frost Ray is a rare power. His blood and evolution crystal core will give you a chance to obtain this power." When Lin Feng heard that he also had a chance to obtain superpowers, his eyes lit up and he quickly stopped shooting and put away his machine gun. The moment the second leader fell to the ground, scenes from his entire life flashed through his mind. After graduating from the police academy, he was willing to go undercover for the drug lord Fei Long. After 3 years of enduring humiliation, the net is about to be closed. The police have already rushed to the prison, and I will return to the police force with my merits and get a promotion and a raise. As a result, just as the arrest operation began, the end of the world happened to come. His leaders and colleagues all turned into zombies, but Fei Long and his gang of scum survived. The end of the world is coming, zombies are rampant, and the world with order collapsing may not need me anymore. I chose to continue to follow Fei Long, and the result is that I have come to this day. Lin Feng came to the second leader. The second leader thought of his previous persistence and said a few words intermittently. "Second level, steal, stimulate potential." After saying this, the second leader died. Lin Feng guessed what the second leader meant. The leader of the prisoner camp is a second-level evolver, with a body of steel, and a way to stimulate potential and improve strength. This news is very important. The strength of the leader of the prisoner camp may not be weaker than mine. But Lin Feng didn't understand why the second leader told him. Maybe it's because when a man is about to die, his words are kind. Following Xingyu's instructions, Lin Feng took away his essence and blood and evolution crystal core and put them into the storage space. Finally, they dug a pit on the side of the road and buried the second leaders. After doing all this, Lin Feng flew into the city, ready to destroy the prisoner camp and put an end to this matter once and for all. Chapter 53. It's time to let the little brothers come out and play. When Lin Feng arrived at the prisoner camp, he was discovered by the enemy from afar. Look, that flying zombie is coming again. Hold steady, don't expose your firing point yet. Wait for him to come over and focus your fire on him. Lin Feng held a 6-barreled rotary machine gun in each hand and flew straight over. The battle had not yet begun, and Xingyu had not activated the combat assistance function. When Lin Feng was 100 meters into the prisoner camp, someone suddenly climbed onto the rooftops of 4 nearby villas. Boom, 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 boom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Someone at each of the 4 firing points fired a rocket, and at the same time the heavy machine guns began to focus on Lin Feng. Fuck. Xingyu, start cheating. The trajectories of both sides were calculated instantly and presented to Lin Feng's eyes. Brother, this isn't a cheat, it's just the lowest level combat assistance function. But for a planet like yours with a low civilization, it is still quite impressive. With Xingyu's combat assistance, Lin Feng dodged in the air while shooting down 4 rockets with a heavy machine gun. Rumble, thump, thump, boom, boom, boom. The rocket was intercepted in the air and exploded into 4 balls of fire. Lin Feng retreated to a position 1,000 meters away from the enemy. This position allows him to dodge enemy bullets with ease. He flapped his wings and floated in the air, put away the 2 heavy machine guns in his hands, and took out an anti-tank sniper rifle from the storage space. He didn't need to spend any time aiming. He just had to move the muzzle of the gun and aim the slightly curved trajectory at the enemy. Bang! The gun body shook and Lin Feng was pushed back 4 or 5 meters by the recoil. The bullet shell, as thick as his big toe, ejected with blue smoke. Puff! On the rooftop in the distance, the chest of an enemy carrying a rocket launcher exploded and half of the person was gone. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng fired 3 more shots, killing 3 people. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people ran into the villa with their weapons in their arms. Are zombies so smart? They can even shoot? He was so damn accurate. One shot killed 1 person at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. He doesn't want anyone to live. Hide first, and then fight him when he's close. The enemy hid, and with the help of the combat auxiliary perspective function, Lin Feng clearly saw the hiding places of the remaining 16 people, but did not find the fat man who shot him last time. In the villa, an enemy holding an assault rifle was about to turn his head to look out of the window. Boom, puff. The corner of the wall was shot through by a sniper rifle, and the man's head was gone. Anti-tank sniper rifles are extremely brutal when used to attack people. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng killed as he walked, and the enemies had no power to fight back at all. Finally, there were 6 people left. They hid quite deep, behind several layers of walls, and could not be hit by sniper rifles or rocket launchers. One of them hid in the bathroom. Lin Feng put away the sniper rifle and took out a metal explosion-proof shield from the storage space. He held a riot shield in his left hand and a battle axe transformed from bone spurs in his right hand, and rushed into the villa. He smashed down the restroom door and used a blast shield to hold off the enemy. Da-da-da. The enemy was pinned against the wall without even raising his gun. He just randomly pulled the trigger, and a volley of bullets hit the ground. Woo puff. Lin Feng chopped off the man's head with an axe. Ranged enemies are no match, and neither are melee enemies. Lin Feng held a riot shield and rushed into several villas, clearing out the last enemies. A minute later, Lin Feng pushed a man against the wall and asked, "Tell me, where is your leader?" The man leaned against the wall, trembling all over, and rolled his little eyes in a lewd way. "Can you let me go just because I told you so?" "No, you said it and I'll give you a quick death." The others were all killed in one blow. It was a painless death. Crack, blood splattered on the wall, and Lin Feng chopped off 2 of his fingers with an axe. "If you don't tell me, I guarantee you won't die happily." "Ah, I said. The chief went in the direction of the kamikaze camp." Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. What did the leader of the prisoner camp mean by going to the kamikaze camp alone? Was he going to learn from me? With one axe, Lin Feng solved the enemy in front of him. He rushed out of the villa, flew into the sky, and flew towards the kamikaze camp's base. After Lin Feng flew into the sky, he felt his body becoming weak. Xingyu, why do I always feel like my body is hollowed out after having you? We have a symbiotic relationship. Our auxiliary intelligence will consume your bioenergy. When you activate combat assistance, this consumption is particularly severe. You can't let the horse run and not eat grass, right? The main reason is that you are too weak. When you reach the planetary level, you can completely ignore the biological energy I consume. There are so many zombies on the ground now, you can recover by just sucking a few of them. Lin Feng descended in altitude, close to the ground, and casually sucked in dozens of zombies, absorbing the mutant crystal cores and blood energy together. After absorption, the feeling of weakness disappeared immediately. Xingyu, what is the planetary level? It is a level in the universally recognized strength classification. At this level, one can rely on oneself to break through the gravity of the planet and enter space. So smart. It's just At this level, you can just about make it out there and be a bodyguard for a strong person or something like that. You can have enough food and clothing in the universe. So what level am I now, and how far am I from the planetary level? You are still far away. You are at the second level out of the 10 levels in the mortal realm, which is what you call a second-level evolver or a second-level zombie. You have to break through the 10th level of the mortal realm to reach the planetary level. Lin Feng caught up with Fei Long, who was wearing iron armor and carrying a 4-meter-long sword, on a street outside the kamikaze camp. With a puff, Fei Long thrust the broadsword as wide as a door into the ground and asked calmly, "Did you kill all my people?" When Lin Feng turned into a zombie, he couldn't speak, nor did he want to speak. He took out 2 machine guns from the storage space and started firing. Ding, 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 ding. Fei Long turned the handle of the knife to block the incoming bullet. Bang! He stomped his feet hard, the ground collapsed, and he fell into the ground. Lin Feng turned on his X-ray function and found that Fei Long had entered the sewer and was quickly rushing towards the kamikaze camp from underground. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. This guy really wanted to learn from him and go to the kamikaze camp to kill his people. But this guy was overthinking. The brothers under his command were not comparable to his subordinates. In order to consolidate his own rule, Fei Long deliberately suppressed the promotion speed of his subordinates. Lin Feng is just the opposite. He provides his subordinates with full training resources and gives them as many mutant crystal cores as the captains can eat. Lin Feng flew in front of him, took out several mortar shells from the storage space, threw them down, and blew up the sewer. He also jumped into the sewer, took out a rocket launcher, and fired 3 rockets towards Fei Long, who was running towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The air waves rolled in the sewer, and the ground shook violently, arched up by the shock wave. But the fat dragon in the combat assistance system just paused and rushed over again. He has activated his Iron Man, so thermal weapons can do a lot of damage to him. Indeed, fighting is a bit tiring and it consumes a lot of ammunition. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it only takes 1 moment to use it. It's time to let the little brothers come out and play. Bang! Lin Feng took out the flare gun and fired a yellow flare into the sky. Chapter 54. Single fight turns into group fight. When Fei Long saw the flare rising into the sky, he frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. It was a sign of calling someone. Could it be that there are other experts in the kamikaze battalion who are able to get involved in a battle of this level? Fei Long felt a sense of urgency and wanted to quickly enter the kamikaze camp and capture a few hostages. Fei Long rushed forward, while Lin Feng wanted to delay time as much as possible. It was okay to train troops outside the camp, but the kamikaze camp could not become a battlefield. Fei Long rushed forward dragging his sword, and Lin Feng took out an explosion-proof shield to block him. Boom! Fei Long hit the explosion-proof shield with his shoulder. Lin Feng was knocked back several steps and almost lost his balance. It was such a huge force. Fei Long raised his right hand suddenly. With a hum, the 4-meter-long sword was lifted up at an angle. With a clang, the folding explosion-proof shield in Lin Feng's hand was cut into 2 halves by the big knife. After Fei Long swung his knife, he stabbed forward again. Lin Feng took a step back, took out 2 folding explosion-proof shields from the storage space, quickly unfolded them and placed them in front of him to block the sharp edge of the sword. Fei Long saw the explosion-proof shield that appeared out of nowhere, and his eyes narrowed. It seems you have a lot of secrets. 2 blast shields were pierced by the sword. Lin Feng took out another blast shield to block it. At the same time, he asked in his mind, "Xingyu, can I put this guy into the storage space?" No, the storage space cannot store living things, and you cannot store objects that have been touched by other people. The explosion-proof shield was punctured, but it also slowed down Fei Long's progress. Lin Feng now wants to delay time and wait for his younger brothers to arrive so that he can start training. He doesn't want to kill this guy so soon. Fei Long also noticed that Lin Feng was delaying time, so he stopped pestering him and stopped trying to destroy the explosion-proof shield. He just rushed forward with his knife. The only way to escape was to break into the kamikaze camp and take a few hostages. He did this many times before the end of the world. The bone spur on Lin Feng's right hand grew longer and stabbed towards Fei Long's chest. Fei Long felt threatened instinctively, and his intuition told him that this bone spur could pierce his iron body. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the bone spur. Lin Feng changed from stabbing to scratching, and the tip of the bone spur left a clear mark on Fei Long's palm. There was a red light flashing in his eyes, and he grinned at Lin Feng, wanting to catch Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's mind, Xingyu also gave a hint, "Be careful, it won't be fun if he catches you." Xingyu and Lin Feng communicated through their consciousness, which was countless times faster than speaking. Lin Feng retreated quickly and took out a rocket launcher and pointed it at Fei Long. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rockets were fired as if they were free. There are many loaded rocket launchers prepared in the storage space. You can take them out and fire them directly. After firing, throw them into the space and replace them with another rocket launcher. Fei Long was knocked back continuously. Rumble. In the 5-meter wide and high sewer space, bricks, stones, and soil splashed everywhere, and smoke and dust billowed. Xingyu reminded, "Your brothers are here." When a dull metal collision sound was heard, Fei Long was knocked back several steps by someone. "I'll let you beat my boss and see how I deal with you." Fei Long looked carefully and saw another little golden man standing in front of him. The person who came was Dexiong, and there were 4 people behind him, namely Lin Hu, Dusha, Xiaolang, and Li Waywei. In the past 2 days, the kamikaze camp was ambushed by the prisoner camp, suffering heavy losses, and people were in panic. As a result, the leader Lin Feng disappeared. Everyone guessed that based on Lin Feng's personality, he must have gone to the prisoner camp alone. He always wanted to handle things by himself and didn't want anyone to get injured. Everyone decided to go to the prisoner camp together, but before they even went out, they saw yellow flares in the sky. Yellow flares represent the deployment of captain-level forces. They hurried towards the direction of the flare. When I came out, I saw smoke and dust billowing there, and a disheveled little golden man in the smoke. The enemy has obviously activated the Man of Steel and is a mutant. Dehu activated his iron body without saying a word and charged forward. Lin Feng transformed into human form under the cover of smoke, took out a set of clothes from the space and put them on. Li Weiwei ran into the sewer, found Lin Feng, and hugged him. "Brother Feng, you're okay, that's great." Lin Feng wasn't hurt at all. He was hugged by Li Weiwei and was stunned for a moment. "Weiwei, why are you here too?" Li Weiwei let go of him, her face a little red. "I was worried about you, so I ran over to follow and check." The big bear who rushed in from outside was slashed by Fei Long with a knife, leaving a long string of sparks and making him grimace in pain. He and Fei Long both have bodies of steel, but Fei Long is 1 level higher than him in terms of evolution, so he is naturally no match for him and is beaten back continuously. Seeing this, Little Wolf activated his supernatural power and rushed forward, with the 2 bayonets in his hands flying, drawing lines of fire on Fei Long's body. Although he couldn't hurt Fei Long, he stripped off all his clothes and armor, which made Fei Long very angry. Fei Long was not as fast as the Little Wolf, so he could only swing his sword to force the Little Wolf back. After struggling with the 2 men for a while, he couldn't kill the big bear, nor could he beat the Little Wolf. He felt anxious and depressed. Li Weiwei also took out a tang sword and joined the battle. She had obviously practiced before, and her swordsmanship was much better than Xiaolang's. She could even rush in and stab Fei Long from time to time, but the steel knife in her hand could not pierce Fei Long's skin. Fei Long saw that half of his supernatural power time had passed, but he still hadn't gained anything. He simply ignored the number of people and continued running towards the kamikaze camp. The poisonous snake Miao Yulong was standing in this direction. He activated his special power and controlled the sewage in the sewer ditch to fly out and roll towards Fei Long. Suddenly, the sewer was filled with a stench that was disgusting. Fei Long was caught in the water spout, his movements became slow, and the dirty water covered his head, making him feel nauseous and want to vomit. At this time, he had already considered retreating. He had never expected that the kamikaze camp had so many people with special abilities. Fei Long suddenly squatted down, repelling the water flow, breaking away from the control of the water flow, and rushing away from the kamikaze camp. Lin Feng put his hand into his clothes, actually taking something out of the space. He took out two short swords made of bone spurs and threw them to Little Wolf. Little Wolf, take it. This weapon can hurt him. Lin Feng threw another bone-spurred tang sword to Li Weiwei. Weiwei, hold on, be careful. Li Weiwei took the tang sword and took a look at it. The material of the tang sword was like iron but not iron, but it was heavier and sharper. The two men rushed forward with their new weapons. Then, Big Bear and Filong collided again, which made Big Bear dizzy, but also successfully slowed down Feilong's speed. Li Weiwei saw the opportunity, rushed over, and slashed Feilong's right knee with a knife. Dang, the blade cut into the cavity 3 inches deep. Ah, Filong felt pain, opened his mouth and drank a big mouthful of dirty water, and almost vomited it out. The venomous snake controlled the water spout and captured the fat dragon again. Xiaolang and Li Weiwei cooperated well, their double swords and single knife flying continuously, surrounding Filong and attacking him continuously. Clank, clank, the two swords and the tang swords cut through the water and scratched Feilong's body, leaving wounds of varying depths. You little bastards, you want to kill me? No way. Filong roared, ah. Filong clenched his fists, and his ears, eyes, mouth and nose glowed red. The red light became brighter and brighter, shining in the surroundings like a searchlight. His body gradually turned red and heated up. When the water touched his body, it turned directly into water vapor and could no longer stop him. Filong felt the explosive power in his body and his confidence increased. He threw away the sword and punched the big bear. Boom! The big bear was knocked away and embedded in the wall. Swish, swish. The little wolf's double swords could no longer cause any harm to him. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do with him for a moment. Filong was also feeling uncomfortable as he couldn't catch the agile Xiaolang and Li Weiwei. Viper and Lin Feng were quite far away from him. Filong rushed straight towards the big bear. His hands were like red-hot hammers, hitting the big bear quickly. Clang, clang, clang. Every punch created a large flame. At first, the big bear could still raise his arms to resist. After being hit by several punches, Daxiong's hands gradually dropped, and he seemed to be losing consciousness. His supernatural powers were unstable, and his life was in danger. Chapter 55, Disabled Instructor. Seeing that Big Bear was about to die, Lin Feng no longer thought about training his troops. He rushed over and waved his hand, and a folding explosion-proof shield appeared in front of the Big Bear. Bang, bang. Feilong's fist instantly left 2 deep fist marks on the folding explosion-proof shield, reducing the impact force of the fist. Big Bear, wake up! Lin Feng shouted. Filong turned into a red-hot little golden man, and his defense was improved to the point where no one could hurt him. Lin Feng threw explosion-proof shields one by one to help the who resist the damage. The friends were all stunned, wondering how the boss could produce so many explosion-proof shields. The poisonous snake kept controlling the sewage to flush Filong, competing with him for energy. Fortunately, there was a lot of rain in the past 2 days, and a large amount of rainwater accumulated in the sewer ditch. This does not solve the fundamental problem. Big Bear is always in danger in Feilong's hands. Filong silently calculated the duration of the superpower in his mind. The superpower state would end in 15 seconds, and it was time to go. Holding the dazed Big Bear in one hand, he jumped out of the sewer in one step, came to the ground and ran away. Everyone also realized that this guy's supernatural power was about to end, and he was preparing to take the Big Bear as a hostage and run away. Everyone followed and chased after him. Li Weiwei discovered that Feilong's breathing had become particularly heavy since he turned into the braised little golden man, with hot white gas coming out of his mouth and nose. It seemed that this state was putting a lot of strain on him. Li Weiwei decided to add fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, she immediately activated her special powers. Her naturally curly hair stood up, blue flames burst out of her eyes, an invisible aura rose around her, and her gaze became extremely sharp. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They originally thought that Li Weiwei was the boss's woman and had no strength. They didn't expect that she was not only good at swordsmanship but also a supernatural being. Her fighting ability was even stronger than theirs. Li Weiwei stretched out her hand, and a row of fireballs as big as fists flew towards Filong. The fireball hit Filong and seemed to be sucked into his body. Filong lost his balance and almost fell down. Lin, who also saw the opportunity. Li Weiwei's fireball was effective, and his own energy impact should also be effective. Lin, who decisively activated his supernatural power and looked for an opportunity to attack Filong with energy. The energy impact fell on Filong and was indeed sucked in. Filong felt as if his body was burning inside and was horrified. He didn't even know that he was vulnerable to firepower and energy shocks in this form. Seeing that the attack was effective, Waywei increased the frequency of her attacks. Whoosh, 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 fireballs flew past one after another. Filong used the big bear to resist, but the big bear was in a state of superpowers, and the ordinary steel body was not afraid of the firepower. Waywei was also a decisive person. After eating a handful of mutant crystal cores, she increased the strength of her hands and summoned a fire snake to coil towards the fat dragon. Under the burning of the fire snake, Filong let go of Dahu, held his head with both hands and screamed, and his body actually showed signs of melting. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and dragged the big bear away, while Miao Yulong summoned rain to cool the big bear down. The big bear was rescued and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were large areas of melting on Feilong's head and shoulders, and he was in so much pain that he had no power to fight back. Xingyu, your group of brothers are average in strength, but their abilities complement each other. If you hone them well, you can work together to fight against opponents of higher levels. Lin Feng nodded, took out the anti-tank sniper rifle, and fired at Feilong's head. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit Filong and made him back away repeatedly with his head raised and sparks coming out of his head. Xingyu said seriously, the fact that you have obtained the inheritance must not be exposed to anyone. You can just say that your ability is a passive ability storage space. Good. Lin Feng asked Li Weiwei to stop first. He kept shooting at Filong to harass him. Bang, bang, bang. Xingyu reminded again. Stop now. His supernatural power will end soon. Collect his blood and crystal core. They will be very useful. Soon, the red color on Feilong's body faded, and his iron body was over, revealing his horrible body with large areas of burns all over his body. He looked like an old man in his twilight years, and none of the vigor and vitality he had when he first arrived. Filong struggled twice, but failed to stand up. Lin Feng walked up to him and asked, "Any last words?" Filong forced a terrifying smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He shook his head without saying anything and closed his eyes. He knew that Lin Feng would not let him go. In the last moments of his life, he did not want to be a coward kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The end of the world has arrived and everything is fine, but unfortunately the road to hegemony ends just as it begins. With a puff, Lin Feng chopped off the fat dragon's head with an axe, collected its blood, and collected the evolution crystal core. Finally, Li Weiwei burned Feilong's body. After doing all this, Lin Feng returned to the sewer and put all the equipment he had taken out into the storage space. The storage space leaked when he rescued Dahu just now, so there was no need to hide it. Lin Feng smiled and looked at his younger brothers and said, "Brothers, you came pretty fast and did a good job." Viper said with a playful smile, "Brother, my performance is not bad." Lin Feng nodded. The injured bear also said, "Brother, if you have any problem, just call me and I will definitely be there." Lin Hu, "Brother, don't always treat us like children. If there is anything, just let us do it." Xiaolang, "We are all superpowered people now, and we are all independent captains." Li Weiwei said nothing, walked over and held Lin Feng's hand. "The zombies are gathering here. Let's go back to the camp first." Several people returned to the camp and sat together to chat. Viper was still worried about the prisoner camp. "Brother, when are we going to the prisoner camp to deal with the rest of them?" "No need." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I have killed all the other people in the prisoner camp, but we can search their camp. There should be a lot of supplies." Everyone looked at each other and realized that the boss had indeed done everything by himself. Lin Hu smiled and asked, "Brother, do you have spatial abilities? You took out a lot of things out of thin air." Lin Feng cleared his throat and began to talk nonsense in a serious tone. "Brother, you guessed it right. My ability is an extremely rare passive ability, storage space. There may not be another person in the world who has my ability. You have to keep it a secret for me. The fact that Waywei has the power of fire must also be kept secret." Everyone nodded and chatted for a while. Finally, Lin Feng arranged for Xiaolang to take people to search the prisoner camp. In the afternoon, Little Wolf brought back 2 trucks of supplies and 2 survivors from the prisoner camp. Lin Feng and Xiaolang took the 2 into a room in the camp specifically for interviewing survivors. Xiaolang briefly asked about the 2 people's situation. A middle-aged man with a crew cut and 1 leg missing, and a well-mannered old man. The middle-aged man named Wang Tainan was a special forces instructor. He came to New Taipei City to visit his relatives when the end of the world happened and was bitten on the left foot by a zombie. He did not hesitate at the time and cut off his left foot with a knife, thus preventing himself from turning into a zombie. He was a ruthless man. Lin Feng thought highly of this middle-aged man. His brothers had never received formal military training, and they just happened to be in need of an instructor. You can stay in the camp and be an instructor. The camp will give you an instructor position on the same level as the captain. You can work for a month first. If you have real ability, you can keep working there. The middle-aged man nodded listlessly. Okay, as long as you don't mind me being a cripple, I'll work here. Lin Feng looked at his feet. The position of instructor is equivalent to that of team leader. You will be given mutant crystal cores every day. If you do well, you will definitely become an evolver. Then let the logistics department make you a prosthesis. Your life will not be affected too much in the future. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Lin Feng looked at the other gentle old man. Old man, I'm curious, what value do you have that makes the prisoner camp keep you? The old man rubbed his hands and said, I am a businessman. I have a coal mine outside the city. I accidentally dug up an armory. I can tell you the location of the armory. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Oh, you have also told the people in the prison camp about this news, right? They used these weapons to kill many of my brothers. With a clang, the little wolf drew out his dagger with a bad look on his face. The old man sitting on the chair trembled. Lin Feng continued, you want to live, so you provided the location of the armory to the prisoner camp, which is understandable. But my brother was beaten to death by the people in the prisoner camp with this batch of weapons, and you are also an accomplice. If you have no other value, I can only send you away. The old man showed a panicked look on his face. I have money, lots of money, and gold. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, the world's monetary system has collapsed. Your money is worthless in this era. The old man stammered, I have land. I have mines. I can give them to you. Lin Feng stared at him and said, the land I occupy is mine. Do I need you to give it to me? The little wolf took a step forward. The old man was so frightened that he almost fell off his chair. My son-in-law is a senior general in the Xiong country's military. He commands a large number of troops. You can't touch me. Threaten me. Lin Feng smiled contemptuously and winked at the little wolf. With a puff, the little wolf stabbed the old man's neck with the dagger, and the hot blood sprayed all over the face of Wang Tainan next to him. Wang Tainan wiped the blood off his face with his hand. Young people nowadays are really cruel. This old guy has a powerful background, but unfortunately he ran into this group of young people. The old man opened his eyes wide, feeling unwilling. He had a rough childhood, became successful in middle age, and had endless delicious food and beautiful women to enjoy. But the older he got, the more afraid he became of death. He didn't want to lose everything he had, so he invested in the Xiongwa Eternal Life Research Institute, hoping to achieve immortality. There wasn't much progress until the end of the world. After the end of the world, when the opportunity came, he died in this remote place. Alas, it was fate. Chapter 56 Plan to leave. At night, Lin Feng and Li Waywei sat side by side on the main building of the school and watched the stars. Li Waywei hugged her knees and looked at the sky. The starry sky seems to have become more beautiful. Lin Feng thought about it using his science and engineering thinking. Well, maybe it's because all global production activities have stopped, and there is no industrial pollution. Li Waywei rolled her eyes at him. Lin Feng was stunned. Was what I said wrong? Xingyu's voice sounded in his mind. Haha, big idiot. You should say that it's not as beautiful as you. When Lin Feng heard this, his face turned red. He actually didn't have high intelligence and emotional intelligence. He replied in his mind, what do you know as a little kid? After saying that, he blocked Xingyu directly. Then Lin Feng smiled and said to Li Waywei, no matter how beautiful the starry sky is, it is not as beautiful as you. Li Waywei smiled and gently rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng only felt a fragrant breeze penetrate into his lungs and melt his heart. He couldn't help but put his arm around Li Waywei's shoulders and said softly, how do you feel during this period? Are you adapting? I feel good. Everyone takes good care of me, and my life is fulfilling. I also feel the responsibility on my shoulders. Lin Feng patted her back gently. Don't be too tired. Li Waywei hummed and suddenly asked, are you the zombie brother? Lin Feng was startled and quickly shook his head. No. Why do you ask that? Looking back, what happened that day was such a coincidence, and Brother Zombie and Brother Lin Feng look a lot like you. That might be a coincidence. With a swish, Li Waywei suddenly ripped open Lin Feng's buttons and looked at his chest. Oh, no. Lin Feng was totally unprepared and was succeeded by Li Waywei. Thinking that Li Waywei was planning something bad to him, he quickly stretched out his left hand to pull up his shirt collar. There is nothing? Nothing, just looking around. Lin Feng. The two chatted for a while and then went back to rest. Of course, Lin Feng knew what Li Weiwei was looking for. When he first accepted the Yin Yang Tian inheritance, there was a Yin Yang fish pattern on his chest. Li Weiwei had taken care of his zombie form at the time, so she must have seen the pattern. But the pattern disappeared after he advanced to the second level, so Li Weiwei of course couldn't find it. Lin Feng returned to the room and disabled the smart shielding. Star Universe. Lin Feng called out. Xingyu didn't respond. Is it because of a childish temper? I need to explain myself. Yeah, well, no children can be present when I do that. Xingyu responded. Did you do it? Lin Feng. Xingyu said angrily. How can the auxiliary intelligent program not even understand this? If you block me again next time, I will quit my job. Lin Feng pretended to be enlightened. Oh, I see. I was wrong this time. I won't block you next time. Himph, that's more like it. Let's plan what we're going to do in the future. Xingyu said. First, we need to understand the situation. We need to know where we are, which starfield, which planet. Why are there zombies here? The information network of this world has been paralyzed. You have to take me to find the information terminal. Secondly, if you want to continue to become stronger, first strengthen your zombie form. The zombie form and the human form have the same soul. Once the zombie form breaks through, there will be no obstacles for the human form to break through, as long as the original energy is accumulated enough. In the next month, Lin Feng led the people in the camp to empty out the weapons depot outside the city, and the camp's strength improved dramatically. Without the prisoner camp, the kamikaze camp expanded rapidly, quickly exceeding 1,000 people, and the number of combatants reached 800. 16 veteran warriors became evolvers, but no superpowers appeared. Li Weiwei, Lin Hu and others worked hard to solve the water, electricity, and energy problems in the camp. Instructor Wang Tainan also helped a lot during the construction of the camp. Everyone in the camp must participate in a month of military training, and the discipline of the camp personnel has been significantly improved. In the past month, Lin Feng went to nearby cities to absorb zombie blood energy and collect mutant crystal cores. During this process, he discovered a strange phenomenon. There was no decent survivor camp in the nearby city. This matter had nothing to do with the kamikaze camp, so he didn't think much about it. That day, Lin Feng walked into a warehouse filled with terminal devices such as computers and smartphones. The smart devices in the room lit up and went off one after another quickly without any power. Xingyu, how's it going? What did you gain? The universe observed by the human civilization on your planet is too small, and there is no overlap with the human civilization star map I know of. At present, we can only be sure that we are not within the scope of the human civilization star domain of the universe. It may be in the star field of another race, or it may be in an unknown star field. To confirm further, more information is needed. The Kamikaze Battalion has searched all of New Taipei City, and this is the only smart terminal we can find. Lin Feng, we should leave now. This place doesn't have the conditions for you to break through to the third level. Lin Feng had already realized this. Wait until winter comes, and then leave when winter comes. Over the past month, he has been clearing out zombies in nearby cities, preparing to leave. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Feng went to the main building to find Li Weiwei. Along the way, most of the people we saw were walking hurriedly, carrying food on their backs. When we arrived at the main building and asked, we found out that Li Weiwei had gone to the granary outside the city. A strange incident occurred near the granary outside the city, killing several fighters and porters. Judging from the situation at the scene, they killed each other. 3 similar incidents have occurred this month, leading to tensions between fighters and logisticians. Xiaolang and Li Weiwei both went over to deal with the matter. After Lin Feng understood the situation, he felt that something was a little strange. The survivors who had suffered the beatings of the apocalypse were able to have a camp to shelter them and food to eat, and everyone cherished it. Who would have the time to perish together? Lin Feng was worried about Li Weiwei's safety, so he went directly to the granary outside the city. Outside the city, in the middle of 8 circular granaries with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of more than 10 meters, Li Weiwei and Xiaolang are checking the scene. The combatants and logistics personnel stood on both sides clearly separated, guarding against each other. Li Weiwei squatted on the ground and looked at the 2 terrified corpses with a frown, feeling confused. There were 2 bodies lying on the ground. One fighter's neck was slashed with a dagger by a support worker, who was in turn shot dead by a fighter. The 2 had no grudges against each other and got along very well at the beginning with no signs of conflict. Is this really a coincidence? A coincidence is no longer a coincidence if it happens many times. Li Weiwei stood up, glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone go and do your own things. The wolf team and I will be here to keep an eye on it for the next few days." After everyone left, Xiaoling asked. Sister Waywei, did you find anything? The expressions of these two people are a bit strange. They both look terrified, as if they were unprepared. It's really strange. As soon as he finished speaking, the little wolf was horrified to find that he was enveloped by some force. He could not move or speak, and his hands reached for his dagger uncontrollably. It is like a person grabbing his own hand to touch the dagger. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot pull his hand back. He can only watch his hand getting closer and closer to the dagger. He looked at Li Waywei and found that Li Waywei, like him, had a look of horror on her face and was reaching for the dagger at her waist. Chapter 57. Mind Controller. At this moment, Li Waywei once again felt the powerlessness and despair she had felt when the crawlers blocked the door. I was enveloped by some force and could not hear any sounds from the outside world, nor could I call for help. It seemed as if I and the crowd more than 10 meters away were in two different worlds. Both she and the little wolf were trying their best to control their hands, but he still pulled out the weapon from his waist. Beads of sweat appeared on both of their foreheads. If they stabbed each other to death, it would be a very serious matter. One is the chief's brother, and the other is the chief's woman. One represents combatants, and the other represents non-combatants. If things go wrong, there might be civil unrest in the camp. The weapons in their hands were already pointed at each other, and it was only a matter of time before they stabbed each other to death. The little wolf suddenly had an idea and activated his special powers. Boom! His hair stood up, red flames burned in his eyes, his aura spread out, and the dead branches and yellow leaves under his feet were blown away. The moment his superpowers were activated, he was freed from the control of that mysterious force. He quickly took a few steps back, but was soon controlled by that force again. He walked towards Li Waywei with an extremely unnatural step like a paralyzed zombie. He discovered that the force controlled not his body, but his clothes, gloves, shoes, the weapon in his hand, and the air around him. After being blessed by that power, these things can actually control themselves. The wolf warriors who were in charge of protecting the grain transport team all looked over when they saw their leader activate his supernatural powers. Seeing the captain walking towards Li Waywei with a dagger in his hand, they all opened their mouths wide with looks of horror. Looking at Li Waywei again, she also pulled out a dagger. The two combatants could tell something was wrong. The older fighter said to the younger brother next to him, "We can't solve this problem. I will try to delay it. You drive back to the base to find the leader. Go back as quickly as possible. There is no time to lose." Yes. After saying that, the young warrior ran onto the off-road vehicle and stepped on the accelerator to drive towards the kamikaze battalion. Lin Feng was sitting in the off-road vehicle heading to the granary, thinking about what preparations he should make before leaving. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle rushed towards them at full speed. When the young warrior in the off-road vehicle saw Lin Feng, the anxious look on his face turned into ecstasy, and he forced Lin Feng's off-road vehicle to stop. Lin Feng knew that something happened to him when he saw his anxious look. The little warrior jumped out of the car and ran to Lin Feng, pointing at the granary and so nervous that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. The granary, the wolf team, the chief steward. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng jumped out of the car and ran towards the granary like a gust of wind. The second-level evolver ran faster than the off-road vehicle at full speed. The young warrior looked back and saw that Lin Feng was almost gone. This is the leader's speed. It really lives up to its reputation. He also hurriedly got in the car and returned to the granary. When Lin Feng arrived, Xiaolang and Li Waywei were only one step apart. Li Waywei was just about to activate her supernatural power but delayed it for a moment. Lin Feng walked between the two men, grabbed their hands, and took away their weapons. Strangely enough, as soon as Lin Feng arrived, the power that controlled the two of them disappeared. The two men seemed to have lost all their energy, and they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng waited for a while and asked, "What happened just now?" He didn't think the two would fight. Li Waywei said with lingering fear, "Just now, I seemed to be wrapped by some kind of power, controlling me, or controlling everything around me. I fought hard, but it only slowed down the speed of drawing the sword." The little wolf looked around with a pale face. "I felt the same way, but it disappeared immediately when you came, big brother. This feeling of being manipulated by others is simply too terrifying." Lin Feng also looked around again. "Xingyu, did you find anything?" Within 1,000 meters, there are no high-level zombies or other evolvers. Do you know what this is? It sounds like mental control. Both humans and the corpse demon tribe have individuals with strong mental powers. They are called mind controllers. Such individuals are even rarer among humans. Those who can control a first-level evolver must be at least a second-level mind controller. It's most likely a zombie. What is the range of the mind controller's mental attack? This is related to the degree of control over mental power. The mental attack range of a second-level mental controller is about 1 kilometer. But no enemies were found within a kilometer range. It could be underground, or in these granaries. At night, you can turn into a zombie and lure them over. Mind controllers are usually in a leadership position in the team and like to recruit followers. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard this. He was going to be a zombie's younger brother again. After talking with Xingyu, Lin Feng asked everyone to return to the camp. At night, dark clouds covered the moon. The roars of zombies and wild beasts could be heard from time to time in the wild. Only zombies dare to appear at this time. Lin Feng turned into an ordinary second-level zombie, wearing tattered clothes, and came to the granary alone. Xingyu, the mind controller, will really come out and recruit me as his younger brother. Under the current circumstances, there is an 86.57% chance that he will come out. When the time comes, you can pretend to be obedient and then launch a sneak attack. It will most likely succeed. If the sneak attack is successful, you have absorbed his abilities and become the mind controller. The combination of the transformation stone and the corpse demon actually possesses such an incredible devouring ability. If you continue like this, you will become an almighty corpse demon sooner or later. Lin Feng leaned against the wall of a granary, pretending to rest. Xingyu, let's not be too happy too soon. If he comes out, he won't be able to get away. I can lock him down, but it's up to you to kill him. Lin Feng wandered around for another hour and became a little impatient. What are you looking for? A voice echoed in my mind. Lin Feng was startled, knowing that the enemy had taken the bait. He responded as if he wasn't thinking straight. Looking for food. I'm hungry and want to find something to eat. At the same time, Lin Feng was also looking around. He didn't see the target, but a few grains of wheat fell on his head. He looked up from the granary behind him and saw a figure standing on top of the granary. Unlike the other zombies that hunched over, this zombie stood straight and did not look like a zombie at all. Xingyu said excitedly, "Lock on the target." Lin Feng looked at this calm and domineering zombie and instinctively felt that he would be difficult to deal with. Xingyu, this guy looks difficult to deal with. Lin Feng, don't be intimidated by his appearance. His leadership aura will make other zombies in awe. However, his means of attack are not strong. His only long-range means is to control objects with mental power to attack, which is far inferior to sniper bullets and rocket launchers at this stage. Don't panic. Act according to the plan. Talk to him for a while to get some information. If a close attack fails, push him 1,000 meters away and attack him from a distance. Good. The spirit controller pointed to the nearby New North City and said, "There are our prey, humans, but there are many of them and they are very strong. You can't eat them if you go there, and you will be killed by them. What's under my feet is their food. They are hungry like you, and they will come here for food. Then you will have food. All you need to do is surrender to me and wait here with me." After hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a chill all over his body. This guy's IQ was no less than that of humans. He seemed to be certain that Lin Feng would join, and continued, "With your joining, we will have more tactics. Humans are an inferior race that likes to fight among themselves. It is best for us to let them kill each other and let them disintegrate from within." Chapter 58, Tentacle Monster. Lin Feng hurriedly expressed his loyalty using the etiquette of the Corpse Demon clan. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands and raised them above his head, and said, "Brother, I am willing to follow you." Whoosh! The spirit controller jumped down from the granary and came to Lin Feng. His movements seemed extremely light. At such a close distance, Lin Feng had already decided to launch a sneak attack on him. But the next words from the mind controller made him give up the idea. The mind controller put his hand on Lin Feng's fist and said, "From now on, you are mine. I will call you number 2. Lin Feng was startled and asked, "Why is it number 2? Are you number 1? I am the leader, and you are the second corpse demon to swear allegiance to me, so you are number 2. Lin Feng wanted to ask, "I am a second-level corpse demon. I am more powerful. I should be number 1. Number 1 is also a level 2, and he is stronger than you and joined earlier than you." Lin Feng stood up and jumped twice, swinging his fist. "I don't accept it. Who can be number 1? Let's fight to find out. You look a bit like a corpse demon warrior." The spirit controller pointed at Black Wind Mountain and said, "Number 1 is right there. He will be here soon." Lin Feng looked in the direction where his finger pointed and remembered the black fog vortex on the Black Wind Mountain when the black fog descended for the second time. It must be that guy. I wonder which branch of the corpse demon clan he belongs to. Let's see how strong that guy is first. The dark clouds in the night sky dissipated, and the white moonlight sprinkled on the earth. The spirit controller looked at the bright moon in the sky and said, "What a beautiful world. I like that planet in the sky. Humans call it the moon. When I become strong, I will definitely go up there and take a look." He also has a good sense of aesthetics. The more human-like this guy behaves, the stronger Lin Feng's determination to kill him becomes. If you still want to go to the moon and take a look, then hurry up and take a look. One less look will be one less. Here comes number 1. Lin Feng turned his head and looked around, and saw a black in the distance approaching this side rapidly, and its speed was no slower than his own. When the black spot got closer, Lin Feng could see clearly that this guy was not running with his feet, but with his tentacles. This is a tentacle monster with 6 retractable tentacles on its back, which can be used as hands as well as feet. Xingyu found the tentacle monster and drooled. "Lin Feng, take him in too. Don't let any of these two go." "Yes, I know. These two are not easy to deal with. We have to wait until they separate and defeat them one by one." The tentacle monster appeared in front of the mind controller in the blink of an eye. He pointed at Lin Feng and asked, "Who is he?" "He's number 2, but he wants to be number 1. He wants to fight you." "Oh." The tentacle monster came to Lin Feng. "You want to fight me? You don't accept being second." Lin Feng also wanted to test the tentacle monster's strength. "Yes, we'll know who's good and who's not after a fight." The tentacle monster smiled contemptuously. "Then let's get started." Lin Feng was shocked again. This guy could actually laugh. He must be almost a spirit. Lin Feng rushed over and punched the tentacle monster's smiling cheek. Bang! The tentacle monster didn't dodge or evade and took the blow head-on. Lin Feng used 80% of his strength in this punch. The tentacle monster shook its head, and it seemed that it was only slightly injured. "This is your power. It's too weak. The defense is several times stronger than mine. It must be almost at the 3rd level. Why is he so strong? How did he improve?" Woo! Lin Feng threw another punch with all his strength, hitting the tentacle monster's head. Snap! The tentacle monster caught Lin Feng's fist with one of its tentacle. Swish! The tentacle stretched out and wrapped around Lin Feng's entire arm. Lin Feng continued to attack, but his limbs and neck were entangled by slippery tentacles like pythons. Lin Feng was unable to move and had no power to fight back. The tentacle monster still has one unused tentacle left. "That's it. You still want to be number 1? The tentacle monster pulled Lin Feng in front of it, rubbed Lin Feng's face twice with the remaining tentacle, and then tapped Lin Feng's forehead. "It's my turn to attack." Bang, bang, bang. The tentacle monster's dense punches and kicks landed on Lin Feng, and the tentacles slapped his face. Lin Feng's mouth and nose were bleeding, his body was twitching, and he was being ravaged like a sandbag. He kept his eyes on the tentacle monster all the time. If the tentacle monster dared to kill him, Lin Feng would immediately summon the bone spurs to fight him to the death. "Stop, he is our companion. The mind controller has spoken. He doesn't want any of his men to suffer casualties. Only the 2nd-level zombies with intelligence are considered to be the corpse demon clan and can be driven. There are not many 2nd-level zombies in this area." Bang! The tentacle monster threw Lin Feng aside. "Just be number 2. If you overstep the boundaries again, I will beat you to death." Lin Feng narrowed his swollen eyes and said, "Brother Tentacle, I give in. I'll be number 2. Behind the scenes, he clenched his fists, suppressing the anger in his chest. If he wasn't sure he could keep both guys at the same time, he would have taken action long ago. The mind controller began to direct Lin Feng to do things. "Number 2, go find 2 larger containers and bring some water." Lin Feng found 2 iron buckets and went to the river to fetch 2 buckets of water. Half an hour had passed when he came back. The mind controller continued to command. "Number 2, get some of the poison off your fangs and put it in the bucket." Lin Feng did as he was told. The mind controller pointed to a granary and said, "Number 1, carry the bucket to the top of this granary and pour the water into the granary." The tentacle monster carries the bucket with its tentacles. Whoosh, whoosh. He climbed to the top of the granary in 2 steps and poured 2 buckets of water mixed with corpse poison into the granary. Well, as long as humans eat the food inside, they will turn into zombies. Lin Feng felt a chill. This guy was so insidious that he wasted a whole warehouse of food. Okay, that's all for today. If number 2 is hungry, go find food in the city. Just remember not to go to the human camps with electric fences. Let's meet here again at this time tomorrow. After the mind controller finished speaking, he was the first to leave and ran towards Xinyang City. The tentacle monster ran towards Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng thought about it. and ran over with the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster ran for a while, slowed down and asked, "Number 2, why are you following me? Aren't you going to find humans to eat?" "Brother Tentacle, because I admire you. I feel like you are much more capable than the leader. He can only give orders." The tentacle monster, which had a low IQ, felt very happy after hearing this. The leader is also very powerful. He can control objects through the air, but he may not be able to defeat me. Lin Feng quickly flattered, "Of course I can't beat you, Tentacle Brother. I had no power to fight back when I fought with Tentacle Brother just now. I think your fighting power is ranked top in the zombie circle of the entire planet." The tentacle monster floated around and let Lin Feng follow it. The two chatted happily and soon arrived at Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng followed the tentacle monster into a mine. The tentacle monster glanced at Lin Feng and thought, "They're almost home. Why is this guy still following him?" The tentacle monster stopped and pointed to a fork in the road nearby, saying, "If you have no place to live, stay over there." Lin Feng saw that this person didn't want him to follow. "Oh." Lin Feng replied and went to the side road. The tentacle monster continued to go deeper alone. Lin Feng stopped at another fork in the road, feeling very energetic, as if he had just absorbed dozens of zombies. "Xingyu, there seems to be something strange about this place. Strong nuclear radiation has been detected here. Nuclear radiation can accelerate the evolution of the corpse demons. No wonder this guy is so strong. It turns out he is sitting on a feng shui treasure land." Chapter 59, Half Tentacle. Lin Feng leaned against the cave wall and recalled the basic cultivation methods of the corpse demon clan in his inherited memory. The corpse demon body refining technique can absorb the energy around the body and strengthen itself. Note: for corpse demons below the 4th level, this technique is not as good as directly devouring flesh and blood, unless it is assisted by radioactive substances. Lin Feng could directly devour zombies, so he didn't need to use this technique. Now that he had radioactive substances, he became interested. "Lin Feng, when do we start?" Xingyu asked. "We'll do it at daybreak." After saying that, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. The radioactive substances in the air acted like a catalyst, helping Lin Feng to speed up his cultivation. Lin Feng quickly mastered the technique and entered into a state of cultivation. Strands of energy gathered from all directions and entered his body. In the morning, a faint light shines into the mine. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the energy he gained from a night of practice was like absorbing a second-level zombie. This is already quite terrifying. Lin Feng has only absorbed a few second-level zombies so far. It takes 1,000 level 2 zombies to break through from level 2 zombies to level 3. Lin Feng gained energy from the last time the black fog descended and directly reached the advanced 2nd level. If he wants to break through to the 3rd level, he will need the energy of 300 second-level zombies. It only takes 1 year to cultivate here. The key point is that Lin Feng's current location is only the outskirts of the mine, and the location where the tentacle monster lives is the core. The concentration of radioactive substances there is many times higher than here, and the speed of cultivation will be many times faster. No wonder the tentacle monster is so strong. He may be close to a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided not to wait any longer and to take action now. "Xingyu, get to work. Turn on combat assistance." "Okowo." The dark mine cave became clearly visible in Lin Feng's eyes, and the outlines of various objects were outlined. Lin Feng held a 6-barreled machine gun in his left hand and a rocket launcher on his right shoulder as he walked deeper into the mine. After walking 50 meters, the combat assistance's perspective function revealed the location of the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster heard the footsteps, wiped the radioactive substance from the corner of its mouth, and stood up. His angry voice came out, "Number 2, you idiot, get out now. This is not a place for you to come." At this moment, the two were 80 meters apart, with several bins in between, and had not yet met. Lin Feng was not afraid of him and just walked forward quickly. 60 meters. Lin Feng heard the crackling sound of the tentacle monster's fist being clenched. 40 meters. Lin Feng heard the tentacle monster's angry gasps. 20 meters. Lin Feng turned a corner and met the tentacle monster. Whoosh, thump, thump. Without saying a word, he fired a rocket launcher and then replaced his right hand with a 6-barreled machine gun. Use both guns to focus fire on the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster thought that the one coming was the zombie number 2 that couldn't be beaten yesterday, but it turned out to be the fully armed zombie number 2. He was caught off guard. Boom, puff, puff. The tentacle monster rolled up a metal container to block the rocket, but was then hit by a large rain of bullets. The 6-barreled rotary machine gun is far more powerful than an automatic rifle. Ah! The tentacle monster screamed twice, and a lot of blood spurted out of its body. He bumped his head against the wall and went inside. Lin Feng ran over and saw that this guy could drill into the ground. He used his tentacles to make a hole in the wall and drilled into the soil in the mountain. This guy's tentacles dug holes like a drill at a very fast speed, and soon he was out of Lin Feng's detection range. Lin Feng didn't know how to dig holes, and he didn't expect that the tentacle monster could dig holes, so he couldn't keep up with the tentacle monster at all. Oops, I didn't expect this guy to be able to dig a hole and let him escape. Lin Feng secretly felt it was a pity, as he thought he had caught the turtle in the jar. However, the tentacle monster was also seriously injured. Lin Feng squatted down and picked up the half-tentacle that was still twisting on the ground. Maybe in order to replicate his innate abilities, he doesn't even need a complete zombie. He stuck his finger into half of the tentacle. Snap, snap, snap. Half of the tentacle danced wildly, lashing the surroundings, and then quickly softened. Maybe because there was only half a tentacle, no memory fragments were extracted this time. As half of the tentacle turned into ashes and slipped through his fingers, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Behind him, 6 tentacles as thick as arms grew out, as if he had 6 more arms. Lin Feng took out 6 engineering shovels from the storage space, wrapped the 6 tentacles around the shovels, and started working. He wanted to use this method to get familiar with the use of tentacles. Swish, swish, swish. The surroundings were quickly cleared. There are 10 metal containers with radiation symbols printed on them, which look like buried nuclear waste. 6 of the metal containers were torn open, and the radioactive materials in 5 of them were almost completely evaporated, with only one having 1/3 left. Could it be that this tentacle monster evolved directly by eating nuclear waste? It is too lazy to even practice. Lin Feng inserted his fingers into the nuclear waste, and the essence in the nuclear waste was immediately absorbed by him and stored in his body. As long as he starts practicing, the radioactive essence in his body will accelerate his practice to the greatest extent. He didn't know why he could absorb and store radioactive essence, but the moment he saw the radioactive substance, he could do it, as if it was an instinct. Just like the first time he absorbed a zombie, he said nothing more and thanked Yin Yangtian for his inheritance. Xingyu, be alert. I'll practice for a while. There are radioactive materials here. That guy will definitely come to me on his own initiative. When you practice, I will automatically be on alert. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and practiced the corpse demon body refining technique. Soon, bulges of muscles appeared on Lin Feng's body, and his body was rapidly strengthened. This time's practice was 10 times faster than last night. 1 hour of practice was equivalent to absorbing a second-level zombie. An hour later, he opened his eyes and exited the cultivation state. Xingyu said, "The tentacle monster is really patient. Is he going to find the mind controller?" "No, this guy is very greedy. If he finds a mind controller, he won't have a share of these radioactive materials." Lin Feng approached the unopened radioactive containers and raised his finger. Bang, bang, bang. It punctures them one by one, absorbs the radioactive essence inside and stores it into the body. In theory, Lin Feng has obtained the tentacle monster's innate abilities and radioactive essence, so his goal has been achieved and he can just leave. But this dangerous guy is too close to the kamikaze camp, and Lin Feng can only feel at ease after he is killed. Suddenly, a red frame alarm appeared at the edge of Lin Feng's vision. Tentacle monster approaching. The tentacle monster was very depressed. He didn't know why the weakling number 2 would use human heavy weapons to attack him. But he knew that weakling number 2 must be after those radioactive substances. As soon as the broken tentacle was restored, he began to move. He wanted to collapse the entire mine and create an environment that would be beneficial to himself. Number 2 couldn't dig a hole, so he was buried underground, and his human weapons were useless. Boom, boom, boom. The mine was destroyed by the tentacle monster and a large area collapsed. Lin Feng stood there unmoved, allowing the soil to bury him. Even if this place collapses, the tentacle monster will still come here. All the actions of the tentacle monster are for these metal containers containing radioactive materials. Lin Feng made bone spurs in the shape of engineer shovels grow at the ends of his 6 tentacles, and bone spurs in the shape of bayonets grow on the backs of his hands. Wait for the tentacle monster to come to your door.